Football is back tonight. Chiefs, Ravens. I'm looking at the Ravens. I'm looking at the Ravens right now, and I'm saying to myself, this game means everything to them tonight, just to prove to themselves that they can beat the Chiefs. The Chiefs are in the warrior zone where nothing really matters during the regular season, because now that you've done the unthinkable, which is go on the road for 2 rounds of the playoffs and win out of the wild card, essentially, playing opening weekend, we know you can do it in a variety of ways. They're going to get the benefit of the doubt all year. And the Niners are going to face the Chiefs later on this year. And you can say, Joe, the Niners already knocked the Rams off a zillion times in the regular season, and it had no bearing on that NFC Championship game. And you're right. It didn't have a whole lot to that NFC Championship game. There wasn't anything that helped them get over the hump in that fourth quarter. But there's got to be something psychologically, if you're Baltimore tonight, to just prove to yourself that you can beat the Chiefs somehow, some way. And I know it might not mean anything 4 months from now, 5 months from now when they meet again, if they do, in January. But psychologically, it's good to know that you can beat that team. And I'm watching tonight, and I'm saying to myself, in about 6-7 weeks, the Niners are going to face the Chiefs. And I feel like we're going to be in a similar spot as Baltimore, where it's not the end-all, be-all if you lose the game. But psychologically, don't you want to beat that team just to prove to yourself that you can do it?
When the Niners play the Chiefs in October, will that psychologically help you if they win that game? October 20th.
I'll feel a lot better. We can't keep losing to this. You got to just beat them once, just do it.
See, I think that game is massive for the 49ers.
Yeah, they're psyche, right?
I think back to the Niners in 94. When they played the Cowboys in that regular season game and beat them 21-14 in Candlestick Park. The Niners needed that game desperately to know that in the playoffs, if we meet them again, we know we got one on them. Because in those regular seasons, they were getting smoked by the Cowboys. Smoked. Up until that point. NFC Championship back-to-back years, regular season at Texas Stadium, got smoked, weren't even close. They had to win that game at Candlestick Park. And it was an ugly one. 21-14, I'll never forget the score. Then they went out in the NFC Championship game, 38-28. But winning that regular season game meant a lot. They had to have it. Had to have it. The problem with the Green Bay Packers in those 90s was that they couldn't beat the Packers. No. Regular season, playoffs, it didn't matter. And they never got that one to get over their hump up until the catch two. Yeah. And really, the cynic in me says, boy, I know we're going to have Jerry Rice on next week. He fumbled in that football game. They should have won that one.
We don't need to bring that.
But you get what I'm saying. There was no instant replay that season. So I do believe, when it comes to Baltimore, John Harbaugh's done a good job with that team and that organization. But winning in Arrowhead Stadium, I think for them will mean a lot. Now, they have a tough division. Cincinnati, Cleveland, Pittsburgh. They're going to have to navigate through that division, and they may have to see Kansas City again at Arrowhead Stadium, and then that regular season game is going to mean nothing, right? It's going to mean absolutely nothing. But I do think it's important for these teams to give Mahomes a company because they're feeling like they're on top of the world. They're already talking three-peat. They're chasing something. They're not chasing the Niners. The Chiefs are not chasing the Ravens. They're not chasing the Bengals. They're not chasing the Bills. They're not chasing the Lions. They're chasing history. Like those Warrior teams. They're chasing history.
You know who
that's
they're
a
chasing?
Scary, scary thought.
Tom Brady and Bill Belichick.
Well, and they could do something that Tom Brady and Belichick never did.
I mean, right now, Andy has been to the 1 Super Bowl with the Eagles, and he's been to 4 with the Chiefs. That's 5. It's pretty incredible.
They have a chance, to accomplish something no team in NFL history, no organization in NFL history has done. Nobody is three-peated. Who was the closest to doing it?
The Niners losing in the NFC Championship game in 1990.
It's the New York Giants.
The way that they did.
Roger Craig fumbling, Joe Montana getting hurt in that football game. They would have to play the Buffalo Bills in Tampa, Florida.
I told you about the card.
They got close. So the card, what card?
I have a card.
Oh.
I hate having it, but to me it's a seminal card. It's a hologram, Lawrence Taylor recovering the fumble of the Roger Craig play.
Well, I would have thrown that card away.
No, you have to keep it.
I would have thrown it away.
You have to. I hate to say that you have to keep it
away. So back in the spring during basketball season, Justin Hathaway, his son, he's one of the managers at NBC. Man, they're tight. And his son, Colin, needs some shoes, so I hooked him up with some J's. Some J's that I never wear. I was like, couldn't fit him. Hooked him up with some J's. So in return, a week later, he got me a hat. And he found a hat. I thought about wearing it, but I'm probably not going to wear it, ever. It's just going to sit in the house. It's a red 49ers hat with 3-peat on it.
Yeah, I'm good off that.
And it had the little logo on it. And I was like, and it was a great gesture, finding that hat or whatnot, because I remember one of my uncles, when they lost that game, he was wearing a black 49ers 3-peat hat. And that kick went through the uprights by Matt Barr. And I cried and cried and cried and cried all night long. I couldn't believe it. As a kid, I was distraught.
Niners couldn't move the ball at all in that game.
Belichick did a great job. He told Bell Parcells when they're 30 for 30, he said, if we play zone against this team, they're going to carve us up. We need to play man defense and get physical.
Sounds similar. Sounds similar to what I saw.
And if you look at the numbers in the 80s with the Giants and the Niners, those games were tough.
So you asked a question, though. And I know tonight we're just celebrating football's return. You asked a question about Aaron Rodgers that I found to be quite provocative. We've had this Aaron Rodgers 49er conversation every year. But give me that one more time, the one you said before the end of the break.
So with the Chiefs chasing history, that sucks because they are chasing history. But it is basically when we think about Aaron Rodgers. And do we have the sound of Aaron Rodgers? If we play this sound, it'll do it some more justice here. But we all remember the draft when they selected Alex Smith number 1 overall. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. The only game I watched with Alex Smith that year was the Fiesta Bowl against
game,
Pittsburgh.
yeah, which we all saw.
And they beat one ranked team all season long. Aaron Rodgers was in our backyard, and we saw him at the L.A. Memorial Coliseum with Keith Jackson announcing the game. Start off the game, what was it, 22 for 22, 23 for 23 or whatnot?
Throwaway.
And, I mean, he was spinning it so well. That was the number 1 team in the country.
Jeff MacArthur, Chase Lyman.
Yep, Chase Lyman got hurt. Broke his leg in that game.
That team
St.
was
Francis.
So much
St.
fun.
Francis of Mountain View. And who's the running back? He was a long name. Started with an E.
Oh.
Somebody will know it. Somebody would know it. But basically, he was running hard that day.
Mm-hmm.
And they had 1st and 10 inside the 10-yard line. And Jeff Tedford decided to throw the ball 4 straight times. And they lose 23-17 at the L.A. Memorial Coliseum. As a number 7. College game day was at that game. That's how big it was. So I'm thinking right then and there, the 49ers got their quarterback.
J.J. Arrington.
J.J. Arrington was a running back?
Yeah.
How many carries did he get in that game?
He's the football American that year. I mean, geez, they had Ryan
2000 that year.
Remember
was it
Ryan Riddle?
that same year? I thought it was somebody else.
And Texas Tech, man.
I thought it was somebody else. Well, no, they lost to Tech. They lost to Texas Tech.
04.
04.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 04.
That was the year that Cal should have gone to the Rose Bowl, but Mac Brown
Jones
complained.
Or not Mac Jones. What was the guy's name?
Mac Brown.
Mac Brown
complained that Texas should be in the Rose Bowl and forced Cal out. So
that's
so, when they didn't draft Aaron Rodgers, and I remember the dialogue during that whole draft process, Mike Nolan was like, well, with Alex Smith, he opens the door for women. If I tell him to dribble a marble, he's going to dribble a marble. If I tell him to jump rope, he's going to do it on the spot. He's such a good guy.
Did he really say he opens door for women?
You didn't hear this? He was like,
he said that Aaron Rodgers was too arrogant and cocky. Right. They also, at the time, and I'll never forget it, they took Alex Smith and said, we might trade back to the number 4 spot with Tampa Bay and just take Aaron Rodgers too. Right. What? This is the era of giving quarterbacks $40 and $50 million guaranteed before the CBA changed.
Before the Jacarcus Russell.
Not only that.
Mike Nolan think about this. The guy was a defensive coordinator for 1 year because Marvin Lewis was really the architect of that Baltimore Ravens. And they said, here's the keys to the franchise. And you pick a guy on that side of the ball. Just figure it out.
Just figure it out. I mean, Aaron Rodgers was sitting there thinking, what does this have to do with playing quarterback? And he slips all the way to 24. And then on draft night, when he does get selected by the Green Bay Packers, Fedoni, let me know when you got it. Here's what Aaron Rodgers said.
How disappointed are you that you will not be a 49er?
Not as disappointed as the 49ers will be that they didn't draft me.
So at this point, I know the Niners have beaten Rodgers a number of times in the playoffs.
They basically owned him since Harbaugh showed up.
But he does have a Super Bowl.
Okay, it was ancient history.
He's got a Super Bowl. We were just talking about guys who have Super Bowls and got rings. We can't. He's got a Super Bowl. He's at the table. He's got one more than my favorite quarterback growing up, Dan Marino. Mm-hmm. All right. He's got one more than Jim Kelly. who's in the Hall of Fame.
You can
Pro
make the
Football Hall of
argument
Fame.
he is one of the more disappointing playoff quarterbacks.
Aaron Rodgers, well, they've had some disappointing losses.
Well, he tapped out against the Niners multiple times.
He
lost to Jimmy G on a Saturday night.
He lost to the Niners defense.
Well, I'm just saying.
And their special teams let him down.
Jimmy didn't even execute an offensive touchdown that game.
Their special teams let them down. But with that said, he still has the ring. He still has a seat at the table. And he has one more than the Niners has during this entire tenure. And by the way, as he spent all that time in Green Bay, the Niners have been looking for quarterbacks left and right. How many quarterbacks have they gone through since that draft? So is that still one of the biggest regrets for Niner fans?
My number one regret, at least, and this is just more recent. Like I wish Barry Sanders came out of retirement. Yeah. I wish Hurst never got hurt. I wish Lawrence Phillips blocked. Like, no. The easiest one for me is I wish they would have said yes to Tom Brady. It's not Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. Who knows what Aaron would have become with the Niners and how dysfunctional they were. Who knows if he would have been upright because he would have been playing from the get-go. I still think he would have been good. I think he would have been better than Alex Smith. That's, to me, that whole argument of Aaron would have been exactly like Alex. No, he wouldn't have. I think he's just a better football player than Alex Smith. And I think he's a more astute football mind than Alex ever was. It's the easiest one for me. You just say goodbye to Jimmy after the 2020 season and 2019 season, and you say hello to Tom Brady, and you got at least one Super. I'm in my mind. I know there's this whole Shanahan's got to work with him and all that. It's Brady. Brady would have won one of these Super Bowls for the Niners. Just one. And he would have been the conquering hero, coming home, ending his career with the Niners, getting number 12, pulled out of retirement. It would have been all time.
There's a lot of regrets for me. The Brady one is
that's number one.
Large.
Number one for me is Brady.
That's a good one. I don't know what number one is for me. Is it passing up Deshaun Watson or Patrick Mahomes? Is it Harbaugh rushing with Kaepernick in Seattle, trying to go for the jugular there and get the pass tipped by Richard Sherman into the hands of Malcolm Smith? Is it not drafting Aaron Rodgers? Is it? I don't know what my biggest regret is. Rodgers is up there. Brady at the time, look, I understood where Shanahan was coming from, but again, from my vantage point, it felt like Shanahan never felt Jimmy G on that level. So for Shanahan to tell Kawakami, like, I'd stop, Jimmy deserved a shot, it was mind-boggling to me because he was talking about Kirk Cousins the whole time. And the way he coached that Super Bowl, especially in the first half, it was like, well, you don't trust him anyway. So move off of him. That's a huge regret. The Brady one's starting to loom large for me. It's starting to loom very large for me. What is it, Niner? But I want to hear from Niner fans. Forget my regrets. What's your regret? Like, I'm looking at the 408 right now, Sasky, and we'll get to the calls in just a second. 408, Xfinity Mobile text line. It's a no-brainer for me. Yes, the Niners regret not getting Rodgers. Don't overthink this. First ballot Hall of Famer. He's a Hall of Famer. And great players do figure it out.
I think that, there's a lot of different regrets. There's watching the Joe Montana Peacock doc, like, obviously there was a lot of people within the Niners organization that regretted trading Joe Montana. That was a very controversial move. Trading Charles Haley, very controversial. Allowing Ronnie Lott to leave in the protected free agency thing that they had going on in 1991.
Plan B.
Right?
That's what they called it.
Allowing Ricky Waters to leave, right? Like, there's a lot of woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Ricky Waters. What about damn, it just slipped my mind. Let Jerry Rice go.
I mean,
what about letting T.O. trading him to Philadelphia?
That was a large part finances,
but
I
hear that. But it's Jerry Rice.
No
it's
doubt.
Jerry Rice. It's Jerry Rice. This is a good one, 650. Or is this going to be out on the list before we get out to the lines? The biggest regret has to be giving up picks to get Trey Lance. Probably the worst draft pick of all time. Now, I'm not going to go that far, because there's been a lot of bad picks. Jamarcus Russell all line 1. Ryan Leaf all line 2.
It's a bad trade.
Kajana Carter tearing up his knee before he even plays with the Cincinnati Bengals. I mean, it's a lot of bad picks. This is a bad pick.
This is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Well, boy, what is the biggest regret you have as a Niner fan as we get ready to play here? Is Aaron Rodgers still the biggest regret? Let's go to Oreo Cookie in Oakland. Let's start off with him here on the Morning Rush. What's up, Oreo Cookie?
Hey, what up, you guys? You're definitely right about the Aaron Rodgers. That is the number one. I mean, it just sucks that he was out here in our backyard. And one of the reasons I've heard that we didn't pick him is because he was kind of arrogant, kind of cocky, California cocky is what I heard. And that's just a poor excuse. Nolan was straight old school, and I don't think he realized the new school that was coming in. But I do have another one, which is in the Harbaugh Super Bowl, not giving Frank Gore the ball at the 5-yard line, not even once. That's got to be up there, too.
Where's that up there for you?
Of course that's up there. But that whole game, there's it's littered with mistakes.
Yeah.
Chris Culliver got dominated in that game after saying horrible things. And, Whitner didn't have a great game.
Can I be honest with you about that game?
We should have got blown out.
I was a little hurt about the loss, but I went to school the next day. I was fine.
No, I was devastated.
I'm going to tell you why I wasn't devastated. Because that entire week they weren't buttoned up.
Well,
Chris Culliver was chirping, saying what he was saying. Randy Moss was all of a sudden popping off.
Oh, I'm better than Rice.
Alex Smith, they forced Alex Smith to be out there at media day, and he's taking questions from Deion Sanders in a very uncomfortable spot, coming off his best game and then getting benched. You know what I'm saying? Now, I still think it was the right move because the offense took off with Colin Kaepernick, especially that season. But there's a lot of things they did that week. Jim Harbaugh was tight all week. They had the coaches conference. John Harbaugh's in a suit, tie, looking good. Jim Harbaugh's in full coaching gear with a whistle around his neck, being quirky and just tight. It's like, dude, dial it down.
His brother outcoached him.
So bad. It was, but the lights going out and everything. And if they win that Super Bowl, there's an all-time asterisk on it. People outside the Bay Area is going to say, "Oh, it's an asterisk." Lights went out.
Ray
blah
Lewis,
blah blah.
Deer antler spray.
It was just.
I heard
didn't think they
O'Neal
deserved
bring
that
up
win.
Ray Lewis yesterday, and I'm like, God, the deer antler spray that week was the most ridiculous thing. He did steroids. He tore his pec and played in the same season. It's impossible.
Steroids in the NFL. I kind of just
And then Randy talking all this smack that whole week about how he's better than Rice and doesn't even make an effort to go after it was a slightly overthrown ball from Kaepernick. He's just kind of
Did steroids bother you in the NFL?
No,
You've been doing it for years.
This is the problem. He got caught red-handed the week of the Super Bowl, and they're like, nothing to see here. And it was just like the Ohtani thing. It was like, nothing to see? Nothing to see.
Ray Lewis caught red-handed? Crazy.
Oh, boy.
He was taking a steroid to recover from a torn pec. It was so obvious. And everyone was like, of course everyone's doing this. No one had ever, if I say deer antler spray, there's only one thing you think of.
Wow. I got two of these back to back. And then I got a question for you about the regrets. I got two of these back to back.
Putting a punt returner back after the guy's already muffed 10,000 punts.
That's one of them.
Yeah, of course.
Coach Buck, former head coach of Reardon basketball.
Yeah.
What up, Coach Buck? And then Worldwide Half.
What'd they
chiming
say?
in with the same regret.
What?
Is the biggest regret moving the team from Candlestick Park to Levi Stadium?
Wow.
Where's that rank up there as regrets?
On that one.
And then I guess there's some new tailgating rules. What's going on with the tailgating rules?
I don't know. Everyone was, you got to make a big deal about the tailgating.
What's going on with the tailgating?
I don't know.
I haven't looked into it yet.
Somebody who knows, let us know.
Yeah. All right. You want to give us a call about that. Where does that rank? Moving from Candlestick to Levi's.
If you bring up, tailgating, in my mind, and this is just going way back, the propaganda, and I know he's your buddy, and I love him. I love him. But Fitz jamming it down my throat that the fan experience at Levi's is going to be so superior because of the tailgating when it was like the least accurate of all of the propaganda points that Jed had him read for a decade straight. Just jamming the fan experience down my throat as a listener. Drove me nuts. I love you, Fitz, but you were reading literally like Jed gave him the script to read.
Don't talk about that.
R.I.P. to Bob Fitzgerald ever coming on this show.
He knows I love him.
I live with these people. I love these people.
Like,
They're part of my family.
I tailgate every week.
R.I.P. to Bob Fitzgerald ever coming on the show again.
Sponte, of all the parts of Levi Stadium, the least fan-friendly is the fan experience in the tailgate area. Come on.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
Come on.
I'm gonna leave that alone.
They made that such a big deal. Did they not?
I don't remember. 415.
What is going on here?
I love him.
Reggie White going to Green Bay instead of the 49ers. It changed the NFC. God told him to go to Green Bay, and he went to Green Bay.
So we're blaming God.
I mean, that's what Reggie White said. God steered him to Green Bay.
The only person God ever told to go to Green Bay, Wisconsin.
I may have to make that my road trip this year. They're playing Green Bay Thanksgiving, the weekend of Thanksgiving. Yeah. I have to do that. Green Bay or Buffalo, man. I got to go to a road game. Maybe it's Green Bay. Because they're going to be good, too. I get to see Jordan Love. Well, I saw Jordan Love last year, but Levi's, the traffic down to Levi's on game day is a problem.
Really quick, I do have the story if you guys want on the issue there. So over 2,500 people have signed a petition demanding to speak with the 49ers over a rule changes for Levi's Stadium parking before games. This new policy is called directed parking. It's a system where parking lot attendants will direct cars into the next available spot. The petition, which was started by Niners Empire, says this prevents parties from parking next to one another, causing problems for large tailgates, and is just representative of the poor communication between the 49ers and season ticket holders. So basically, it prevents people from getting together and tailgating together and just inconveniences them on game day.
You know what the problem is with the parking lot? Because trust me, I've been in a million parking lots. Okay? It's the ingress, egress, the setup that they have, and the stupid. This is another thing that they championed. We're all gonna march in, all of us, 49-mile walk, and they have this one section where they walk right through the middle of the entire parking lot, so you can either go left or right, and they split the whole thing up. And it ruins the whole parking lot. It's as if
it's not good.
This happens a lot, and with with SFMTA and DPW, they look at it on Google Earth and they're like, let's change this from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. This looks good. This looks good on a computer. And then you drive down and you're like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Don't let this
the practical application. Have any of the people creating the rules ever been to a tailgate? Have they ever actually driven in and out of a game on game day? It's a big problem for me. Honestly, it's one of my biggest sticking points.
Don't let the season go awry, because Stadium Talk will all of a sudden run rampant here. What did you see this? 408. Xfinity Mobile text line. No spine, Bonte, not trying to criticize the Niners. No, I'm not trying to criticize colleagues that I work with. That's what that is.
Well, no, I live with these people. I love these
things.
people. They're part of my family.
That's where I'm at with that. I don't do that.
The Niners put out for about 5 straight years when they were trying to sell the public on it, the fan experience. That was the whole thing with Levi's, was selling the fan experience, and how Candlestick's fan experience of getting in and out was dilapidated and old.
You know what?
It's identical.
You know what? I hear it both ways. I hear fans say the fan experience is great at the tailgates. When they're winning, nobody complains about it. Nobody complains about anything when they're winning. And then when they lose, we're complaining about everything.
Wait, time.
The complaining is very minimized when they win games. Very minimized.
Everybody complained at the Detroit game and at the Dallas game the year prior. Getting off the freeway into the stadium took an hour and a half for everyone. It was wild. 10 years in.
Guess what? That happens in a lot of stadiums.
It did not take an hour and a half to get from 3rd Street to Gilman.
You know how long it took me to get into the U.S. Open, Flushing Meadows? A lot of people are gone. Happens when you got 70,000 people trying to go to one place at one time. All right, more coming up, brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Biggest regrets.
O'Reilly Auto Parts Loaner Tool Program offers more than 80...
second-year receiver, punt returner Kyle Williams with no Ted Ginn Jr. available because of a knee injury. He's muffed to punt, and now this one is knocked out by Jaquan Williams, recovered by the Giants already inside field goal range.
Hey, yo, it's Zushi, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
Is that your biggest regret, Kyle Williams?
Which one?
Not once, but twice. Actually, 3 times because he fumbled a reverse that could have gone for about 50 or maybe even a touchdown.
It is sad, but it's true.
Bonte, the hardest part wasn't even the actual play. It was the one where he was like backing up and it hit him, right? And then he's on the sidelines, okay?
Saying that it didn't hit him.
Well, not me. No, I didn't. I never hit. It's like, it hit you not once, but I think it hit you twice.
Anthony Davis point, that is Anthony Davis, the look, hitting the stare at Kyle Williams. Then in that game, too, somebody just brought it up on the Xfinity Mobile text line. 650.
What's that?
Oh, that's Oscar and EPA. Ahmed Bradshaw.
Well, he fumbled.
He fumbled.
Yeah.
They called, what was it, further progress?
Yeah. The whistle blew, even though no whistle blew.
Yeah, it was awful. What's your biggest regret as a Niner fan as we get ready for week 1? We see the Chiefs, and we see the Ravens, and they're going to show a lot of Super Bowl highlights, and they're going to talk about it, and they're say, boy, the Chiefs are going to go for a three-peat, the first team in NFL history, possibly three-peat. All those bad memories going to conjure up in our minds, 49er fans, and we're going to look at that Super Bowl saying, boy, we're going to regret it. Like, what's the play that you regret in the Super Bowl? Is it Ray McCloud, the fumble on the punt return that hit? Who they hit? Darrell Luter?
CMC fumble. Oof. The CMC fumble, because it's like the opening drive, they were marching down.
They were rolling.
And like all of a sudden that, and then, you know, we could laugh at, or I guess people could be mad at George Kittle. Like, I get when the audio comes out and he's kind of goofing around, but that's it. That's who he is.
Yeah.
And I don't know, that whole play, it just sucks. That play sucks.
That's a bad play. I regret 3rd and 15. That may be my biggest regret now, because I keep talking about it, and I truly believe that 3rd and 15 doesn't happen in Super Bowl 54. Does Andy and Mahomes and Kelsey get back to the Super Bowl next year against Tampa Bay? Do they beat Tampa Bay? It's in Tampa Bay. They probably lose to Brady, and then all of a sudden they're 0-2. They lose to Cincinnati, the AFC Championship game, blow a 21-3 lead. Where's Andy at now? 3rd and 15, one of my biggest regrets. I'm going to go to the calls here. By the way, join 95.7 The Game at Hardy Park Friday, September the 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society. San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by ATCO Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. Hi, Bay, San Carlos. What's happening, man? You're on the roast.
What's up, fellas?
What's up,
how's
baby?
It going?
Hey.
All right. My biggest regret, and it's not, the Kyle Williams was rough, but I don't think we beat the Patriots that year. Niners did not have the DBs to cover, so that was rough. But for me, I don't know if you guys can go back to 1990 when Roger Craig fumbled and they were going for the 3-peat.
Oh, yeah.
That one hurt because Niners had a good team then. Then I think they would have beat the Bills in that Super Bowl with Joe Montana.
Well, he was hurt. He probably wouldn't play that game against the Buffalo Bills.
Steve had the final 4 plays or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But Steve Young was solid,
Joe Montana doesn't get hurt if they just keep running the ball and he doesn't fumble.
Craig fumbled after Montana got hurt.
He rolled out right and got hit by Marshall and Pepper Johnson, and they just blasted him.
Yeah, Craig fumbled after Montana
he
got hurt.
Essentially carried off the field by trainers, or I guess arms around him. He got snapped in half, dude. He was lucky they didn't lose the ball on that play.
He got popped.
The ball got knocked out and fell right underneath them.
Yep.
Those all white New York Giants jerseys, as much as I hate the New York Giants,
they're not bad.
I do like those.
They're not bad. I can't stand the Miami Hurricanes. They look sick in all white at the Swamp. That's the first time I've seen them go all white. They usually go with the orange pants, the white jerseys. Sometimes they go with the green pants. They went all white, and them 2 brothers in the end zone, they did the simultaneous gator chomp. I said, oh, the Q is back. They are back. They're now talking trash and stealing recruits. 925 Xfinity Mobile text line. Moody missing a kick in the Super Bowl last year would have been OT, PAT. What is your biggest regret, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. Let's play the Rodgers cut against Benoni if you can, because Aaron Rodgers said this when he was drafted by the Green Bay Packers.
How disappointed are you that you will not be a 49er?
Not as disappointed as the 49ers will be that they didn't draft me.
And now it's coming out of Cal Berkeley. He grew up a Niner fan, went to Butte College, JUCO, then goes to Cal. He goes on to have a historic NFL career. Yeah, there's been some playoff shortcomings. No doubt about it. No doubt. He does have the one Super Bowl. But he was drafted way back in 2005, 24th overall. Alex Smith goes number 1 overall out of Utah. Hadn't even taken a snap under center, which is crazy part. He was in shotgun at Utah.
Is he the oldest player in the NFL into
40?
Into this year?
It's got to be, right?
He's got to be.
40? It's got to be the oldest player, which is crazy.
I was going to say, is Jason Peters still around? He's like 42, I think.
Yeah, he signed. Who did he sign to last year, Jason Peters? He signed somewhere. I don't know if he's on the team right now, though. Rodgers might be the oldest player in this league right now. And for Marty Lyons, what he said was that he's still spitting it. Rodgers, oldest player in the league?
Yep, he's going to be 41 in December 2nd, but yeah, he is currently the oldest active player in the NFL.
So despite all the playoff wins that the Niners have had over Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers and dominating them, they didn't score an offensive touchdown 1 year at Lambeau Field. They beat them down by throwing the ball 8 times in the NFC Championship game. Raheem Mostert went crazy. Is that still one of the biggest regrets for Niner fans, not selecting Aaron Rodgers a bona fide first ballot Hall of Famer?
I mean, I know I'm just going to speak for myself. Like, I'm so over that. It was for a long time, but I'm so over it. And it's kind of a tired conversation. To me, it's the Brady one. Like Brady, man. I mean, and Brady wouldn't have cost you anything. He just comes. You just pay him. And maybe you win 2. You know, maybe you win 2, not even 1, 2.
It is sad, but it's true.
Maybe he's still playing. Could you imagine what he would look like with Debo?
Well, the package deal was there.
With you know,
you would have had Gronk. You would have had Gronk.
100%.
Would you have had Antonio Brown?
Yeah, not sure how that would have landed.
Probably do what Brady says, right?
Stop.
Brady looked cooked. So I was in the train. I was like, give Jimmy another shot. But on the other side of it, I looked at Shanahan and said, you know what? Shanahan, go get your guy. If you're not happy with Jimmy, get the guy that you want. Whether it's Kirk Cousins, whether it's Stafford, whether it's Brady. Go get the guy you want. And so for Shanahan to talk to TK on the Tim Kawakami podcast before trading camp, and he goes, yeah, Brady wanted to come here. And I just thought that we deserve to give Jimmy another shot. Is that going to be one of the biggest blunders he ever has? Like, that's something I just don't let out I don't let that out the building. You know, it's bad enough that Lynch is at Patrick Mahomes' pro day saying, boy, this Patrick Mahomes guy, man. I mean, whoa. Maybe we should rewrite our draft board and not take Solomon Thomas number 3 overall, which could be a candidate for one of the worst draft picks of all time, especially in the top 5. But is that going to end up being the biggest blunder for Shanahan, not saying yes to Tom Brady? It's one thing for Bonte Hill to say, yeah, I don't want Brady. But it's one thing for Tom Brady to call Kyle Shanahan and say, hey, I want to come play for you.
Well, the only way you wipe it away is winning 1 with Brock.
It's the only way.
It's the only consolation prize.
Wow.
I mean, does anybody...
That's 925. That's his biggest regret, drafting Solomon Thomas instead of Patrick Mahomes. Now, I don't know how people felt about Mahomes. The guy I wanted was Deshaun Watson. Now, we could talk about what Deshaun Watson is today and the things that he did. I don't condone any of that. I'm talking about Deshaun Watson coming out of Clemson. Deshaun Watson coming out of Clemson. I love the guy. Well, in his first few years in Houston, he was dynamic.
The Mahomes thing is interesting. We act like he was a 5th or 6th round pick, but was he 10th, 11th overall?
I think he was 10th, and then Watson was 13th. But a lot of teams were trying to trade up for him. Sean Payton was trying to trade up for him.
That's where I'm getting.
Yeah.
Like Sean Payton, in retrospect, said, we really loved him, and I was going to trade up, but then, the Chiefs beat me to it. It's easy to say that.
I thought the Chiefs were trading up to take Christian McCaffrey. So I remember broadcasting the draft show, though, Joe Fortenbaugh and Greg Poppin were doing the draft, and the Chiefs make the trade.
The Peacock Hour.
It was great. That was a great draft show. That was my coming out party. But I remember Coach Baffert goes, Fat Andy's going to draft Christian McCaffrey. And I got the Panthers. I was like, damn, Christian McCaffrey and Andy Reid, damn. And then the Panthers took Christian McCaffrey. I'm like, whoo, thank the heavens for that.
Is there anybody out there that regrets the Niners going to Kyle instead of McVay?
That's a great question. That's a great question. Do you regret?
No, I love Kyle. Kyle's perfect for us. And I think McVay's perfect for LA.
Yeah, he's
it just
an LA
sucks
guy.
that he won and we didn't.
Kyle's not an LA guy. He doesn't seem like an LA guy.
No.
Although, you see the picture of Rick Ross, and you see the hair, and you see the Cabo stuff, and everything like that.
Kyle's sneaky. Midlife crisis?
No, Kyle's got
What's
a sneaky.
going on there?
Kyle gets after it.
I'm teasing.
He gets after it. I don't know. Let's go to
Possibly.
Cruiser to 209. Cruiser to 209. What's happening?
Good morning, my brothers. Good morning. Good morning. Hey,
Cruiser.
I just wanted to address something you said a moment ago, Monte, about I know we played a sound clip of Rodgers saying like the Niners are going to regret not drafting him. And as a young athlete who wanted to play for his favorite team, I can appreciate that. Okay, I can appreciate that. And obviously, well, we pretty much got the upper hand on him. But at the same time, looking back on it, I'm pretty sure Aaron Rodgers is wiping his brow, thinking like, oh God, thank God they didn't draft me because look, we took Alex Smith, and I know Smith isn't as athletically gifted as Rodgers, but at the same time, we had a revolving door at the offensive coordinator position. You know, we probably would have wrecked his career the way that Alex Smith was derailed. So if anything, Aaron Rodgers is surprised to, hey, Niners, you know, man, thank you for passing on me. All right, it kind of worked out. So no. So we would have ruined him.
What is your biggest regret as a Niner fan?
Man, Kyle Williams dropped, man. That breaks my... I have not watched that game back. I will never watch that game back. That hurt more than the Super Bowl loss for me because there was no way the Patriots were going to do us that year. No way. No way. No
Eli Manning was so good in that game. And not in terms of like dicing you up, in terms of evading the pressure. He was throwing the ball away. He was moving around. He got hit so many times in that game. The defensive line for the Niners was suffocating him, and he refused to make a mistake in the pocket. He was so good. It pains me to say it.
This is another great question from the text line 510. Question is, was that Shanahan being loyal to Jimmy or arrogant to think he didn't need Brady?
Probably a little bit both. That's the easy way out.
Because Brady loves to check at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. I think we make too much of Kyle's quote-unquote ego.
But what we do know about Kyle, you got to have an ego to be a coach.
Exactly.
I don't care about
But we act like he's like mastermind. Like, no, I can't bring that guy in because I have to have all the credit. He's not doing that.
His quarterbacks don't have. He discussed that ad nauseum. Why he doesn't give quarterbacks full autonomy at the line of scrimmage. And that's my biggest sticking point when it comes to Brady and Shanahan. Brady loves to check at the line of scrimmage. He wants to control the show, which I'm not mad at. One of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, if not the greatest. Still take Joe in a big game over Brady, but that's just me. But Shanahan does not like his quarterbacks checking at the line of scrimmage.
Can I also dispel a misnomer?
Like, honestly, would that have played? Brady's like, no, screw you, Shanahan. I'm checking the play.
He switched up for however many weeks with Bruce Arians, and then eventually Brady lost his mind, and Bruce Arians adjusted. And Bruce Arians is pretty stubborn. You know, like, we're going to throw the ball way down the field. Brady's like,
7-step dropbacks. Yeah, no doubt.
Nah, we're going to try to, like, dump it off to Leonard Fournette. This thing about Alex Smith and Aaron Rodgers, can we just... People realize, like, as bad as the OCs were, right, for the Niners, as bad as they were, you did have one of the best left tackles in the history of the organization in Joe Staley, who was there for Alex. You had the best running back in 49er history, who was there with Alex. And you also had the second, at the time, could have been the best tight end in the history of the 49ers. So we always do this like, woe is me for Alex. And yeah, the coordinators weren't good. I'm not here to say that. And yeah, his shoulder was banged up, and that was a whole Nolan thing. And we act like he had nothing. Again, I just said to you, he had one of the greatest left tackles the organization's ever had. He had one of the best tight ends and the best running back they've ever had. So, like, this whole woe is me, Alex Smith thing, I think Aaron would have been a little better than Alex, period, no matter what system, no matter who the coach is.
Well, here's my deal with that when it comes, because I agree with you. Number one, he did have talent. And number two, who was more pro-ready? I thought Rodgers, even though Rodgers got the benefit of sitting his first 4 years behind Brett Favre, which it's great for him. Like, I guess in today's day and age, you got rookie quarterbacks who are probably more ready to play in today's game. but I prefer to sit a rookie for at least a season just to let him see it and, go through the bumps and bruises in practice or whatnot and kind of learn in the film room and learn behind a veteran. But I get it. You got to play some of these rookies, and some of them pop, like C.J. Stroud. Some of them just pop. Deshaun Watson popped as a rookie. You know what I'm saying? Mahomes had the benefit of sitting behind Alex. But I just thought Alex Smith playing in the spread system with Urban Meyer, he had never taken a snap under center.
Ever.
They were running the gimmick offense. The Florida Gator offense of Tim Tebow. That's what they're running at Utah under Urban Meyer. And Aaron Rodgers was in the pro-style set with Jeff Tedford. Split backs, I formation. Yeah, we'll go 3 wide. We'll do some shotgun here and there. But I'm going to take snaps under center. He was more ready for the pro game. Even if Rodgers was thrust into action right away, I think Rodgers would have adapted very, very well. There would have been some rough rides early on, but I think he could spin it. He could make all the throws. His arm talent is undeniable. Alex Smith's arm talent was like...
pocket presence, feel for the game, everything. Like, okay, I look at the Indianapolis Colts with Andrew Luck.
Somebody brought up Antonio Bryant, by the way. He was good with that Niners. Then he started driving 200 miles an hour in the Porsche. Where was it? The Lamborghini or Porsche?
Yeah. But like... Look at like the Colts with Andrew Luck. Like, he had horrible coaching, very little talent around him, and he went in there and he was solid. We could see he was a really good player. No one is saying that, Aaron Rodgers winning the Super Bowl with those old Niner teams. I just think he would have been good. Mm-hmm. I think he would have been good. Would he have been this version of Aaron? Probably not. But I'll always say that he was the better player, period. It's inarguable.
No, it is.
It's like saying, if Joe Montana is drafted by the Cardinals, does he become Joe Montana? No. Do I still think he's really good? Yeah, I do actually think he's going to be really good. I do.
It out.
I think that's what I'm saying.
He was a winner everywhere he went. He was a winner everywhere he went. He was a winner.
I mean, people didn't know who any of the receivers were that Aaron Rodgers was throwing to early on in his career. And then early in his career, Devontae Adams couldn't catch a colt. No doubt. People thought that was a horrible draft pick.
And now he's one of the best receivers in football. Marty Lyons, former color commentator for the New York Jets, joined us in the 7 o'clock hour. And, we went behind enemy lines, and you asked him about Aaron Rodgers because we don't know what he looks like. We haven't seen him in the preseason. We haven't seen him in training camp. Now, Baldy's been up there to training camp a lot. He really likes, you could tell Baldy's high on the New York Jets, very high on the Jets. Marty Lyons, he's been at practice, and he says, look, man, the mobility is back with Aaron Rodgers. Expect to see the Aaron Rodgers that we've seen for most of his career. Now, he is 40 years old. But the arm is still there, and he's got weapons, man.
Yeah, with the feet.
Garrett Wilson and Mike Williams is a hell of a duo at the wide receiver position. I don't think nobody's talking about Mike Williams. When he's healthy, he's right. He's a beast. Spinoni knows from the AFC West days. Mike Williams, when he's healthy, he makes big-time catches and big-time plays down the field. And then Garrett Wilson may be one of the best young receivers in all of football. This may be his coming-out party on Monday Night Football. The matchup between him and Diablo Lenore or Charvarius Ward, it's going to be must-see TV. That guy's good. And then you got Breece Hall in the backfield. But if Aaron Rodgers is right, and this offense is humming with that defense, then damn, Monday night's going to be something special. Niners are going to have their work cut out for them. So I'm very eager to see what type of ride. I can't wait to see warm-ups when Aaron Rodgers is out there moving around, warming up, spinning the ball, because we'll be able to get a feel right away.
Was the last time he played at Levi's, the primetime game where he threw the ball to Devontae over Fred Warner?
And they won by a field goal.
Oh, my gosh. That was one of the best throws I've ever seen.
The anticipation.
It was just
That's
incredible.
That's when the Niners botched the kickoff. They should have did the Belichick special.
Oh, my goodness. That's right.
Remember that?
I do remember that.
I mean, that game was a mess.
Was that 2021?
2021.
Trey scored a touchdown before halftime.
They were down 17-0, right?
Yeah, 17-0. They were down. To the left.
They're down 17-0. And they did the quarterback draw behind Big Trent Williams.
Was that the game where Jimmy got stripped in the backfield? They ran it in for a touchdown. One of the Smith brothers, either Preston or the other one.
Jimmy was really bad in that game.
He got stripped at the 15-yard line. They just picked it up, scooped it in, walked in.
They had a drive in the second quarter where Jimmy threw 4 straight medicine balls in the middle of the field. And I swear to God, on 4 straight plays, there's an injury timeout. It wasn't just the Niners who were coming off the field. There was guys from the Green Bay Packers getting hurt from running into each other trying to intercept the ball. It was 4 straight medicine balls. I'll never forget it. I was in the press box in that game, and I was like, there's car accidents happening on every single play. This guy is getting people murdered in the middle of that. I shouldn't say that. He's getting people hurt. Really, really bad.
The Rodgers thing is interesting this year because I've been thinking a lot about Roberts. Everyone's like, Robert Saleh will come to the Niners if it doesn't work out with the Jets and he gets, let go. I got this feeling Rodgers is going to try to sniff around the Niners situation if they don't win it all.
Well, so then you're saying that maybe Brock Purdy's not the franchise quarterback.
No, not that. No, I just think I know Aaron Rodgers. He wanted to come to the Niners, I think, a couple years ago. Don't you?
Well, Shanahan called Matt LaFleur, which really ticked off that relationship. Remember, they had beef for a while.
I think independent of Purdy, and I get, but if they don't win it all, I'm not saying they're going to do it. If I know Rodgers, he's going to try to contact the Niners and try to contact Kyle Shanahan if he's got anything left in the tank.
Would you be down for Rodgers?
I got to see what he looks like, and I'm in love with Brock right now.
In love with Brock to give him all the money?
I don't have to do that right now.
No, I think they should roll with Brock, man. If you ask me, and I'm gonna do this again because I'm a sucker, but if Rodgers did become available, and say Brock Purdy doesn't have the season that he had last year, say there's a little downtick, he throws maybe 26 touchdown passes, and he throws 13 interceptions, and he throws for 3,800 yards instead of the 42 whatever that he threw last season. I still rather ride with Brock Purdy. For this football team, for his mindset, his leadership. You bring in Rodgers, and it's just, you want to talk about noise. And then the budding, and then we go back to the Brady conversation where it was like, well, Rodgers is going to want to check things at the line of scrimmage. Is Shanahan going to be cool with that? A 41-year-old checking things at the line of scrimmage? You know?
I'm just saying, if I know Rodgers, and if it doesn't work out with the Jets, like he will sniff around the Niners. I'm just telling you that's coming.
Yeah.
Oh, Brock wants $65 million? I'll play for $38 million. You know what I mean? Like, it's just Rodgers is going to put himself in one of those positions. Yeah, I don't even know if I'd want to deal with him and the McAfee show and all the things that he says. And does he have like a LeBron aura about him right now? Where they're like the sideshow is like almost offsets how great he was?
It's dissipated a little, this trade he kept. I haven't heard from Rodgers yet. Now, has he made appearances on the Pat McAfee show? Because he will. He will start making appearances on the Pat McAfee show soon. So, Rodgers, it's been kind of quiet on the right. I haven't heard, actually, now that I think about it, his name hasn't surfaced around a lot lately.
Which tells me that he's going to do something.
Well, maybe it's just because we've been caught up in Ayuk Beatty and Trent Williams Beatty and Chris McCaffrey Beatty and Nick Bosa and all that stuff, but I haven't heard much from Aaron Rodgers.
Are we going to give him the American flag to run out with for this Monday night game?
It's turned into a great meme, by the way, the Aaron Rodgers American flag.
If you didn't go like, wow, this is pretty badass. Like last year, like I think we all did, right?
It was September 11th, right?
Yes,
it was special.
Awesome.
2 New York teams. It was really cool.
It was awesome.
And it really sucked that he did. Like the first series, like Achilles, night, like that sucked. Especially after my Niners-Jets Super Bowl prediction sucked even more. But McAfee returning, I should say Aaron Rodgers returning to McAfee every Tuesday. So maybe Tuesday, after the Jets or Niners win that game, we'll hear from him.
Who gets better guests on their show, Kay Adams or McAfee?
Ooh.
I feel like both either have a giant budget or the best connections ever.
McAfee gets the bigger names, but Kay gets people like that are sneaky hard to get.
She gets the players.
She gets the best out of like guys like Debo. She gets a lot of the players. Like
she's got Debo.
But we don't just get players.
She got Ricky Williams.
There's a connection here. Like, is it her budget? Is it her?
I have no idea.
FanDuel helps.
FanDuel. Okay, no, that makes sense. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
She's very good at what she does.
I'm not saying she isn't, but you guys get what I'm saying. Like, these athletes don't do it for nothing. Like, they want to be compensated.
Dan Le Batard is going to go head up with Pat McAfee on Peacock when they move their show.
Really?
Yeah.
He's right after Dan Patrick on Peacock, yeah.
And I guess, they were like, head to head. And I guess Le Batard felt some type of way about McAfee coming to ESPN because he felt like they brought in McAfee to replace him. There's some beef there, I guess. Whatnot. I was reading about this last night.
I'm a big Le Batard fan. The show has got diluted since it went off of terrestrial radio. Yeah. I still get a kick out of it, but I never know who's on any day, and it's
all over.
I think it's easy to be like, the show's not what it used to be. People might say that about us, but it's not. I like Stugatz and Le Batard, and I don't get enough of the two of them.
Yeah. They've been around for 20 years, but they're going straight head up with McAfee, and they're showing their guest list, and it was like they're going to have Jamel Hill and couple other names, and then McAfee's going to have like Belichick and Manning and Adam Schefter and Aaron Rodgers, and he's going to get the Sabins of the world, Nick Saban. Yeah, I mean, just like he's going to get
ESPN
everybody.
Parade, Herb Street, Peyton Manning, who you referenced, like they're all, because they're all ESPN employees, are all on his show.
San Jose Jazz fan and a couple people on YouTube, by the way. Shout out to YouTube. Good to see San Jose Jazz fan yesterday. I guess The Athletic, I don't know if this is true. Maybe we could check this. The Athletic reported that an anonymous agent said that the Jets locker room is in chaos because of Aaron Rodgers, which wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Well, I don't think it's in chaos. I think everybody realizes when you're part of the coaching staff in the front office, Joe Douglas, if they don't get the quarterback thing right this year, they're all out the door. So they have to win 9 or 10 games and try to get into the playoffs, or everyone's done.
Yeah. Frank the Tank's coming on the show tomorrow. That's right, 510. Neither Kay Adams or Pat McAfee gets Frank Gore. We're getting Frank Gore tomorrow. We are getting Frank Gore. Biggest regrets, 888-957-9570. Maybe this is my biggest regret.
Oh, my goodness, Bonte.
Why?
Where you want to begin?
We got to begin with the quarterback position. And Debbie over here.
Debbie,
she knows
big 957 The Game
You're
listener.
You're going to know what time it is. Subscribe to YouTube. Subscribe to Twitch.
Click it.
957 The Game. Joe Shasky the Butcher. Bonte Hill. And what we just saw at the quarterback position.
Oh, my God.
Let me just say this, Shasky. I'll start it off like this. I will be shocked if Trey Lance is the starting at quarterback in week number 1.
B, I'm going to be real with you. I've seen a lot of quarterbacks play for the 49ers. Undeniable talent. But it's not just the physical tools. No. It's the little subtleties of how he played the position, the dropbacks, the ability to move in the pocket when there was a little pressure on the left or right side. And then he throws the ball on time, on the money, in the belly button, letting his receiver turn upfield and make plays.
Let me ask you about the presence.
Oh, my God.
When he steps in the huddle,
bro,
there's a different swagger to this offense. And I know it's just shirts and skin.
Yeah.
They're wearing shorts. There's no pads right now. And it's only, day 3, day 4. But the zip out of his hands, the way he can run and eat up yards and gobble up yards, it just looks different. And poor Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm not going to say poor because he's got a lot of money. He's got a lot of cake.
He's
got the J's.
It sounds worse and worse and worse.
It's one of our best, some of our best work.
Yeah.
I mean,
the worse we get, the better it sounds.
Without that video, I don't think we get the ratings that we get.
Someone said on the YouTube chat, powered by First Snowcloud Credit Union, shout out Timeless Coffee for that take.
You know,
come on, man.
That take was timeless.
Hey, dude, it was timeless. And the buzz that video made in these Bay Area streets, because Greg Cole later on was like, isn't it just fun? Watching number 5, everybody was on the Trey Lance wagon. And then quickly, people jumped off the Trey Lance wagon. Shanahan smiled that day of practice. You want to talk about swagger? He had the slick back hair. Came on the field, holding the football. He had the walkie-talkie. He was smiling from ear to ear watching Trey Lance. He was going in the huddles, tapping him on the helmet. Oh, good job, Trey. Good job.
That aged like a gallon of 2-year-old whole milk.
Poor Debbie. Poor mama who had to buy her kids a Trey Lance jersey, walking back, going to the car. Hey, Shasky, you may want to go back in there and get the Trey Lance jerseys before they sell out. 5 minutes later, they're walking back to the car. It's like, well, got to go back in the team store.
You know what's funny is, like, we get texts like this from the 9-5. This is exactly why I don't take you guys serious. Do you think Kyle Shanahan's really good at his job? I do. He's the one who made the trade for 3 picks, not me. He was just as wrong as I was.
What did y'all say? Boy, Kyle Shanahan loved him so much. When we got back on the private jet after watching Trey Lance, he was already drawing up plays for him, imagining what the offense will look like.
We were wrong, you know? We were wrong. It's okay. It happens. Not everybody's right. Man. Like, Belichick couldn't draft a receiver. Still a great coach.
It's so funny. It's so funny, man. I'm surprised Freezer Cold Takes haven't. Somebody's going to send that to Freezer Cold Takes. They will. We will be got. Trust me. Trust me.
I've got a lot of bad opinions. It happens. Look, this is the other thing. Like, people are like, you said this. It's like, we talk for 25 hours a week live on radio. I'm going to say a lot of things, all right? Some of them are going to be right, and a lot of them are going to be wrong, and that's okay.
Oh, my God.
And I'm man enough to admit that I don't know everything.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, look, you lead into it, man. You lead into it. It's so funny because Debbie, the video was, how many clicks does the video have? Did you take the video down? Did you delete it?
I don't know. It's on there somewhere. I've got a lot of pictures on my media portion of my X.
The bucket hats.
Now look. If Bryce Eldridge ends up being as big of a bust as Trey Lance, then I'll be 0 for 2.
No, well, I mean, we've had some bad takes. Casey Schmidt.
I was excited for. Never did I say Casey Schmidt was going to save the organization.
I'm kidding. You're pretty hyped on Casey Schmidt. It was fun. It was fine. Listen, man. I like to laugh, man. I've had so many bad takes. I've had good takes. I've had bad takes. But the point is, I've got a damn take. All right? I've got an opinion. That's what sports is all about.
Anybody who walks around like I'm right about everything, come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
I mean,
look, if you're any kind of an individual, man or woman out there, and you have a significant other or a loved one in your life, you realize you're wrong a lot. You're wrong a lot.
I was wrong about Brock Purdy. And then I watched the Tampa Bay game, and he's out dueling Tom Brady. I said,
I seen him throw that football.
Oh, man. Remember I did the video? My jaw was dropped.
Jimmy, you in trouble.
Where's that Adrian Peterson sound? Do we got the Adrian Peterson sound? I want the whole clip. When I seen him throw that ball, I said, whew, Alex, you in trouble.
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Can you find the entire clip? Oh, my God. That's how I felt about Trey. Let's go to Joe at Fremont. We got Jerry Stackhouse, by the way, coming up 9:20. New assistant coach of the Warriors. We're going to talk to him for about 10 minutes. Jerry Stackhouse. We all remember Jerry Stackhouse, one of the best two guards in the 90s. Joe at Fremont, what's happening?
What's up, man? I think Charles Haley's got to be up there with the big regret the Niners letting him go to Dallas, man. We lost. We could have won more Super Bowls if he was still with the Niners back then.
That's a good point. And that trade basically catapulted the Dallas Cowboys from, a 10-6 team, 97 team to trying to find their way to, oh, snap, they're going to win 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. That was a huge trade. Huge trade. The 49ers headed to Barton. They all regret that trade. That's a good one, Joe. Let's go to Charles in San Jose. Charles, biggest regret. What you got, Charles?
Man, my biggest regret was my family's close friends with a former 49ers player, and they were playing the Panthers this year. It was the game where Terrell Owens fumbled his touchdown, fumbled the ball in the end zone, and the Niners lost that game.
Where are you working at?
At the end of the game, I'm a construction worker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, nice.
We had a chance to get Reggie White's autograph, and I was too scared to ask him, so that was my biggest regret.
Oh,
I had a chance to get Reggie White's autograph, and I did not get it.
Wow. Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos.
Hey, Bobby. Long time no hear.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking the call. I got 3 points, but I got a what if for you that I'd like to ask you. But in terms of the biggest regret, and I'm going to focus on last season, nothing is controllable. But when you win the coin toss in overtime, and you got Patrick Mahomes on the other side, how in the world do you take the ball first, not knowing what you need to do in order to tie or win the game? That one is just incredible to me. That wasn't anything that was done on the field. That was just to me, that cost. Personally, I think that cost the Super Bowl. So that is the biggest regret. I think your finest moment, you two weren't even really involved. And I know you know this, but when Barnett was trying to do a promo for the show when you had Kate Scott with you, and he said, yo, Kate Scott, somebody and somebody. I think that's when you guys knew you had arrived. But here's my what if, and I know they can find that drop. But here's my what if. First of all, I don't understand anatomy, so I don't understand how you get shot in the chest and absolutely nothing. Liver or stomach gets in the way. So it's just incredible to me. But honestly, if I'm being real, the first thing I thought when I read that story was, how bad a look would it have been?
Oh, he's break it up. The
Morning Roast.
With Kate Scott and somebody.
And then Tim Roy comes in and bails him out.
Did he say our names? Did Tim Roy say our names?
Yeah, Josh Askey and Mateo.
Did he really?
Yeah.
I didn't remember him saying our names. I just thought we got left out. I mean, when Kate Scott got hired, it was, hey, Kate Scott joins 95.7 and came. And then there was another tweet later on that day. Oh, yeah, she's going to work with Joe Shasky and Ponte Hill.
My favorite was I'm playing Madden the other day, and on the screen, the picture of Kate and then a picture of Brock Heward come up for Madden. Michelle's like, she's on Madden? I'm like, yeah. She's like, boy, she really trampolined out of here. She went from the morning roast working in a closet during COVID to doing NBA games and now on Madden.
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh my God. Just watching that game, I was like, Alex, you in trouble, man. You know, Alex, my boy. You know, but that kid right there, he has to be on the field. He has to play. Like, he has to play.
One more time, man. The way he said,
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh my God. Just watching that game, I was like, Alex, you in trouble, man. You know, Alex, my boy. You know, but that kid right there, he has to be on the field. He has to play. Like, he has to play.
Oh, the morning roast with Kate Scott and somebody and nobody and nobody.
It's an all-time drop. It was during a Warrior game.
I know. Yeah.
I was like,
That's how we felt about Trey Lance and Jimmy. When Jimmy threw an interception, I wasn't even looking. I was talking to somebody, and he throws something, and I turn around, the ball's fluttering in the air like a quacker. Duck, 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 quack, quack, quack. And I'm like, Jimmy G, you in trouble. That Trey Lance video is unbelievable, man. It is an all-time classic. I think some of our best work. It really is. You hate it, huh? You don't like being wrong. No, it's not embarrassing. It's fun.
So bad.
Why is it embarrassing?
No, but I believed it, and it's so bad.
Yeah, of course.
It's just so bad. It's like when your buddy, you know, like, is convinced. I don't know. It was just so bad. It was just so bad.
I mean, I've been wrong so many times. I've been wrong so many times.
So bad.
So many times.
And they just live in infamy. They just live out there in the ethos. You know, nobody remembers that I was the first on Josh Allen, but missing on Trey Lance. You know,
you gotta lead into it, man. You can laugh about it.
Oh, I've laughed.
Laugh about it because I know I've been right about things. I don't care about that, but they're wrong. They're being wrong. Like I thought. Terrence Jones, by the way, coming out of Kentucky. He had that national championship. I was like, oh my God, the Warriors need to draft this guy. This guy's the future. Terrence Jones barely could crack the Rockets and couldn't even get out the G League. You know what I'm saying? I've been wrong about a lot of hoopers, a lot of baseball players, a lot of football players, and I'll be wrong more. I'll be wrong about some takes this football season. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I wasn't wrong about Jerry Stackhouse, though. I knew Jerry Stackhouse would be a good player. And now he's a coach to Golden State Warriors. We'll talk to Stack for a couple minutes. How did he get into coaching? He's coming to Golden State. He's coaching Draymond and Steph. He's next to Steve Kerr. Former North Carolina Tar Heel, former Piston, former Sixer, all that stuff. Stackhouse coming up on the morning roast. We'll get right back into football.
Yeah.
Predictions, Chiefs, Ravens, all that good stuff. Eagles, Packers tomorrow. That's all coming up on the roast. Brought to you by Express Employment Professionals.
If your supply chain demands a flexible workforce, hire with Express Employment.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph. He's making the rounds in New York City. New York City. Steph, he's been everywhere. There's a golf tournament out there. Our boy Miles, Ralph's son, who Ralph is no longer, he's still running Coyote Creek. He's at another course closer to his house. That's where it is?
Oh, no, I don't know.
I talked to him over the phone a couple weeks ago, but he's at another course. Ralph, you're out there listening.
Love Ralph.
Let me know what it is. But his son Miles, who goes to Oregon, his other son, he just moved him down to San Jose State. So they're going to have an empty household for the first time in many, many years. So Ralph was telling me, wifey was just go get a little emotional. I'm like, Big Ralph, you will too. But Miles is up there at Oregon, and Miles got to check out everything. The Olympic trials and track and field up there at Oregon, Miles is there. Got a picture with Steph Curry, so Miles is living the dream right now. Shout out to Ralph and the company and everybody out there.
Ralph's going through kind of what Steiny was going through, because Steiny's like, what are you going to do this afternoon? I was like, well, yeah, try to get a nap in. I gotta watch the little guy, and my wife's working super late. She has some work function or whatever going on tonight. He's like, oh, those days. I forgot about those days when you're just you all alone. It's great for the first couple hours, and then you're like, I got to get a nap. I got to eat. I can't do this. I'm like, yeah, I know, Steiny.
Or you just have to bring your daughter to work.
You the real MVP.
Baby Chaz, here, sit on my lap for the first couple seconds. I mean, what was that?
Who was Steiny's real laugh?
That's Bonte? That sounds like Steiny.
Oh, my gosh.
He sounds like the Penguin in the new HBO doc.
Well, it is funny.
Did you guys hear Trent Williams laugh the other day at the podium? He's got a crazy little laugh. Somebody asked him about training camp. Hey, Rupert, maybe you don't mind skipping training camp. And he laughed. It was a crazy little laugh. If you find it, but I know you will. Trent Williams laugh. I want you to, Farhan, Trent Williams, Steiny, Guru. We compare laughs coming up on after Jerry Stackhouse. He'll join us at 9:30. Jerry Stackhouse, 9:30. Not now. Jerry Stackhouse, 9:30. That's coming up. New assistant Warriors head coach. But let's go to Will in Reno. Will, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way fucking better listening to this 49.
I mean,
save that. We got a new Jim Barnett
you know what
moment.
I want to do?
We got a new Jim Barnett
That's going to be a rejoin. We're cutting that out. That's a rejoin right there.
I want the curse counter on the wall. You know how like they say days like without an accident on this job site? I want to have days without a caller cursing or a guest cursing on the job site.
No, don't do that because somebody's going to purposely curse
No,
every single
I know,
day.
but it's like every single segment. We might even go like minutes.
That was great. That was
He straight
unbelievable.
ejected out of your name. What's up, Joe?
And
he just kept going.
No, I love that. Can you replay? That is too good.
I told you, recently I was out and about. And
oh my gosh,
I thought this one guy was somebody and he wasn't. And I addressed him as who I thought he was. And he's like, yeah, that's not me. And I was like, oh no. And my wife watched the whole interaction go down. And she was like, that was painful. Painful. Yeah, I was like referencing this guy's dad, and I felt so bad. I just totally confused them. I had a brain fart.
This is what I do. When I forget a person's name or don't know who they are.
No, but I thought he was someone else.
Yeah.
It was me.
Even when I do that, though, pardon me, when I do that, I can't stop laughing at Will and Rito. I tell Anna, I was like, hey, I don't remember. Can you? And Anna's like, oh, I got it.
Yeah, no, see, I was convinced it was someone else. I was like, oh, yeah, what's up with your dad, dude? Like this here. My dad? My dad lives across the country. I'm like, I just seen him like a week ago. And he's like, what? And I'm like, uh-oh. And then I knew like right then and there, like I was in trouble.
Can you play Will and Rito real quick?
Maybe we need a curse jar.
What's up? Yeah, 9650. What's up, man? Is my go-to. What's up, big dog?
Well,
that's what I always use.
That's when you have no idea.
Right.
Oh, what's up? Good to see you. You know, like that's different. I legitimately thought it was someone else.
Do you have Will and Rito? Let's go to Will in Reno. Will, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better listening to this 49.
The pause. We got to count how many seconds the pause was.
Shasky, I listen to you guys in Reno. Will, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I
He almost got a 3-second violation.
Oh, man.
Poor guy. Call back in.
You got Jim Barnett. Yeah, I don't think you can call back in, man. You can dump, dude.
It's like when when the computer gets the umbrella or the rainbow circle thing and it starts buffering.
Right. So the Doobie Awards coming up in December. Will Marino's got to be in the category.
I have my own category this year. It's called Dismissal of the Year. And it's me just dismissing people left and right. And it's not good.
Oh, so it's Shasky's category.
It is.
Shasky's Dismissal of the Year.
But you have
a lot I'd have to go through there to find all those. You have a lot of dismissals.
I don't have any dismissals.
Yes,
I don't
you
dismiss anybody.
Just fire Farhan, fire everybody.
Just the Giants.
What is that one?
No.
It's over.
Oh, just
fire everybody.
Bonte dismisses the Giants.
No, I don't dismiss anybody. I'm a big fan.
But no, Shasky, your dismissals of people, that's a lot of audio.
So what do we have? Pete
through.
King?
Yeah,
Baggerly, your boy.
I forgot about Bags.
For somebody who's a former caller, you sure do dismiss a lot of callers.
Tony in Oakland, Javier.
Who?
Tony in Oakland.
You dismissed her every 3.5 seconds.
Did she call last week? I was at the U.S. Open.
No, she didn't call. I wouldn't let her on.
Wow.
Speaking of dismissals.
Yeah.
Wow.
Who else?
Pavs, you've dismissed him a few times. Kawakami.
You dismiss everybody in the media. Let's just keep it real.
Hi, how are you?
Pavs and I are cool.
You can't show up in the press box.
I don't want to.
I'm actually a little petrified of showing up in the press box of Levi's. It's been a couple years.
Just blame me.
No, I'm not going to do that. That doesn't
that's
work,
what I do.
Shasky. Yeah, that doesn't
In
work.
the words of
when I get stink eyes at Giants games.
Blame it on me. Who's giving you a stink eye?
I'm making stuff up. No one gets
Yeah, exactly.
We wouldn't tell you if we...
That is true, actually.
We would tell you anyway.
I've had a few conversations about you guys at Giants games with media members.
Shasky's made the rounds in certain places.
His name gets brought up every now and then.
Hey, look. I am who I am, all right? Why is that a bad thing?
No, we're not saying
I keep it a buck, all right? Everybody's like, keeping it real. I do keep it real, all right?
Yeah.
My opinions are not paid for, all right? And sometimes, I'm an equal opportunist.
You do get paid for those opinions, though.
Sometimes I credit, sometimes I demerit.
Like, your opinions are literally, you're paid for these opinions. Like, you're the
different.
definitions of paid for opinions.
Yeah, but mine aren't saturated with, read this script from the team.
Oh, man.
Suppose so.
You guys make my morning drive way better.
Can you give me Bonte dismissing the Giants when he basically said, just fire Farhan and fire everybody?
I've done that
That's the dismissal. That's a great dismissal.
Just sell and just fire everybody.
I am rooting against the Giants.
I mean, I fire Farhan about 800 times already. The counter's going to go up to 900 by the end of the month.
Well, I was reflecting yesterday after Dave Fleming was basically having to defend me to his children. I'm like, oh boy, this isn't good. And I love Dave so much, and I probably put him in a bad position, just like you.
Oh, you think?
But isn't this entertainment?
No,
don't you want to be entertained?
That's serious.
I'm the court jester of this show. If you're the king, I'm the court jester. Somebody's got to bring a little levity.
I'm not the king, man. I'm not the king. I'm just a dad. I'm just a girl dad getting punked around all the time. By the way, I need to do this. Shout out Premier Limos. My boy Roger, who gave us a ride out there. Baby Ches loved the Escalade. They came up in the Escalade. Steve and Premier Limos, they take care of us. I offered Shasky right to drive. Right, dude, it was so smooth. It was so smooth, Ches fell asleep in the car. She never falls asleep anymore in the car. She fell asleep, and I was like, damn, this is going to be... So I had to basically wake her up by taking her out the car seat. So she was a little grumpy, a little cranky.
What time's bedtime? She's about to be 4, right?
Usually around 8 o'clock, but sometimes we don't get her down to bed till 8:45. It's always a process.
Sounds like my bedtime.
And this is what happens, and this has been happening lately. We got to rethink things at night. And it's like, so how do you want to tackle this? You get the kitchen, I get bed. All right, I'll get the kitchen today.
Kitchen what? Clean?
Like cleaning the kitchen.
You got to clean it all the time. The kitchen's always dirty.
All the time.
Period.
So,
it's like laundry.
But
it's never ending.
Who's going to tackle the kitchen? Who's going to put her to bed? So I end up cleaning the kitchen, and then Baby Chess, I want Papa to put me down. I want Papa to put me to sleep. I want Papa to put me to sleep. So then that's another process. And so, it was an all-day affair yesterday with Baby Chess. I still got a game in last night against Texas.
Yeah.
For LSU, so.
I'm worried I'm getting a little carpal tunnel from playing so much video games.
You know, my thumb spazzed out last week in New York out of nowhere. It just, Anna saw it. She's like, what's going on? I was like, I don't know. And I know exactly what that is. No, it did. It spazzed out. I swear to God.
Tweeting or video games?
No, video games for sure, because I don't tweet much anymore, man.
Swiping right?
Oh, man. Let's freaking River Island's Gaslight.
Double-clicking the like button.
It spazzed out of nowhere in the Uber. It was crazy. Crazy. All right. Shasky, you remember this guy. And I remember when I used to have a Sports Illustrated subscription. This man was Player of the Year as a sophomore on the cover of Sports Illustrated. He was a super sophomore, according to Dick Vitale, in this double overtime classic at Cameron Indoor Stadium against Duke University. Remember, what's my guy's name? Capel. Jeff Capel. Hit the half-court shot, sent it to overtime to go to double overtime. North Carolina ends up winning 102-100. But this play right here stole the show in regulation.
Stackhouse. America! Are you serious? That is a super. Look at him squat. Look at him dancing. Jerry Stackhouse. He's incredible. He's awesome.
I can't believe, man, that was in 1995. We're getting old, Shasky. We're getting old.
I wanted the Warriors to draft him or Sheed in that draft.
So
I know they went with Joe Smith, and he had a good rookie year, but that's who I wanted.
I mean, I love Jerry Stackhouse, number 3 overall pick in 1995, and now he's the assistant coach with the Golden State Warriors alongside Terry Stotts. They're going to work next to Steve Kerr. They're on. And Jerry Stackhouse, what do you know? He's on the River Islands guest line right now. Stack, what's happening, man? Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky, 95.7 The Game. How you doing this morning?
Man, I'm great, man. Man, that's 30 years ago, man. Y'all still got that kind of memory?
Oh, my gosh. I swear to God, that's when I started loving North Carolina. It was you and Sheed as super sophomores. I wanted you guys to win the national championship so bad. I remember the first round, maybe the second round against Iowa State. You guys had to play without Rasheed Wallace. He had an ankle injury, and you guys are down like 16 early in the game, and you guys just came back and rolled. I remember that team like it was nothing, man. You were awesome, Stack. I mean, I can't believe you're coaching now.
I appreciate it. Man, no, that was a Surridge Wicker game. Surridge stepped up big time in Sheed's absence. Sheed's ankle injury right there hurt us a little bit in the Final Four, but man, we were still able to get there.
Nah, you guys were loaded with Dean Smith and company. Go ahead, Shasky.
Why did you wear 42? I always wanted to ask that question because for a guard, it just wasn't. It's not one of the numbers that pops in your head. So I'm always curious. Why 42?
Yeah, it was a couple of different reasons. Obviously, as I grew to knew, more about the number and Jackie Robinson and, that and his legacy and what he meant to, all athletes. But, I mean, originally I was just a big Laker James Worthy fan. And, and that was kind of that position that I played. I was thought of more of a forward when I was coming up. I mean, I was like 6'4" in the 8th grade. I thought I was going to be a 7-footer. So I wound up didn't grow it much more and wound up being a guard, but I just stuck with that 42.
Makes sense because Worthy played in North Carolina.
Yeah,
you're from North Carolina. They won the national championship. And, of course, you ended up attending North Carolina. And, of course, you were a 2-time All-Star, had a long NBA career. But now you're a coach, and you're coaching with the Golden State Warriors. And you got Steph Curry. You have Draymond Green. You got the banners up here. I always wondered, what got you into coaching? Because you did a great job at Vanderbilt. Obviously, you traveled to Toronto and Memphis. You coached the G League team. What got Jerry Stackhouse into coaching?
Man, it's crazy. I was actually going to watch my son when he was probably like in the 7th or 8th grade, and I was still playing. And I was just, I just saw they were just rolling the balls out there to him. I was like, man, these kids are at the age where they could really kind of learn the game a little bit more. So I got invested in it. So I really started in grassroots basketball with my son. And then from that, once I got an AAU program, and Brandon Ingram from my hometown, his dad reached out to me about him playing with me. And from that, we kind of got a sponsorship from Adidas. Adidas asked me to take a team over to Treviso for the Euro camp, and there I was in front of some, a lot of GMs and coaches coaching, and Masai Ujiri reached out. He wanted to add more of a player perspective to the coaching staff, and the rest is kind of history, man. A year after that, being on Dwayne Casey's staff, I was in charge of the G League team. We won a championship, went back to the finals the second year. So I guess people said he might know a little bit about coaching basketball, and from that, here I am, man. So it's been a kind of an unexpected journey. If you asked me when I was playing that I was ever going to be a coach, I would have been like, hell no. But I love it, man. I love being able to give back, being able to share all of the things that I've learned from the great coaches and the great players that I played with, and now being able to impart that with, being able to come in here and, get under the hood of a dynasty, So, I couldn't pass up that opportunity, man, when they reached out. So I'm excited as hell to be here.
Yeah, D-League Coach of the Year, Shasky, champion, and the SEC Coach of the Year 2023 with Vanderbilt.
Wow. That was some accolades. You brought up AAU. And, I don't know, when we were coming up, it was different. You played for your park, you played for your school or whatever, and there might have been one AAU
Hold on, we'll
team.
say he accidentally hung up. He'll call right back. He'll call right back. Well,
I was going to ask him about the AAU circuit because, you just see a lot of rhetoric about American basketball, and I think baseball falls into this same category right now currently, where there's this obsession with tournaments and games and accolades,
right,
and winning every weekend. It's like, I gotta win every weekend, gotta win every weekend. And there's not the same emphasis on development, right, and fundamentals. All right, Jerry's back with us. You did AAU for a while, and I'm just curious your perspective on this. I'm a big believer in developing young players and learning how to play the game. And yeah, it's great to play a lot of games, but it doesn't matter if you win a tournament in Atlanta or in Phoenix or whatever every weekend. Are you getting better? Are you learning the intricacies of how to play within a 5-man unit and things like that? When you watch the AAU game, as a guy who played on the highest level, and now with all the coaching experience that you have, what's right about AAU and what's wrong about AAU right now? Because there are people doing it the right way. It feels like they're few and far between.
Man, you're speaking the gospel right now. I mean, I think that's the key, just being able to teach guys how to, even in college or even the early professionals, learning how to share the floor with other good players. I mean, I think most guys just don't realize that, you're probably not going to be the man as soon as you step on a college campus or you step into a professional environment. You got to be able to learn how to, kind of fit in and play the game, learn the nuances of the game. And I think that, like you said, there's some programs that do it right, but the ones that don't do it right give these guys, give the ones that are doing it right a bad name. But overall, I do think that it has its purpose. Most of these foreign countries, they have development programs built in for these guys that have a knack of being able to maybe play as a professional. We don't really have anything like that in the U.S. I mean, you're starting to see it a little bit more with the OTEs and the G League at night when they were around. But now I think there's still some programs, man, that really try to get in these kids, make sure that they're on par with what they're doing academically, as well as not trying to play every single weekend, play every tournament, but play in the right tournaments and obviously teach the game the right way. And so I do think there are some programs that are trying to do it the right way.
Jerry Stackhouse here on the River Islands guest line. Don't forget, you could get tickets today, Warrior fans. Yesterday, they started tickets for season ticket holders at 10 a.m. yesterday, Dub Club members as well. Well, today, Warriors insiders will have access to pre-sale tickets starting at 10 a.m., with tickets becoming available to the general public at 4 p.m. Fans will also have the opportunity to purchase an exclusive Warriors NBA Cup mini plan beginning today at 2 p.m. The plan includes tickets to all Warriors NBA Cup games at Chase Center, including the matchups against Dallas Mavericks, a marquee matchup November the 12th. Klay Thompson coming back, and of course, Ja Morant, the Memphis Grizzlies, November 15th, as well as a home opener against the Clippers, October 27th. Go to Warriors.com/mini plans for that. Stack, what is your role going to be here on the Warriors team? They have offensive coordinators, defensive coordinators. Terry Stotts is a great offensive mind. What is going to be your role here with the Golden State Warriors on this bench?
Well, I still think we're, a lot of that. I mean, when I was talking to Steve and I was talking to Mike, it was, more about trying to get some help on the defensive side of the ball, as well as just kind of, again, having a former player with so many young guys. And obviously, I've just coming from an environment for the last 5 years where I've been, really close and tied into this, this Generation Z. You know what I'm saying? They're a little different. I mean, not in a bad way. They're just a little different. And I think being able to have that experience the last 5+ years, obviously, the grassroots stuff as well. We got a lot of young guys that come in. We've got unbelievable talent. Pie. All these kids are moody, and just being able to, hopefully, I played this position as well, so being able to share some things there. But just understanding, and it's a process. It's not always given right away, and being able to handle those highs and lows. I think I can speak to that. But just on the defensive side of the ball, just being able, I felt like this team won 46 games last year. Dre missed a ton of games. I just think with him back into the mix, I may not even be here. So obviously, Kenny got a job. They were looking to kind of shake things up a little bit, and I'm glad I got the call and have an opportunity to be able to help any way I can. And I don't feel like I'm limited to defense or offense. Obviously, I've been a head coach for a while, so it's just whatever. We're gonna have our coaches retreat, in a week or two, and whatever assignment that I get, I'm just gonna try to do my best in it to help us get back to where to where everybody expects us and wants us to be.
Yeah, this is fun because you're bringing up all the old school memories, and we're going down memory lane. And
ACC days.
All we think about is the Warrior perspective. Because I'm gonna bring up something, and it might rub a little sore here. All right, so bear with me. All right.
Don't you go there, man.
You already know where you're going.
We believe. I've always heard it from the Warrior perspective.
67 wins, man. 67 wins.
I know.
Oh man.
But I've heard Stack and Matt Barnes and Barron, and I've heard so many different people from the Warriors and Don Nelson for the Warriors. You were on the Maverick side of things, and I just think people forget how great that team was. You had Dirk and Josh Howard was a stud. You were coming off the bench for that team. What happened from your perspective in that series? Because before the championships, that felt like the championship for Warrior fans. That was the seminal moment of being a Warrior fan for those that weren't alive in '75 when they won it all, pre-Steph Curry. But give me the Maverick perspective, because you were in the deep of it.
Yeah, man. I mean, it was just one of those bad matchups. I mean, just a team that pretty much played with all wing players across the board. Eric Dampier was our center. He was kind of taken out of that. Played Dirk a lot at the 5, and then they put they were switching Matt Barnes and Stephen Jackson. Those guys were kind of getting up under him a little bit. And the thing about it was the kryptonite was really Nelly. Nelly had been with Dirk his whole career, so he knew his strengths and his weaknesses, and he played right into it, make sure those guys crowded him, and again they stayed home a little bit. They didn't just double team a little bit, force him to make tough shots, and again it was. Just a bad matchup. We thought we had the year before the finals run, and then coming back and winning 67 games. Just felt like we were destined to get back, and then we just ran into a buzzsaw. I mean, obviously Barron was unbelievable and a load for us that whole series. He just was able to get in the paint, made plays for those guys, and one of the. What a lot of people look at as one of the biggest upsets, but probably not, because they didn't have anything to lose. They played free, and we did have a lot to lose because of the success we had last year and all of the games that we won in the regular season.
Do you remember Dirk throwing the trash can and putting a big hole in the wall at Oracle?
No, I was probably throwing something in the wall myself somewhere else.
He threw this trash can in the wall, and I think he ended up signing a shirt, the We Believe shirt, that was hanging up there in Oracle Arena right out that visiting locker room. But that was a wild series, man. Is that one of your biggest regrets? Because we're talking about the 49ers. I don't know if you're a 49er fan. Is that, when you look back at your NBA career, because you had a great career. You made All-Star games, averaged 17 points a game. Hell, I loved you at North Carolina. But like Shasky said, we wanted the Warriors to draft you, and you would go number 3 overall to the Sixers. But is that the biggest regret you had in your NBA career, that series right there when you guys did win 67 games and had the number 1 seed?
No, I mean, again, like I said, it's just if things don't pan out the way that you want. But obviously, I thought I should have been a number 1 pick too, just to carry on. I had a hell of a workout of all my NBA workouts, man. I killed this Golden State Warriors workout. I know I did. I was like, man, I'm going number 1 after this. But it worked out. But no, it was definitely. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have any regrets, man. It was tough again, but and then to see them, go to that next round and obviously not do the same against Utah. Man, I was hoping that they would win it on, they would catch fire and go all the way, but I think they left it all in that series, unfortunately for us.
Sassy, do you remember Sports Illustrated with Stack on it? I'll never forget digging the bell because you guys started coming on TV on the West Coast. I remember you guys played like Georgia Tech, and you guys had the baby blue jerseys. And Dick Vitale's like, oh, he's a super sophomore. Stackhouse and Rasheed Wallace. And I'm like, who are these guys? I'm a young kid. Like, dude, these dudes can ball.
That was
and
when
then
the
Sports
ACC
Illustrated. ACC was loaded.
ACC.
I mean, Maryland, Duke,
ACC.
Wake Forest,
Come on.
Georgia Tech. There was no easy games in that conference. And then that tournament was so sick. Like the ACC tournament, whether it's in Greensboro or whatever it was, we lived for it out here on the West Coast. And the Sports Illustrated came in the mail, and it was you on the cover, and you were the player of the year. And I was like, the Warriors got to get that guy. I know you got that, man. You got that on the wall somewhere, right, Stack?
Oh, no doubt, man. I see those a lot with all of the fans bringing those up to get signed and whatnot, man. It was definitely a lot of fun time. I mean, it all just kind of happens fast, man. My earliest thought of probably going to the, my hero was Michael Jordan, and he left after his junior year. So I thought there was no way I would, leave anything, before my junior year. And my mom got sick. She got diagnosed with cancer, and obviously everybody was saying that I would possibly be a top 3 pick. And I mean, I had that conversation with Coach Smith, and Coach Smith he basically told me to go. He's like, as long as I promised him that I would come back and finish my degree, and I did that by less than 95, and by 99. I went back every summer and got my degree. That's the downside of it. I was on bad teams, so we never were in the playoffs. So I had plenty of time to come back and finish it up. So super proud of that, man, and super proud of, I didn't realize how much Coach Smith, played into just everything, man. I appreciate him so much more afterwards, and just all the lessons that he taught me, and definitely that big one, him and my mom. Yeah. It's like, well, yeah, if he does this, you make sure, you come back and get this degree. And that was a happy day for me.
That's when you know they're a great coach. Not only are they teaching you all the X's and O's, they're still a mentor off the floor and somebody you look up to. I mean, that's great. That's what it's all about. All right, you played on a lot of teams with a lot of characters. I mean, we referenced Rasheed. I see all these guys on podcasts. I mean, I can't believe Stack and Barnes are so popular with the podcast. Like, if you'd have told me that 20 years ago, I'd be like, yeah, right. Like, they're going to be in the media. If you were to do a sit down with one guy who you think has the best stories, all right, of all the guys you played with, who would be the guy that you're selecting?
Oh, man, of all the guys that I've played with, man.
Could be a coach.
I don't know. I mean,
it's got to be.
That's a tough one. I mean, I played with MJ and played with LeBron and played with but I honestly still, man, I enjoy listening to KG and Paul Pierce. I think that
KG's out of his mind.
That kid, Matt are good as well. I like all the smoke, but KG, and I mean, he's just hysterical to me, and Paul as well. Those guys are some of the best storytellers that in the NBA. So I definitely probably getting on with those guys at some point for sure.
Has Draymond invited you onto his podcast?
Oh, that's right. I got Drake got a podcast too. I'm pretty sure I'll probably get on that at some point too. But no, I'm just that. I went and saw Dre a couple weeks ago in LA, and spent a little time with him in the gym, man. Just getting to know him a little bit. We've always had a lot of respect from afar. He, when I was in Detroit, he was really close with Joe Dumars' son. He used to come up and whatnot. But no, just being able to build that rapport, man. He's the anchor of that defense, and that's where I'm hopefully going to spend a lot of time, and just wanted to vibe with him a little bit. So again, man, just great opportunity for all of us, and hopefully we can hit the ground running.
I feel like we could talk for another hour because there's so many questions I want to ask you.
We're talking hoops, man.
Yeah, we're talking hoops, man. We love talking hoops on this show. We love not the narrative stuff, but I do got to ask because Sheed was one of my favorite players growing up. What was it like being teammates with Rasheed Wallace? I mean, this guy is out there, right? Technical fouls or whatnot. He was. Did you always see that with him when you first? What was it like arriving on campus to Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and your teammate was Rasheed Wallace as a freshman? Tell us about Rasheed.
Man, she was. First off, I taught Sheed how to drive. He was he couldn't drive coming from Philly, so I had my Blazer, and he was the first. I was like, man, get behind the wheel. He's driving with 2 feet. He got 1 foot on the gas and 1 on the brake. I'm like, oh hell, no, you're gonna kill us all, right? But no, he was always fired. He was the best guy, man. He was the best teammate. I mean, he was always voted. I mean, I guess I think Michael Jordan carried the camera, so it was always voted amongst the upperclassmen who would, carry the camera. And she got selected to carry the camera. He just had that, greater rapport. But still, man, with the officials, when the game got on and there was a bad call, man, he would absolutely lose it. I mean, even in practice. So it wasn't just anything personal against the officials in the NBA. He was mad at Coach Guthridge. So it was just. I think it was just one of those things, man. But he got better at it. I mean, I think him and Coach had some conversations, and some of those early morning weighted vest sessions helped calm some of that down. But she was still gonna be she, man. He's an unbelievable player, one of the best, power forwards I think the game has ever seen. And now he's sharing his opinion. I mean, not that I agree with all of them, but he's sharing his opinion.
He became that stretch forward, Stack. He became that stretch forward, stretch 5.
Yeah.
That we see in today's game.
Era. I think he'd be even better.
He'd be great in today's game.
I think he'd be awesome.
Stack, he'd be perennial.
Before you get out of here, on the current team, all right? If I took Steph off the board and I took Draymond off the board, who are you most excited to kind of work with on the Warriors team currently?
I like the young guys, man. I like Kuminga. I like Trace Jackson. I saw him just getting better. I mean, he came out of nowhere last year. I thought he was unbelievable for the team as a rookie. Just watching film on him, I think he has a lot of potential to, obviously he's playing at 5, but when I saw him, I was like, man, you're not a 5. You should think like you're a 4. I mean, I think he could really sit down. I watched him sit down and guard point guards in the summer league and on switches and things like that. Really excited about him, Moses Moody. Again, when I saw him when I was in LA as well, just actually he was at Arkansas, and this thing could be this young group, potentially the things that he brings to the table, his toughness, especially on the defensive side. I mean, having a young guy like that lead the league in charges taken, man, just a lot of promise with these guys, and then with the vets that they added in, Buddy and KA. I was with KA in Memphis, and he's just kind of a jack of all trades, a guy that you can plug into a lot of different positions, and hopefully Buddy has softened the blow of losing Clay. Clay has been a staple here for a long time, and being able to provide some shooting. So man, it's across the board. Hopefully I hit them all. I mean, Looney, all these guys, man, just having an opportunity to see them up close in person. I'm excited to get going. I think a lot of them are coming in town next week, and we're going to start the build.
Yeah, D'Anthony Melton as well, coming over from Philadelphia by way of Memphis. He's a tough guard who could defend his butt off, and he can shoot the 3.
Man. Yeah. Do a lot of things, man. That probably. I mean, and I'm missing. I'm supposed to be in charge of defense, and that's the best defender. And I didn't even mention him. So no, again, a lot of pieces that I think that we've got a chance to put together and hopefully be special again.
Nah, there's a lot to like with this team. Looney looks like he's in great shape as well. And, Coach, we can't wait to talk to you even more, man. Jerry Stackhouse is assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors. Like, we're Shasky and I are 41 years old, so we remember your old playing days. Felt like we watched your entire career, and it's crazy to see you as a coach now. But we're excited, man. We can't wait to see what you bring to the table. Coach of these youngsters. We're excited about Kuminga. We're excited to see what they can do with Steph and Dre and get back into the playoffs. Coach, man, a lot of fun, man. Best of luck to you this season. Good to have you on our side.
Appreciate you, fellas. Take care.
Great stuff. Anytime. Jerry Stackhouse here on the River Islands Guest Line, man. Jerry Stackhouse on the River Islands Guest Line.
Could have done 5 hours with him.
I mean, unbelievable, right? Unfreaking believable. Jerry Stackhouse, assistant coach. And don't forget, folks, General Public, it's your time to get tickets today. Also, the mini plans with the NBA Cup, Warriors single game tickets going on sale. Go to warriors.com/mini plans. Warriors.com/mini plans. You can get all that information right there. Stackhouse, man.
God, that 95 draft. I remember they took Joe Smith. And Joe Smith, I had a Joe Smith jersey.
He won Rookie of the Year.
I know, but the best player in the ACC were both of the kids coming out of North Carolina, Rashid and Stack. I mean, that was the team. Like, I wanted Rashid Wallace or Stackhouse. It was one of those two.
Yep.
And they didn't go in that direction, and it just drove me. That's Fast Five time.
Again, real quick before Fast Five, just want to get this right. 10 a.m. today, 10 a.m. Warriors Insiders will have access to pre-sale tickets starting at 10 a.m. and then tickets becoming available to the general public at 4 p.m. It did yesterday at 2 p.m. Was the NBA Cup mini plans. So hopefully everybody gobbled up those tickets. Warriors.com/mini plans. Warriors.com/mini plan or 188 GSW Hoop. My final thought, how many fans now are going to be going to Chase Center rocking a throwback Jerry Stackhouse, North Carolina jersey? How many fans will be rocking the Stackhouse jerseys? You know there's always a fan that does that. Somebody's going to be doing it. I almost forgot he was on the We Believe team before, we knew we would get Stack on yesterday, and I was like, oh my God, he was on the We Believe team. So I'm glad you got the question in as they lost to the We Believe team at 6.
I mean, I know there's the Steph fans, and they don't know what it was like pre-Steph Curry, but that was the pinnacle for so many Warrior fans up to that point. So, yeah, and that Mavericks team, I think we kind of scoff at it.
Wins.
They were incredible.
67 wins.
It's like if I say Josh Howard to you guys have no idea.
No idea.
You knew he was good, but not like he was it.
He left things off the table.
Well,
he left things off the table. His career just went sideways. He was a baller. He was an absolute baller. Was Jason Terry on that team?
Yeah, I believe Old Man Terry was on that team.
I thought his biggest regret was going to say when he got suspended in the finals against the Heat, Stackhouse. He got suspended for game 6 or 5, I think, in the finals. I think 3 different Mavericks players in that postseason run got suspended at one point.
They were up 2-0, I believe, and
I thought they were going to win.
Dwayne Wade went crazy.
Yep. Yeah, that was tough. All right, that's it. Nothing, Lubman? Got nothing on Chapman? Nothing? All right. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. A lot of fun today. Enjoy football, everybody. Chiefs or Ravens. I thought we were going to get the Chiefs-Ravens prop today, but I'll do that on my own and try to make some money tonight. Chiefs-Ravens. Enjoy football, everybody. Starting at Goo next.
They say the hardest part of getting something done
brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Still on a high.
I like that.
Still on a high from the summit.
Yep. Cheech and Chong, baby. They stayed high. Yeah.
Fun time last night at Fremont Bank.
Man.
Before I even forget, let me thank Jared and MC for their hospitality before the event.
Yeah.
They great listeners.
No doubt, man.
Great audience. And a lot of fun.
Saw Baby Chaz. We made Baby Chaz.
Let me tell you something.
Beautiful young
That's a well-behaved young lady.
Oh, she was on best behavior.
I don't think I heard a peep out of her.
She was great.
Yeah.
She was great. But the story of the day for me at the summit, along with everybody that was MVP, meeting the Gidding family. Yeah, Mom and Pops, we're stronger now. The relationship, when you meet parents, the relationship is stronger.
So
they're awesome.
I think we've met.
I wanted to leave
the three
with
of
them.
us have. Evan, have you ever met my mom? Have you ever met my mom?
Not in person.
That's the only one that he hasn't met my mom. Other than that, we all know each other. We're tight.
Yeah.
We're tight.
I'm Facebook friends with your mom, though.
Well, she's Facebook.
All we got to do is what the Niners did last Saturday, Kyle's house, have that party. Yeah, that get down. Yeah. Dude, we got a game tonight.
Yes, we do. It's football season, ladies and gentlemen.
Set your lineups.
All right, I got to do something. I got to play this sound from last night. I hate doing it because it's me, but I trust me. I've got an ulterior motive, and it's going to be kind of fun.
Yeah.
So last night we were at the summit, and for the life of me, I just can't figure out what the 49ers' success in the 80s and 90s means today. I mean,
funny.
It's been 30 years since the 49ers won a Super Bowl.
Oh, my gosh.
And we're still talking about Montana and Young and Rice. And those are great memories.
Yeah.
They're great. You got them in your back pocket. But they don't mean anything right now, I don't feel like. So just take a listen. And then I
watched it back. Go ahead.
I got a question for 49er fans after this one.
What in the hell does the 1994 Super Bowl win have to do with now? Thank you. Who's my man?
Wait a minute.
It doesn't matter.
It matters to the psyche and the emotions of the fans.
Yeah, how do you mean half of the fans weren't even alive at that point.
But the ones that were.
Like,
talk to the ones that were alive.
Like the Boston Celtics were like, oh, man, we're still getting over that 87 loss to the Lakers. I mean, what are we doing?
No, but Boston Celtics fans and Lakers fans, every time one of them gets to the finals, they're sitting there with their little tote board.
Let me help you all out.
18-17. So no, Steiny,
1994 is irrelevant.
No, it is to you.
Irrelevant.
It is to you,
of course.
Because
you're not a fan.
Because you're not a fan.
But how does it impact what happens on the field?
Steiny, let me tell you. It doesn't.
Thank you.
It impacts the fans.
Well, I don't care about you all.
That's where you lost. That's where you took the L, Steiner.
You mean nothing. None of you. None of you.
All right, Shtick was in high.
Yeah. That hurt the 10-2 show, I believe.
What do you mean?
That hurt us, Steiny. When you said said it and grabbed you by the neck without doing it, it's about the fans, and you just... I can't use the word on
I can't speak for the Morning Roast listeners.
Yeah.
I know there's a ton of overlap. I can't speak for Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah.
Our listeners know what I'm trying to do.
Right.
And they get it. But here we go.
Take another crack at it.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, Niner fans.
Oh, here comes the voice.
Okay, you won a Super Bowl. It's been 30 years. You'll die for one. You'll do this. You'll do that. Anything for a Super Bowl. All right. Let me ask you this. What would you give up for a Super Bowl if you're a hardcore Niner fan? What would you give up?
What do you mean? Like in life?
Could be in life.
Oh, my goodness.
For example, hey, Niner fans, would you give back 2 of the Golden State Warriors' 4 titles to win a Super Bowl? Would you give back 2?
That's too steep. I would give back 1.
Nope. Got to give up 2. You got to give up the 2 Durant ones. Durant never came.
But then you're giving up a dynasty.
Yes, you are. Now, so how bad you want it?
You're going to have, what deranged mind came up with this? Oh, wow. Dude, 2. I think that's.
Let me ask you this. I'm not out here. You're a Cowboy fan.
Right.
They haven't won in 30 years either, right?
About 95.
Okay. Would you give up drinking for a year, Goo? For a Cowboy Super Bowl?
I'm being real, Steiny. I'm telling you, I would. If I knew in my adolescence, they have not won. I have not, as a grown-ass man with kids, the Cowboys haven't even come close. And my days, Steiny, we don't know how long we have on this great earth. I do wonder if I'm going to see one. And am I going to enjoy it as a 50-year-old OG? You know what I mean? Last time they were getting them, I was young, dumb. Oh, they keep coming 3 and 4. But Steiny, I would give up a year of drinking. And I would go on the Snoop Dogg hard because I'm done with that. But I would go back to that. Steiny, I yearn for that day that I'm telling you. I would do that. And you're looking at me like, you drunk? You can't do it.
Well, that's not the same answer you gave a half hour ago.
But I thought about it. Yeah, I thought about it.
Okay.
I would. And you know what? It would be easy. Now, what if you have somebody, you got to give up meat for a year? You got to give up meat. That's scarier than the drink.
Would you?
I would do that. I'm being real. I think you know who I am at the core. I'm a fan. And that's why yesterday when you said, what does it mean on the field? It doesn't. But what a fan means, Steiny, is love. You've been in love. You've had your heart broken. What little heart you have left, you've had it broken. That's what losses in the Super Bowl mean to fans. They can't let it go. And for the ones that haven't had that heartbreak, they're looking around like, damn, okay, the Patriots, the Chiefs, when are we going to get ours? So I would give up alcohol for a year, and I would give up meat. And I've been thinking about giving up meat anyway.
Well, no, and this is what I'm talking SF 49ers 87. No, I give up listening to Steiny for a Super Bowl. That's funny, but you got I'm talking about
something real.
What kind of sacrifice would you make? What kind of sacrifice would you make if it means that much to you? That's all I'm asking.
What if I told you this is easy? You could watch documentaries for a whole year. Would you do that?
Let's try to use something that I care about. Let's say.
Well, I thought you cared about that. The Ducks.
Oh no, I care about the Ducks, but who's my team? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, be the Warriors.
No.
Oh,
I couldn't do it.
Evan, you can't golf for a year.
No chance.
See, but
I'm different.
Yeah, you're no
different.
You're what? Steiny, I think you're missing out. Like
on what?
Just that roller coaster of fandom. And when you text us about how do you guys do this during the NBA playoffs last year because you're rooting for your guy, Finchie, Steiny is real. Like, that's my drug. I would be in gangs. I would be in jail or prison. My life would be different if I were not a fan. It's helped me. It's helped me with relationships.
How?
It keeps my ass. Oh, Steiny, kept my ass out the streets. All my other friends were doing things that you don't want to write home about, but it was always there, and it was safe. It was fun.
First of all, I have been a fan in my life.
You have,
and I've lived on the edge with the ups and downs, and at some point, I decided. I just can't invest this much time in them.
You were scared.
When I became a grown-up.
Okay. Well, boy, you pissed.
When I became a grown-up. No, I mean, for me, early 90s, mid-90s, when the Celtics dynasty was over and Bird left.
I think that hurt you, Steiny. I'm being real. I think Bird being done cut you because you were into him so much, and it's why you always, just listen to me now, I'm psychoanalyzing you. And I'm not saying you're wrong. It's why you're like, boy, when Curry's done, there's not going to be another year. And there's something to that. But I think Bird on his back at the end and how it ended cut you. And you didn't want to love again. No, Evan's looking at me like, dude, you might be onto something.
Yeah, no. See, this is where I'm different.
Think about it later tonight.
I'll think about it right now. This is where I guess I'm different. I'm grateful for the 10, 11 years he played. 12 or 13, let's say.
But the way it ended didn't...
Nah. I mean, yeah. I
kind of left you alone. Like, who's my new guy? Who am I going to root for?
Nobody.
Could have been Lynn Bias, but we saw what happened there.
That's the other thing. I mean, Bird is Bird, and Curry's Curry. There are so many fans out there that will not have a favorite player ever again like Steph Curry. Like people
until that person comes along, he might not.
I guess I'm ashamed to admit it, but after Bird wasn't as big of a Celtics fan. I just wasn't. I wasn't. And so
people saying I might be onto something.
I don't want to go down this road.
I got you. What would you give up?
That could happen for the Warriors.
Yeah, I would. I'd easily give up sex. That's not hard to do. I was doing with your boy. But yeah, Steiny, I would do it. Please.
No, don't talk about that.
That's a hot streak for me.
Let's not talk about that. But that's a phenomenal question.
No, but I am curious about this. The fans who were around for the 5 Super Bowls, and even the ones who were a little late to the party. I think what Bonte and Chasky said, they were about 10 or 12 when that happened.
And it hurt them.
Why? They won their last Super Bowl in 94, right?
Well, I was talking about the last 3.
Okay.
Even though they were old enough to at least have those 5 under their belt.
Yeah. Okay, so 49er fans, I got 2 things. One is, what would you really, truly give up if the 49ers were to win a Super Bowl? And then 2, if somebody can explain to me the link between the 5 titles in the 80s and 90s to today and how it's relevant to you, that's kind of what I want to get to today. I mean,
Steiny, isn't there a standard? The 5-0 was a standard, and it's not greed. It was based on pride. When we play on the biggest stage, when we do get that opportunity, we are kicking people's ass. I mean, I know the Cincinnati games were relatively close, but you know what I mean? That's what it stems from. And all of a sudden, Steiny, decade to decade, they've lost 3 in a row in fashion that'll break your heart, that you might not get over. And what if, just real quick here, what if the Niners go 10 years without getting back? Those lasting memories of last year's Super Bowl don't go away. They grow and they hurt more. I feel like I'm at a therapist session right now, and I understand it, but I'm trying to get you to kind of understand these things don't come around as often as you think.
I don't think they come around. I would never, that's the thing. I never expect them to come around. The one thing I was thinking about, I was trying to remember me growing up as a Philadelphia Eagles fan, or even let's go Celtics, because they were great in the 80s. I don't think, I don't want to put this. I don't think I ever went into one season as a fan of the Boston Celtics and said, we're going to win it this year. We're going to win it.
How about we got a chance?
Of course. We always had a chance. But I knew there was the Lakers. Yeah. And I knew there was Philadelphia. And I knew the Bucks were pretty good at that point. So that's the one thing. I do feel like there's a segment. I don't want to paint with a broad brush, but there is a segment of 49er fans that expect it. And but I don't think I've ever expected anything as a sports fan. Wow. Growing up, even when I had teams that I loved, you knew they were good, or you hoped they were good. Sometimes you knew they were good, and then sometimes they came through for you, sometimes they didn't, but I never felt like it was a fait accompli.
Hey, you know what?
We were going to do
I'm
it.
thinking about Giant fans right now. 10, 12, and 14. I never once looked at them like I look at the Dodgers or Yankees in regard to, the payroll and the talent, what those teams are now, the Padres. So I don't think the Giants have ever felt that, but yet they got 3. But the Warriors, when we were doing pre and post, Bloop, during the Durant era, Steiny, we were like, wake me up in the finals. They were that good.
Right. And I think they're the exception. Those Warriors teams were the exception.
Now, what about, and we got Steve Weiss from the NFL Network joining us at 11, can't wait. But, Steiny, what about when you just, everywhere you look, this Niner roster for a good 4 or 5 years, people have pointed out and said, they're the best roster in the NFL. Well, you want to the fans want something for that. Not, hey, we got the NFC Championship game, we'll barbecue. That's cool. But, Steiny, at some point, you're not going to have the best roster. You're going to lose because of money, and you can't pay everybody. I think we're in the 3rd and 4th quarter of this being the best roster. So I'm not mad. And what we heard yesterday from the fans at the summit at Fremont Bank is it's getting late in the game. And now you got Mahomes. If you're right about
Let me play
he's
devil's
so
advocate.
great,
Let me play devil's advocate.
we might be in trouble.
Why?
Because Mahomes
I thought you discovered a franchise quarterback in the last year or two.
I told you he's on a good ride. I told you this year, and we both agreed, was important.
Sure.
But he is no Mahomes.
But my point is I get the feeling that a lot of 49er fans are into Brock Purdy. They think he's the real deal, and I understand why they would think that. Oh. And so if you think, I heard Willard say the same thing. If you think Brock Purdy's the real deal, then we're not in the 4th quarter. In fact, we're just getting started. I think it's very possible for the 49ers to...
But that's a whole different conversation. Not saying Willard's wrong, but Steiny, what walking human being or American right now would say, and this no shade at Brock, who's about to reset the market, I believe, I got more confidence in him than Mahomes. I got more confidence in him than Josh Allen.
Well, I don't look at it like that. I look at it like Kyle Shanahan came here, okay, and he tried Beathard, and he tried Mullins, and then they traded for Garoppolo, and they ran Garoppolo out there, and he was pretty good. And then Kyle Shanahan said, I'm going to move up in the draft to get this Trey Lance guy. And Trey Lance isn't the guy. And they go back to Garoppolo, and then Garoppolo gets hurt. Now they go to this guy, Brock Purdy. And in a year and a half, Brock Purdy is terrific. Yes. So think about this. I mean, why is it now or never if Kyle Shanahan has finally found his quarterback in years 6, 7, and 8?
Gotcha.
So he's found him. So now we got Brock Purdy. We found our quarterback. Right. So I don't understand why, we talk about windows closing or
what
now
about
or
if
never.
The D takes a step back?
What do you
defense.
mean? It's possible.
And now you got to score 40 a game.
That's why I don't expect Super Bowls. I root for them, and I want them to win if they're my team. But I think there's an expectation sometimes that's tough. Let's go to Rocky. Rocky in Concord. What would you give up, Rocky?
I would probably give up fishing for a whole year.
Wow.
Really?
Fishing?
But, hey, you don't fish now, so that's not a sacrifice, is it?
No, I fished about 5-6 days a week.
Oh, my goodness.
So fishing is your golf, basically, like it is to me.
Yes, absolutely. As soon as I get off of work, I go straight to the fishing spot.
Oh, nice.
Hey, real quick, when we fished, it was striped bass. What do you fish for?
I still fish for striper and bass.
There you go, baby.
Where, let me ask you, where do you go?
Well, what it is I live out here in Concord in my trailer at my job site, and right next door is a nice fishing spot. So I ain't got nothing to do when I get off of work. My family lives at 5 hours away.
Wow. So that's a big that's a big sacrifice. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Rocky. See, I would not there's no doubt. I'm not a big fan. Or as big a fan as I would not give up golf for a year.
Forget that. Have you ever in your life put bait on a hook?
Yes, I put a worm on.
Okay, look
I
at
put
my
worms
man,
on.
Steiny.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
I like fishing.
Get your hands dirty.
I like fishing. For example, would you give up a Giants World Series?
Playoffs? They got 3 and 5. I would do that.
What about 2?
No, that's too much.
Why? You just give up 10 and 12. You win in 14. We still have that. You still allow the Giants to win that one title since moving west, and now the Niners can finally get one.
You know what? I'm not trying to outsmart this thought because it's fascinating, but it's not like, the Niners are the Indianapolis Colts and they've never gone. They've been there 3 times and had leads in these games. Steiny, come on, man. The lights went out. Remember that? And they came storming back. Like, I feel like they've been in their own way.
707 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. It's year 3, Steiny. Purdy might even be better this year. Huh? Absolutely.
No, nobody's telling
Absolutely.
Taking that off the table.
So,
but what if that's not good enough because things around you, like the defense, they take a step back? Like, I am concerned.
I know you are.
This D-line.
I know you are.
I am this defensive line.
I can't believe. Actually, you know what? I didn't tell you that. I can't. Well, let's quick take off. Let's take Mark. Let's take Mark on 680. What's up, Mark? How you doing, man?
Hey, great. Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
I love your guys' show.
Thank you.
Goo, normally you bring all sorts of great stuff, but you missed the mark yesterday, dude. I know exactly what you would give up for a Niners championship ring. You would give up Shanahan, dude, and that breaks my heart.
Wow. I think I would.
Where's your loyalties at, man? Is it with the people or is it with the ring? Come on, man. You got to do better, buddy.
Now break that down a little. Give me a little bit more about that. Like I've given Kyle his credit. I've talked about his creativity. He don't need me to even bang that drum. But I feel like he's been in his own way.
Not to bring up yesterday.
Okay.
Not to bring up yesterday's stuff, but here we go. Okay, so all the dynasties that have happened throughout all the years. Are you going to say that there was no great players on the other teams and that everybody else should have been thrown aside? They poke fun at Barkley for not having a ring. Are you telling me that team would have been better if they dumped Barkley because he wasn't getting them rings?
Not at all. Not at all.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all do a great show. Thank you very much. Y'all.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it.
It's time to help me out. What was Mark? What was he trying to drive home? Like, I'm not being unfair to Kyle. I'm going to call a spade a spade. I thought 2019, Steiny, he puckered up. He threw the ball and let Chris Jones disrupt their whole offense when the Chiefs could not stop the Niners on the ground. Am I wrong for holding on to, you know what? That was your best chance. Like, am I wrong for that?
I think they have every bit as much of a chance this year as they did last year.
I'm not a guy that the Barkley component of that call, Steiny. Hell no. Barkley was a badass. So was Stockton and Malone. Come on now.
I'm just asking you how much it does mean. How much would a 49ers title mean to you? And what would you sacrifice for that? And then again, I absolutely do want to get into the past and what the past, if anything, has to do with the present as a fan. As a fan, I'm yearning to find out what titles 30 years ago mean to the people who are the fans of the 49ers now. I'm looking for some kind of connection. All right, this is what we got today. Steve Weish, NFL Network's chief national reporter. He is in Kansas City, I believe, for tonight's Kansas City-Baltimore game. We love Steve. And then at 1 o'clock, Anthony Becht. He's the new Jets radio color commentator. He was an NFL tight end for more than a decade. We'll talk some Jets at 1 o'clock. 888-957-9570. I'm asking you to help me connect the dots. That segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Head to Safeway this week for these digital deals. Sweet corn, 27 cents each, limit 12 items. USDA choice boneless beef.
You're ready to unload on me.
What you mean you're not done? You are done.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You ever hear yourself and wonder, like, is that me? Down 56.
Well, I remember.
That was the Warrior.
I remember when I was a youngster.
Toronto's nothing.
We would have the old-fashioned tape recorders.
Oh, man.
Where you had to push play and record at the same
batteries,
time.
Right.
And then you'd tape something and you'd be like, I don't sound like that, do I? Yes, you do. Dude, Chris Paul II.
There was an early interview of you in the 90s when you just came here, Steiny, and you had that East Coast twang. It didn't even sound like the Steiny I know and met.
I know the one you're talking about.
Dude, we got to get that audio. You were drawing out your word. It was like, that's not Steiny.
Is this the one I did from the kitchen?
Yes, sir.
When I had my first daughter, I brought her out at the end of the podcast.
Dude,
she's
we got to get the
26
audio.
now.
Wow.
Seriously.
Think about
and
that.
She's a newborn, pretty much.
And you got all your hair, buddy. Man, you're looking good. Yeah. Killing it. Yeah. The dudes from Happy Hour podcast, I've been on that. I'm just flooding the market with that. Mm-hmm. They want you. Shout out City Boy.
Okay.
Yeah, he hooked that up.
Appearance fee?
Little drink. Something in the red cup for just $1.
Summit was a lot of fun yesterday.
Boy.
If you didn't hear it, you can always get a sense of what it was. This is Willard holding court.
Will.
And this is what I mean, why the window's not closing.
Are you 100% sold on Brock Purdy as your franchise quarterback? Who says yes? Who says no? Okay.
Wow. That's about 99 to 1.
Two of you put your hands up and didn't make any noise. That's cowardly. You got to make some noise.
There was nobody there that didn't think he was a franchise quarterback.
And I'm not here to tell you that's wrong.
Exactly. Ain't no window shutting when you've just found your franchise quarterback.
But see, this is what makes me want to radio wrestle you,
baby.
Because I don't tell you sometimes you have a provocative thought, and I'll leave here thinking like, damn, Steiny might have been onto something. Mm-hmm. You told me yesterday it was okay for them to lose. You didn't say it like that.
I never say that.
Because Mahomes, you went name recognition.
Yeah.
Purdy and Mahomes.
Yeah.
So I don't ever want to feel like I'm not in the game because of the last name on the jersey.
Well, the minute they pay him $50, it doesn't matter anymore.
But I think we're already there. He took him to the NFC Championship, got knocked out of that game, and then came back with a brand new elbow, and had him. They had their ass. Let him off the hook.
But again,
I think he's ready.
Who?
Purdy.
Well, then why are we worried about do or die
the other
this
factor,
year?
Because you might lose Debo, you might lose Ayuk. You're gonna remember you said it. You get the finances,
but they have their quarterback, the most important position in sports.
Okay, real quick here,
and Kyle's never had
Bills
one.
have had their quarterback. Guess what, Steiny? For whatever reason, they haven't won.
What
Dak
does
Prescott,
it ensure?
They have their quarterback or had it for 8 years.
But Josh Allen's been to the playoffs. How many years out of how many years?
We're talking about winning the bling.
Well, you got to get to the playoffs first.
Josh Allen and Dak haven't, and Lamar haven't even got to the Super Bowl.
You have to get to the playoffs before you get to the Super Bowl. And if you have one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL, chances are you're going to make the playoffs.
Unless your name is or your team is coached by Kyle Shanahan, the great,
what do you mean?
Who's taking the likes of Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy as a youngster to that stage.
So all the better if you think you finally have the best quarterback that Kyle Shanahan's been able to coach since he's been here.
So you won't put Purdy in the category I'm trying to sell to you until they break him off that change. Then you think things change in regard to now you got to go do it, kid.
No, to me it's not that hard. So Brock Purdy's a 7th round pick. He's not expected to play. He's thrust into the lineup. And now, a year and a half later, we're like, wow, this guy's a good quarterback. Well, he's still incredibly young.
Yes, no doubt.
Okay. So he didn't win a Super Bowl at 23. He got beat by one of the masters at the game. The team lost to, all that stuff. It's not Purdy's fault, but he was a 23-year-old quarterback who got beat by one of the greats. Okay, how good is he? He's so good, we feel we're going to make him our franchise quarterback. We're going to pay him big quarterback money.
Right.
Okay, so to me, if you make that decision to pay Purdy, then you believe you have one of the quarterbacks in the NFL capable of getting his team to the playoffs year in and year out and then trying to make a run each and every year. I mean, you have, do you have your Justin Herbert? Do you have your, Jordan Love, even though he hasn't done anything? Do. Okay, well then the future should be hella bright.
Yeah.
Philmo Mike. What's up, Philmo Mike?
AT&T.
Scotty, what you know about hella bright?
Wow. I'm from Oakland, man. What's it to you?
From the town now? Okay. Town business Steiny. I love it.
Nah.
Hey, though.
Give it to me.
Okay. Give me a one. Nah, but you gotta feel it, Steiny. You gotta go back into your inner your inner 13-year-old, your inner 17-year-old when you was admiring Larry Bird, man. Like, people, bro, it's some people's identity. Don't Guru got a friend named 49er Frankie?
Yes.
Come on, bro. People identify themselves with their football team. And you know what it is, Sonny? It's nothing like going out of state and repping your team, man. When you rep your team out of state, now I'm not talking Vegas. I'm talking Bonte was in the trenches last week, all in Philadelphia. They knew what was up. They knew when you wear your jersey in a place like that, you wear your hat, you know what you're doing. You signifying a funk in a sports way. So it turned up, man. So people get juiced and they want the Niners to pull through so much and so bad. When I give up that 73-win season. But if it's something that I really, really cared about, if I really, really cared about something, I would probably say, man, I'm not finna give them none of my sports memories, man, good or bad. The Niners just got to win it, man.
Here's the question.
Just got to win it.
Philmo, would you give up the Wash Yo Back podcast for a Super Bowl?
Hell yeah, because I'm going to wash my back regardless every day.
I love it, Mike.
Appreciate it, Mike. Thank you.
Yeah. I will never get over, I'm being real. Let's just say they walk me out of here today and we're done. Well, me, you stay.
I'm out.
I will never get over that video of Shasky and Bonte walking into Philly with their Niner gear on and the other Niner fans that were with them, Steiny. It was gang warfare. It was like what I deem Pelican Bay. Have you ever seen Oz that used to air on HBO? Okay. It was like
that. Have you ever been to Pelican Bay?
No.
I have. What? It's not like Pelican Bay. I've been to Pelican Bay.
Why?
Because I had a relationship with somebody who had clients there. Let's just put it that way. I've been to Pelican Bay.
What'd you see?
It's, you ever get outside of prison? It's just kind of weird. Like, it's scary.
Man, hello?
Yeah. What are you squinting at?
You made it sound like it was a conjugal visit. What are you talking about?
No, I had a lawyer friend who had a client there.
And you went with them?
Yeah. Her.
Okay. And to do what?
Hang out. See the prison. See the prison.
I'm not laughing.
Hey, you know what? I do want to address this because this guy's right, or woman, 707. Steiny, why are you bringing up Herbert and Love? They haven't done a fraction of what Brock has.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, this is I'm going to use some other names then because I think you're right. Why would this be the do or die season when all indications are you have your Lamar Jackson, you have your Josh Allen, you have your Joe Burrow, and you have your, let's say, well, I'll leave Stafford out of there because he won.
Say Goff.
Goff.
Now, you just like you hit it on the head.
All those teams are good every year.
But none of them have won.
Right, but they get there.
Oh, okay. But see, Steiny, that's what this is about. The fundamentally difference of this conversation is just getting there is becoming old hat. I'm not saying Niner fan doesn't want to get there, but no, Steiny, it's about, come on,
but
I got to lose my virginity.
No, Goo, what I'm saying is,
oh boy,
Lamar Jackson, okay, he hasn't won a Super Bowl,
right?
But he ensures that the Baltimore Ravens are going to be good every year.
But will you give me this?
So that's
right now, the questions are being asked about Lamar and this regime.
That's fine.
Are they ever going to do it?
Well, the Niners
are getting closer than those teams.
That's right. But I think you're missing my point. My point is, I'm not saying you sign Purdy, you're going to win a Super Bowl. I'm saying if you have found your franchise quarterback, that means you are going to be good for a while. And if you are good for a while, it means you'll have a chance year in and year out, just like the Niners have the last 5 years. So I just want somebody to explain to me how, if Purdy is the man, if he is the man, and we all want to win a Super Bowl, but why? Somebody tell me why this would be the do or die year, the make or break year, we have to get it done this year or else, when you have just found a 23-year-old quarterback that you feel is in the same conversation as an Allen, as a Burrow, as a Jackson, as a Stafford or Goff, 4 or 5 guys who have now played on teams that are perennial playoff teams year in and year out. Like, I would think that if you make that commitment to Purdy and he's like these guys, pencil in 10 wins a year. Pencil in 10 wins a year. Yeah. And sometimes maybe it'll be 14 one year.
But the whole thing is about a parade. And
I get that, Goo. But you don't just get a Super Bowl. What I'm saying is, I see a pathway with Brock Purdy that the 49ers can stay relevant and continue knocking on the door till 2030 with Brock Purdy, if he is one of these guys. And then we got John Lynch, who's built a pretty good team, over the last 7 or 8 years. I'm just asking 49er fans kind of why this has to be the year when you do have one of the youngest quarterbacks and one of the brightest young quarterbacks in the league.
Oh, let me just take a stab at it. Would you give me this? We know Brock is about to get paid, rightfully so. Steiny, when they ink that deal, would you look at me and say, Guru, you're not crazy to assume money might be a little tight now?
No doubt.
Trent Williams probably has 2 to 3 years left. And you want to win it with this current roster because they've been here for a while. So that's why I'm not sitting here telling you it's do or die. I'm not that dumb. But the bottom line is, I know there is a file, not on Kyle, just on this team, if they're going to cash in their greatness. And I don't think there's outside of the Buffalo Bills, another team in recent memory that's gotten this close to the game and then to the NFC Championship game. That's all.
See, this is from Arn 707, and this is the kind of fan I am. The window's not closing. They've already shown that they can get to the Super Bowl with a different group of players.
All right.
Okay, so they've been to 2 Super Bowls in 5 years, and now what they know is they don't, nobody talked about Brock Purdy this training camp. There aren't concerns, for the most part, about Brock Purdy. I think most 49er fans, from what they've seen the last 20, 25 games, or the last year and a half, they think he is damn good. Yes, and I've said this all along, when he goes from 1 million to 40 or 50 or whatever it is, that's going to change things. But hasn't this regime shown that they can build a team? And what I'm getting at is they've built teams that have been successful without having a franchise quarterback. And now they have one, it looks like. So I would think that the future looks extremely bright for the Niners, for a team that, you know what, they're going to be pretty good for a while if Purdy's the real deal.
And I'll take him out of this just for the simple fact that, hey, whatever you want to deem franchise quarterback, Steiny, you can do that. But the bottom line is what I do know since 2019, different quarterback, different players, different running back, same head coach, different defensive coordinator, but losing the NFC Championship game, lose the Super Bowl that you were in. Lose the NFC Championship game, lose the Super Bowl you were in. It's like a pattern, even with different names. I get that. Those are facts.
I get that. Yeah. But if Brock Purdy is one of the best quarterbacks in football, then you're going to be good for the next 5-10 years. Right. And so that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I don't understand.
Nobody's fighting on that.
He's 23.
Yeah, but
24,
what I didn't hear from you, partner, is are you going to win a Super Bowl? Because that's what this is about.
I can't make that promise or make that prediction.
But what people are rebuking.
So you wouldn't take you scoff at the notion that Brock Purdy as a franchise quarterback doesn't give this team a good shot year in and year out.
I'd be an idiot. My point is this team has not won a Super Bowl since 1994.
Okay,
just think about that.
Okay,
that's a long ass time.
Right. 30 years.
Okay, there are no guarantees.
Right.
And why Niner fans are not saying you're wrong, I believe they've gotten close 3 times, and it's not just okay to say, hey, we're getting there, so
I'm not
those
saying
losses
it's okay.
mean,
I'm not saying it's
don't
okay.
hurt as much. It's perspective.
What? I get it. I feel like we're going in circles. Like, nobody can promise anybody a Super Bowl title.
Right.
Nobody. So what's the next best thing? It's to be there year in and year out.
But you ask, why does everybody bring up the past? The past is something that they'll never forget because it ended in victory. It ended 1994 in the Joe Mon. That's why fans go back to the good times when they had a parade, when they won. It's not a indictment on the current regime, Steiny. They're memories. Just like Mike talked about, you can never take those away. And if you're getting blue balls here in the last
Nobody's
decade,
saying that nobody wants I get it. Everybody wants the Niners to win a title, but you don't just get given those.
Well, and they haven't. They've earned the
And so
chance
what I'm saying is we've got a regime here that has put together 4 NFC championships in 5 years without a stable quarterback position.
Now,
and
I think
now
that's disrespectful to Jimmy, but go. Well,
why isn't he here?
Well, he flamed out.
Okay.
But he flamed up to where he got you to an NFC Championship game and a Super Bowl, minutes away from a victory. So when we talk about him like he's just mincemeat,
he is.
I think now
Brock Purdy's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. Right?
Yeah.
So you got Brock Purdy. It's like, hey, you got your Josh Allen.
Just a quick update, you guys. Steve Weish will join us at 11:40.
Oh,
yeah.
11:40.
He just let me know.
Okay.
NFL Network, chief NFL reporter.
Thank
11:40.
You, thank you.
11:40.
Steve Weish.
Steiny, I hope you understand what people are saying.
John Sally.
And you're not wrong.
No, I know I'm not wrong. You're wrong.
No.
I'm kidding.
No, I know. But
listen, I don't think
you know what this is about. Can I just tell you what I really think this is about?
Yeah.
If they say, Goo, you got 1 minute left.
Yeah.
So get it out your pie hole now. Steiny, you're missing the component of being a fan. So when you say the ride and getting there is good and it should suffice a diehard, it doesn't.
Nobody is saying that what the 49ers have done suffices for a chip. Fine. Okay. You can't change the past. You can't. You got beat in the Super Bowl last year. All I'm saying is the idea that this year has to be the year. Okay. It's probably your best shot or your second best shot to win it. But if Brock Purdy is the real deal, I also believe it's very possible that the window might be wider in 2 years if they have to redo this team. Like that's what I'm saying. Is like I've seen Shanahan and Lynch build kind of 2 iterations of a team that went to a Super Bowl. And they went to 2 different Super Bowls with 2 different quarterbacks. It looks like they're going to have the same quarterback, somebody they love and think is damn good for the foreseeable future. So what I'm saying is, yeah, you want to win it this year. Of course you want to win it this year. But bigger than that, 2025 to 2030, looks like we're going to be pretty good if Brock Purdy's just like all these guys that I've listed.
Right. And, okay, with that said, but how would you look at 2020 to 2025? Wouldn't you be like, you know what? We had a good run, but we didn't get it done.
Right. And what I would say is, give me 5 more years like that, and we'll win one. But you have to get to the playoffs first every single year. And I think, and this is where Kyle Shanahan comes in, and this is where I think that some people miss the boat on Shanahan. Mm-hmm. I believe that Shanahan is the kind of coach who, if he's got a quarterback like Purdy or a big boy, it's like, you're going to be in the mix every year. Every single year, if you can, if he's healthy. At least that's what it looks like to me that these guys can do. And I'm talking about Lynch and Shanahan. So, yes, you want to win a Super Bowl this year. But what I'm saying is it's better than that because you guys are set up, the Niners, to be good for a while. It doesn't change the urgency. You still want to win a Super Bowl. I get it. But I'm here to say, aren't we excited about, we're excited about this year, but aren't we also excited for the next 4 or 5 years and see what Purdy turns into?
Yeah.
And that's all I'm saying.
And that's predicated on him. And I would bet he's going to have a good year. But, Stoney, what if he doesn't? Then what are we looking at?
Well, you could say that for anybody.
Because Jimmy looked promising at the start and got him to the Super Bowl, and then we found out all his flaws and his inability to stay healthy.
I mean, you could say that about anybody. I'm just saying, if the 49ers decide Purdy's their franchise quarterback and he's as good as he's looked the last couple of years, they've got action.
All right.
And maybe it'll look a little different, but I know what's going on here. It feels like you're not really that confident about Purdy.
Oh, no. I mean, the biggest flex is the Jimmy Garoppolo era under Kyle Shanahan. And to me, I thought Brock Purdy might have been a bigger flex, but nah, Stoney, watching Jimmy just, do what he's doing in Vegas and kind of telling on himself. Now he's with the Rams. It was like, wow, what a job Kyle did. And I think, and I've already told you and the listeners, I think Purdy's better than Jimmy at this stage, okay? But we're talking about winning a chip, and Bonte brought this up I know we're up against it, Stoney, just how history would have been altered, and I got to get past this.
Oh, boy, I'll say.
Yeah, had the Niners won one of those Super Bowls or won both, how would we be looking at Mahomes and Andy Reid? And the Niners and Kyle would have 2 rings, and Kyle would already be, is he the next Hoodie? And they were minute, this close from that, being on the table. It's not. I got to deal with it, but I do wonder. Like, they didn't win those games, those Super Bowls 50-0, Stoney. Chiefs.
Right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. Once again, Steve Weish from the NFL Network. He's going to join us at 11:40 for Steve Weish. That segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle.
Steiny, you have been soft. Fucking with Guru till I die. It's all Guru all the time.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, really? It's all Guru all the time. I'm just coming along for the ride.
Oh, man, come on. You're the captain of the ship, man. Dude, I am so damn excited about tonight. Chiefs -3. Who you got? Chiefs -3. I'm taking...
I'll take Baltimore because I got Lamar Jackson on my team.
He's in one of my 6 leagues, so I'm looking for... But still, I want Kansas City to win.
Okay.
Yeah. I want them to three-peat if the Niners don't win it.
Hey, we had a great...
Dallas ain't winning it.
Wait. First of all, how do you root for any player or team when you have probably every player in the league on one of your 6 fantasy teams?
I'll root for Lamar to ball out. Chiefs get a big lead, and then he's just running and throwing and adding up points for me.
But you're also probably playing Lamar in one of your leagues.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
You're kind of defeating the purpose of playing, aren't you?
Damn.
I'll bet you wish you had it to do over again. You'd only be in 4.
Evan, you kind of... Maybe I'm spreading myself a little too thin in these 6. Dude, you just... Wow. Hey, it all... Yeah, works out at the end.
So if you weren't at the summit yesterday at Fremont Bank in Fremont, it was... a lot of fun, and I'm just going to play some of the highlights real quick. Or I don't know what these are, but let's just listen.
I said the Eagles, and I'll say the Rams. I'll go. Those two, I think, were in front of the
defensive player on the Rams.
Oh my gosh! I didn't like that.
I went back and listened to that. That damn Shasky.
Hey, look, I didn't like that. I get that 10-2 every day.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
You didn't hear that part
at the end. All right. Now I want you to bear with me.
Yeah.
Bear with me right now. And this is not, I'm not trolling.
Oh.
I want to get into the mind of 49er fans. Let me ask you a question.
All right.
If I told you that you could win a Super Bowl this year, okay? You win it. You get to win a Super Bowl this year, but then there's going to be a playoff drought of 5 years. Plain and simple. You can have that choice, or you could have this choice. I'm not saying you won't win a Super Bowl, but what I'm saying is you take this team where it's at right now, and you give yourself a chance for the next 4 or 5 years.
I am taking the first platter, my friend.
Okay, so you would rather be like...
Win it all in 5 years.
Okay. Yep. Well, what about... So you would like to be... You'd like to be the New York Giants. They won it in 2011. They missed the playoffs, lost in a wild card. Missed the playoffs, lost in the division, missed the playoffs.
I would take that.
Really?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying you're wrong, Evan.
His team's he's never seen him win, the Chargers.
I've never seen my team in a Super Bowl, so yes, I would absolutely take that.
Try to put yourself in a 49er fan who's won Super Bowls.
Am I 30 years old or 60 years old?
You are 30.
Okay, yeah, I'm taking that.
You're taking a Super Bowl?
Yes, they haven't won a Super Bowl in my lifetime.
Okay.
Wow. See, they haven't won Spadoni either.
So you take a Super Bowl and a drought. Rather than I'm telling you right now,
I think the drought is easier when you know that you know what it's like to taste it.
You want to be the Giants.
If that's what it is.
Okay.
If the drought's been your entire life, I think you're fine with a drought.
No, I'm not talking drought like you make the playoffs and don't. I'm talking you miss the playoffs for.
Well, that's a little. Yeah.
No, well, that's.
I know. All right. But still, that's a penalty I would take.
You would.
I would. That's how much I respect Chip, Steiny, and that parade and that moment or that year of, you know what, we were the best. We conquered our goals. We set out to accomplish one common goal, and damn it, we did it. And if we stink the next 5 years, we stink, but we can always reflect. But like Evans, he's never seen his team win. Charger fans have never hoisted up the trophy.
Well, and that's why. I get it. If you're a there's 12 teams that have never won the Super Bowl.
But you're saying Niners who have but some, Steiny, have not won in their lifetime.
Right. Well, can I assume that most fans, 49er 49er fans, can I assume that you would take a Super Bowl this year and let's just say 6 straight non-playoff seasons afterwards? You don't win more than 7 games in any of the following 6 seasons, or you just get the team right now and we go for it and we just let the chips fall where they may.
You got me thinking about the San Francisco Giants.
Why?
I mean, they won in 14 and haven't sniffed it.
Right.
Like, that's 10 years. That's a decade.
Exactly. So let me ask you this.
You're making the 5 years look like it's sign me up. It's nothing.
I know, and I realize the Giants won 3 titles, but are Giants fans 10 years after their last World Series, like, where are they now? You know what I'm saying? Like,
this is the lowest it's been in a while, I believe.
Yeah, I think so too. And would you want the 49ers to fall like that?
Man, a decade is that's a damn long time.
I mean, so they're going to
But it's happened already. 3 decades.
But
think about that.
They've been competitive in some of those decades.
Right, but if Steiny, you were doing radio and you might have been in 94, you'd have been like, you know what, the Niners, this thing is going to continue. Everything's going to be good. And then whatever reason, things happen and it doesn't.
What do you mean?
And it's another 30-year drought. Like I could hear you doing radio here in the Bay in 94 when the Niners had won it. Like, hey, this feeling's going to stay.
No
chance.
Even
if we don't get it, we'll compete. And
they had Montana and Young, and they were both getting old.
Yeah, and look at Dallas, 30 years.
Right, but the Montana, that team aged out.
Yeah, well, more so Steve Young.
We have a quarterback now who's 23. Right. 20. How old is
more,
Purdy?
yeah, but Steiny, it's more than just the quarterback. And that's why I go to Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and Dak and Jalen Hurts. Even those guys, you can have the quarterback and still be fluttering.
The Buffalo Bills and the Bengals, like, who are the teams you named?
Buffalo Bills, Bengals,
they're
Lamar
not fluttering.
Jackson.
They're perennial playoff teams, aren't they?
Well, I don't know how long you're going to wait. I'm just saying, Raven fans like Forrest Gump at the bus stop for that team to get over the hump. They're like the AFC version of the Niners, but not getting to the bowl.
888-957-9570 is the number. Just 49er fans, I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense, because I know you guys are hungry for a Super Bowl. So if I give you one this year, would you be willing to live with 6, 7, 8 years of not making the playoffs? Or where we're at right now, and we take our chances knowing that, you know what, with Shanahan, with Purdy, Bosa's still young, we're going to be pretty good for a while. There's no right answer.
Yeah,
I would take the latter, but I'm not a 49er fan. I'm not saying no chip.
No, I'm asking you, would you prefer no champion, no Super Bowl, but be a factor for 8 straight years? You make the playoffs, but you just don't get it done. Like, would you?
My point is I'm not saying you're competitive for 6 years, but you don't win a Super Bowl. I'm saying you take your chances, knowing you're going to be damn good for the next 4 or 5 years. Let's go to Eric. Eric's in San Francisco. What's up, Eric? How you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well, man.
Good. Well, as soon as I heard you talking, I knew I had to call in. I was at the last 3 Super Bowls where we lost.
Okay.
And I'm a season ticket holder. I sit right on the 50-yard line in the first row, right behind the visitors team. And I would absolutely not want the 49ers to win a Super Bowl this year and not be competitive. I love our team, and I love our chances over the next 5 or 6 years. And I don't have to win a Super Bowl. I want to win a Super Bowl this year, but don't have to.
Appreciate it. No, and that's the other thing. I'm not saying you don't want to win a Super Bowl if you're picking the a team that's good over a decade or so. Like, here's another team. Yeah. So would you want to be, how about the Denver Broncos? They won Manning's last year. Manning's last year in 16.
All right.
And they've stunk pretty much since, right?
Yeah.
The Broncos. So you would take that. Man, I don't know. That's all I'm saying. I don't know.
But see, the psyche of a fan, Steiny, is you never know what you're about to embark on. So when you say it like that,
why it's fun.
It's no doubt about it. But it's like, Steiny, what about the old adage, I give my right arm for this or that, to have a big house or do this or that. You always hear that, but I guess a chip, a guy like Evan and Spadoni that have never, just like their team has never won, I'm sure he would, I'll take a decade of mediocrity as long as we won one. Like it would be worth it to see something I never have. Now that Niner fan, yeah, he was there at the last 3, but he's got those 5 to look back on, so that's different. He's been fed.
I also think this is a little bit of an indictment on fans' negativity. And here's what I mean. I wouldn't take, if you told me right now, the 49ers are winning the Super Bowl this year, and then they're going to miss the playoffs for 8 straight years.
Oh, that's the disaster.
As opposed to exactly where they're at right now, and they're a perennial playoff team. See, I would take the latter. And the reason I would take the latter is because I do believe they're going to win a Super Bowl at some point. I do. But
you just said the next 8 years was the price of the Super Bowl, so they wouldn't win in that scenario.
No, you're giving yourself a chance to win. I'm not saying you don't win a Super Bowl if you take the latter. I'm just saying, here's the reason I wouldn't take it. Is because I think they might win it this year. So, they
can win multiple.
No.
You're looking at it like that, too. Is there a part I'm just asking. Are you looking at that 8 years like we might run off more than one?
Maybe. But what I'm saying is if you say we have to have a Super Bowl this year and I give up the next 8 years and we could stink, I wouldn't take that. And the reason I wouldn't take that is because I think we can win this year and be good for the next 5 years. Even though we're not I'm guaranteeing you a title. But where the 49ers are right now, I understand the frustration of not being able to break through. But this team's had 3 straight 12-5 years. They've been knocking on the door. Just keep knocking on the door. Of course, you want to break through at some point. And I do think they will at some point if they keep fielding these kind of teams. Murillo is in Petaluma.
Our guy.
What's up, Murillo? How you doing, buddy?
Everything is swell, man. Can't complain. Beautiful day. Summer. Been amazing. Look, come on, Guru. Let's side with the logic here. 10 years of mediocrity in exchange for 1. Look, here's what I love, and I think I'm not a 49ers fan. You guys, I usually call in the Warrior season, but I like your show. By the way, you guys are knocking out the park. I was listening to the summit yesterday. I love the chemistry that you guys built within the other shows. It's really good to see.
Thank you.
But my point is, what the 49ers built here, it seems like you guys forgot the Chip Kelly years. What you guys built here is amazing. There's a sense of belonging from the fans. This franchise is in the best place that it could be in the past 30 years. And no, nobody should exchange 10 years of mediocrity for 1 ring when you're going to live in the darkness. Nothing is guaranteed when it comes to the finals. You need to deserve, and they're almost there. So I think they should not take for granted what's going on right now. Just keep what they have, and I think this administration has done a great job. Fans just need to be a little more patient and not so fanatic, Guru. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the show. Have a good rest.
Love you, Morelli. But Stoddy, honestly, your question first was 5 years. 10 years is a lot. That's a long time of losing. But the first one initially was 5 years. But
okay,
yeah,
I still wouldn't do it.
Man,
I still wouldn't do it because here's why. Because I look at this team and think, I'll tell you what, we're going to be good we should be good for a while. I know good's not enough, but good gets you in the game every single year. We just have somebody's saying, well, the reason I would take that is because my team, quote unquote, the Eagles have won one recently. No.
They could have won 2.
I'm not really an Eagles fan. I don't really have a team. I root for certain teams during certain years. But what I'm getting at is, I do think, give me the consistency of
of getting there, being a player
every year.
Wow,
I gotta do it because, like, to me, that's the first step you must take. Is you got to make the playoffs first.
So it's almost like, I know you don't gamble, Steiny. I'm watching poker, the tournament of poker. So you're saying you wouldn't rather win one hand and lose 5? You'd rather almost be close of all the hands, but never win it. Like,
no.
That to me is when you do that analogy.
I'm not saying you never
won.
I'm not saying you never win it. I'm saying you take your chances.
And that, you know what? You did. And I'm looking at it. I got you. I got you.
I guess what I'm saying is, okay, here would just to take it a little more hypothetical. All right, you got 2 choices. 49ers win a Super Bowl this year, and then for the next 6 years, they go 7-10, 6 straight years. Or would you take the 49ers right now, and I'm telling you, they're going to win at least 11 games or 10 games. They're going to make the playoffs every year for the next 6.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's easy. And I'm not saying I'm right.
Work like that, right?
I'm not saying I'm right.
Yeah.
I'm just asking what kind of fan you guys are.
The price is so steep when you say 7-10, 5. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But that parade, and that mark in the history books that will never go away of whatever year you wanted this year,
right?
You would be the champ. Wow.
Just a couple from the Xfinity Mobile text line, 408. I want greatness. One Super Bowl is great, but not dynamic. I want the dynasty. Give me the option of having a shot at that, Steiny. We will get at least one in there. No risk, no glory. No glory. Let's see what else. 925, I'm taking the Super Bowl now and a 5-year drought.
I feel that.
Playoffs and Super Bowl appearances mean nothing unless you win it. So we basically win that end the Super Bowl drought right now. Okay,
Steiny, it's been 1994.
Yeah,
and I know that's not Kyle's problem. You know that ain't on there. You know, bunch of different coaches, but just that's a long ass time.
Yeah. TJ's in Menlo Park. What's up, TJ? How you doing?
Hey, Steiny and Guru.
Hey.
Hey, I was a long-suffering Seahawks fan for a long time.
Okay.
And when they won that Super Bowl, after that, they kind of started fizzling out, got worse each year. And I would take that one Super Bowl for sure. If it's a guaranteed Super Bowl, you take it because you never know if you're going to get back.
Fair enough.
Thanks a lot, Steinmetz.
I don't know what that was.
The hell's that?
He called in. He's a fan.
I don't want fans like that.
Dude,
Watch the game again then, Steiny.
Or that.
I like her. Tits.
Here, I'll do it this way. Why I do it this way? Because
You've proven your point. What if I say that?
No, there's no point to prove.
I'm
not right.
Yeah. No,
I'm not right. I'm just
like
I
if we were doing, and I keep doing this, Steiny. I know you hate it. If we were on the air in 1994 when the Niners won and beat the Chargers, we probably would have thought, man, they about to win you know what I mean? And even if they don't get them in the next 6 years, they'll probably go. And you know what, partner? It's a boy. 1990. What was going? We don't even know what the hot music was then, and the best movie. And I'm just, that's a long time.
I blew this because what I should have said is I should have just made it easy and said, would you give up? Your choices are where we're at right now, or you will win a Super Bowl this year, but then you will become exactly like the New York Giants for the next 12 years. Because that's really what we're talking about. That's the kind of team I'm talking about. In 2011, the Giants won the Super Bowl. And then they went, this is what they did. Missed the playoffs, missed the playoffs, missed the playoffs. lost in a wild card. Missed the playoffs, missed the playoffs, missed the playoffs, missed the playoffs,
Yikes.
lost in the division, missed the playoffs, missed the playoffs. That's all I'm at,
And that's sobering. Like, who wants to sign up for that? But good God.
But you get a Super Bowl.
And I'll tell you what.
You get a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think it's kind of fun.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's not. I think you can understand, though.
I can understand both
1994
sides.
is a long.
I can understand both sides.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think one of the reasons I'm making the choice that I'm making is because, I've been around a while, and for me, it's like, God, just give me a team that's knocking on the door every year, and we'll break through at some point.
Yeah.
Dre's in Lemoore. What's up, Dre? How you doing, man?
Oh, man.
All right, let's go to Eric in San Francisco. What's up, Eric? How you doing, my man?
Hey, fellas, how we doing today?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. I've been out here about 10 years in the Bay, and I was a Redskins fan for my whole life. It took me a long time to switch over to the Niners, but we would have killed as Redskins fans to have 7 and 10 seasons. For a long time there, we won our Super Bowls in the early 90s, and it fades away quickly. So, I mean, mediocrity is tough to live with as a fan. Redskins got their own problems on the side, but I think my question for you guys is, where do you see Purdy ending up here? He's going to get paid. He deserves to get paid. Is he going to end up being an Aaron Rodgers, a Drew Brees? He wins one Super Bowl, but he's in that caliber of quarterback? Or is he going to end up being a Brad Johnson, a Trent Dilfer, kind of what it is? I mean, they're not going to be able to pay everybody when they pay him $40 million. We already got 8 guys over 15. How's it going to net out with Purdy in this situation, and where do you think his legacy is going to end up?
Man,
he's got the perfect coach, Donnie, to keep him there.
Yeah, I'd say between those two. To me, Rodgers and who was the other one he said?
Drew Brees.
Rodgers and Brees, I think, are both Hall of Famers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the other two are just I think it'll be somewhere in between there. All right. I see you phone calls. I'll get to those on the other side. Also, Steve Weish, NFL Network. He's coming up in 10 minutes, 15 minutes at 11:40. Don't miss the kickoff show on Monday with Willard and Dibbs live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged? Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
I found out that one of my players was vaping. I brought him in and asked him, where did this stuff come from?
to. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right,
Spider Sally. We should hit him up tomorrow.
We'll catch up with him tomorrow.
Make it a win. Yeah.
After work, he's coming out with us. He's that good a friend? All right, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
He's bringing Fogarty.
By the way,
that's pretty good. That's his neighbor.
Hey, 49er fans, you see who your latest fan is?
If I give you $1,000 to bet on one team to win the Super Bowl, all the odds are the same. Who are you picking? Guru, go.
I think it's going to be the first time we ever seen it, a three-peat from the Kansas City Chiefs.
Kansas City Chiefs. Steiny?
God, I hate to agree with him.
You don't have to.
You never do. This is the Niners' year.
Yeah!
Wow!
I am not a crook. That's the I am not a crook. Richard Nixon.
As always, Matt Steinmetz, man of the people. Yeah. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
We're going, fans. We're going.
After I can't use the word earlier to him, and then you get them back that way.
What?
Remember, you don't matter. You don't matter. Then you double back and end it with that. You are special.
See, but that's the beauty of
slap them and then kiss them.
It's the beauty of our audience. They get that I'm just messing a little bit.
Slap me for what I'm doing.
But I wasn't messing there.
Yeah.
Go ahead and order the rings now.
No, you said Chiefs.
No, I didn't.
You said you agree with them.
Yeah. But then I thought how wrong you are most of the time, and I went in a different direction. That's all.
That was a 1.
That's right. From the 650 Steiner. Yep. Let's go, Niners. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Now, if Evan or Spadoni could cue up the sound of you putting it in the cap, they'll never win under Kyle.
What about this one?
49ers in a shambles.
Just that fast.
That was from a few weeks ago.
Dude, Trent's back. Ayuk's back.
Yeah.
Woo! We're out there Monday, man.
We are out there Monday.
So we'll get this.
Yeah, give it to me.
I work out before I'm a bump on a pickle or a couch potato. Steiny, I go to the gym early. It's going to be 12 hours Saturday.
Take some calls.
Followed by another 12 Sunday. And then we're in the belly of the beast Monday. And then we're going to watch the Niners Jets on Monday Night Football.
Yes,
Who's
sir.
got it better than us? Pinch me.
Grandpa Daddy, he was in the house. Grandpa Daddy was in the house last night.
Two guys had their daughters with them. Two beautiful baby Chess, and his daughter was beautiful.
By the way, we got Steve Weish, NFL Network, coming up in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Grandpa Daddy, what's up, man?
Man, I love you guys, man. You guys are great. It was so much fun kicking it with you guys, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I wasn't dressed so appropriately. You know, I just got off work, but it was wonderful, man.
Thank you.
And I want to say this. I'm a Niner fan. You know when I converted? I converted. I used to be a Dallas Cowboy fan, and then that Dwight Clark catch.
And what happened?
Broke my heart. I became a Niner fan after that.
Oh, my God. If you can't beat them, join them. Wow. That's wild, Grandpa Daddy.
Grandpa Daddy, you just switched teams.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to go Jerry Springer. You are not loyal. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, dude.
Hey, thanks for coming out, Grandpa. Appreciate it.
Invite him to the comedy set. You'll get a laugh.
Who? Grandpa
Daddy? He laughs like it was the funniest
He had his
thing ever.
granddaughter there last night.
Oh, I thought that was his daughter. Oh, he looks good. I thought that, and you were talking to her. I thought Steiny with the kids. I thought that was. Oh no!
His name is literally Grandpa. He's now God love him. He looks great for his age.
That went over my head.
Grandpa,
That's
you look great for your age.
His name, Goo, is Grandpa Daddy. That was his granddaughter. My bad.
Let's go to Mike in Hayward. Hey, Mike. What's going on, buddy?
How you doing, fellas?
Hey. Dynamite.
How you doing, guys?
Great.
Hey, man, thank you for putting me on. Great show. You guys are killing it.
Oh,
but I got to say, you guys are delusional. If you don't think that you would change 6 years of mediocrity or 10 years for a Super Bowl ring, because it's been 30 years, and we would have had 3, and I would be just ecstatic for 3 in 30 years. My second point, real quick, is at a Super Bowl. Man, I'm so disgusted, demoralized. After they lost, I still haven't got the courage to watch it again. I was so demoralized. My wife told me, babe, you can do whatever you want to me, and I couldn't touch her that night, man. That's how demoralized I was. Yeah. They need to score at least 50 points. 3 out of the 5 Super Bowls, they scored 50 points, 40 points, 38 points. They had Mahomes by the balls, and they let him go. Yeah. Man, that's all I got, fellas. I just
put it behind you. Thanks, Mike.
Appreciate you need the little blue. I've been there, Steiny. It affects your mood. The Blue Chew wasn't helping. He said it. He could.
What the hell was that?
He said he wasn't ready for euphoria because he was so down with what happened, man. People take it real.
Yeah.
It's there. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I hate to see it. I hate to see it.
1994. I'm trying to cue up some stuff that was happening. What were the Warriors in 94? That was Weber's rookie. Nah.
I think so. 93, 94?
Oh, my. I think it was good
94,
times.
I think they went to the playoffs.
Oh, and lost to Phoenix.
And then 94, 95, they started the drought.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
The drought. I've never heard it called that.
The drought. The drought.
Yeah. The drought.
Trust me, you don't want that kind of 12-year drought if you're the San Francisco 49ers.
Or my high school record.
You really don't. Yeah. Coming up momentarily, Steve Weish, NFL
What are
Network.
you going to ask him?
It's a good question.
I will bring up the Brazil game tomorrow, Stein. Have you seen the pictures of the field they're playing on?
No.
It looks like a prison yard.
Well, he's in Kansas City.
Okay, we'll ask him about that too.
Yeah.
But, and the Niners, but...
Right. Yeah. By the way, I was looking at the...
Real quick, Steiny, if I may. We're getting a lot of calls in here. One from Dan Dibley, of course, of Willard and Dibs.
He called?
And then Grandpa Daddy called back. Just to reiterate, that was his daughter, Steiny.
I'm so sick of you sometimes.
Hence the name Grandpa Daddy, because he's like old enough to be a grandpa, but he's also a dad.
I know what I'm talking about.
Well, you know what? Then Grandpa
Stood up
Daddy...
for yourself, Goo.
He gave me bad info.
No, you heard bad. We're getting old, partner. When are you going to get a heart? I knew that was his daughter. And let you talk me out of it.
Grandpa doing work.
Yeah, I said he looked young. What did Dibs want? He called.
You know those guys. They're on pins and needles just itching to call in and say,
because he's also kind of like a grandpa daddy. He's old enough to be a grandpa, but he's a dad. That's why.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that is good.
What am I going to ask Steve Weish?
It was a throwaway line.
But you know what? I'd like to get some good info out of him.
He's the man.
Yeah. What are you going to ask him?
About the Brazil game. Now,
He's in Kansas City.
I understand. I can't wait. Dude, we got football tonight. Where you watching? That's my question to you.
Probably at home. Well. All right, let's go to it. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's introduce Steve Weish, NFL Network's chief national reporter. Steve, how you doing? I understand you're in Kansas City. Is that correct?
I am getting ready to head over to Arrowhead shortly to beat all the crazy fans trying to get into the stadium.
Let's go.
When I was looking at some preseason stuff and some predictions, and it feels like the 49ers in the NFC are overwhelming favorites as the best team. Where is Kansas City though in the AFC when you look at some of the other top teams? Are they a clear notch above those other teams, or are they gettable?
They're gettable. They're not a clear notch. When you look at some of the other rosters, you look at like the Texans and the Ravens roster, and they're probably deeper. But, the 49ers are the best. The Chiefs are the best player in the NFL. Patrick Mahomes, and that's always the swing vote at that position, right? So that and the fact that their defense is so good and so young, we don't talk enough about their defense, is why I still think they're the favorite because of Mahomes and that defense. But the AFC is just so loaded. And then the whole history of just getting back to the Super Bowl and winning it 3 times is probably playing into some of those projections as to them being gettable.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I feel the same way about Mahomes. I label him Steph Curry at the quarterback position. I'd like to get your thoughts on the Niners offseason? And was there any part of you at any time that thought, you know what, Brandon Ayuk will actually not be in a Niner uniform?
There were points, I think, where I probably thought that when you heard a lot of the trade conjecture, because you didn't hear it about the other players, about the Kittles and the guys like that and the Boses or anything like that. And he seemed to be on board with being moved, at least to some degree, whether to create leverage or whatever. But, my whole feeling was, man, the connection him and Brock Purdy have is, it doesn't get talked about enough how good they are together. And I think that played into him really not wanting to go, plus the Niners coming up with the money at the very end. But there were some points when it just didn't get done where I thought he could possibly be moved.
Steve Weiss joining us on 95.7 The Game. He comes courtesy of the River Islands guest line. What about the idea of a Super Bowl hangover for the Niners? Very few teams go to a Super Bowl and lose and then come back and get to the Super Bowl again. Is that a real thing? And are the 49ers prepared to deal with it if it is?
Well, it's a real thing just because when you talk to teams that go through it, when you play deep into the offseason year after year, it wears you. And then there's always, the coaching departures, that wear a team down. We saw that happen to the Rams with all the coaches they've lost. San Francisco's been able to kind of avoid that because, you've seen all the coordinators and coaches they've lost. And part of it's because of just from the top, the leadership, and then, of course, Kyle and everything they've got going on there. And they've got the best players at their positions, so many positions in the league. So I think it's real. Again, I think there's some of the mental fatigue of having to play at a high level and taking everybody's best shot. But I think there's also probably a heightened urgency this year with the Niners knowing that this unit could come unglued next year when Brock Purdy has to be paid, with so many guys being paid at the top of the market at their positions.
Wow. Steve, we had a summit at Fremont Bank yesterday, a Niners summit, and a lot of fans were calling for Nick Bosa to have a big year after, not a down year, but he held out and he admitted he tired at the end. And I'm curious, from your perspective, is he a product of what's on the line, him and Hargrave? Or when you get a contract like Bosa, there are no excuses of what you don't have next to you. You got to go out and get the quarterback.
He's a great player. He's not a product of scheme he's a great player. So yeah, he's got to go out and play. He's admitted that arriving to the team late impacted him. Well, he's been there all season long, and I expect him to have a great season again. Team scheme against him and this and that, but he is the type of guy, even if he's not registering 15, 16 sacks, who is absolutely disruptive to offenses. And I have no doubt he'll get back to that type of form.
Steve, obviously Christian McCaffrey had a great year last year, and he was used an awful lot. I'm looking at his age. He's 28. Is this about the time in a running back's career where the team's got to more closely monitor maybe his touches or his workload?
Yes. Especially for him. And you saw how he didn't get overloaded in training camp. Yeah, I know he had the calf. But, you don't want to necessarily bury him. They relied on him so much last season, when Debo got hurt, and guys like that. They probably, to some degree, will lighten the load a little bit, not a ton. If Kyle follows in the footsteps of his father, they're going to get the most out of running back year after year. But, Christian McCaffrey is such a special weapon in so many different ways. They'll probably, again, they'll measure exactly how he's feeling physically, but I wouldn't assume that they're going to necessarily try to get him, 400 touches or something crazy like that this season.
Steve, let me run this by you. Do you think the Niners are the best team in the NFC? And who do you think their biggest threat is?
I do think they're the best team in the NFC, and the biggest threat is Detroit.
Wow.
Just because Detroit has an incredibly talented and deep roster, and they're one of the few teams we've seen to really build year after year like you see in the NBA, right, where teams get better and better and better and then finally get over the hump. Detroit's done that. Usually you see more, ebbs and flows with the teams as they're kind of, okay, this seems really good this year. Okay, they're going to take a step back. Detroit hasn't done that. And Detroit should have been in the Super Bowl last year. They should have beaten the Niners if not for that, collapse. you saw where they had the Niners. I mean, just a couple decisions that led to some mistakes in the second half of that game. The Niners get in. I mean, the Packers had the Niners as well the week before. So I think Detroit is probably their biggest threat, even though in the NFC West, I mean, the Seahawks and the Rams are going to be right there giving them hell, but we tend to say that every year too.
Steve, let me throw this one at you. If I asked you, what's your most intriguing team in the NFL this year, what team would you say and why?
Wow. I mean, I could take that in a lot of different directions, but I'm probably going to say the Houston Texans. And I say that because you look up and down, and they may have the most talented roster in the NFL. I mean, they are loaded, and they are too deep at nearly every spot. So was last year what we saw out of them kind of the ascent that like we saw the Lions that I was just talking about, where they can keep building on it year after year? Or was it, hey, this flash spike where they caught teams off guard, and now they have to learn how to play with expectations and it's a team that's had some success? I think they're going to be really good because they're quarterback. I mean, C.J. Stroud's pretty special. They've got some great coaches down there, and like I said, they've got talent. But intrigue-wise, they are at the top of my list.
Do you think the off-season distraction, Steve, from what the Niners have experienced will impact them at all this season?
No. I mean, this team is rock solid. Even if they get off to a slow start, they're just too veteran of a group. They're too well led in so many areas of the franchise. I mean, from coaching to player development to things like that. I don't think this is going to be an issue whatsoever.
Steve, thank you so much. Enjoy the game tonight, and we'll be watching, man.
All right, appreciate you guys.
Yes, sir. That's Steve Weish, NFL Network, and he came courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop.
Wow. What stood out to you? He said Detroit had him, like I've been telling you. We saw it 24-7, Stoney in Green Bay.
Well, what stood out to me is this. The Houston Texans, they may have the most talented roster in the NFL.
Right.
The Houston Texans.
Okay, well,
so there you go.
But they don't have the skins on the wall like the Niners. We're talking about the Niners have been that, So if it's a tie, or let's just say he's right, Houston
he is right. Him. He's Weish.
Your guy.
He's right. But see, he's a national, so he's got a perspective. Barrows is, inside, entrenched.
Oh, Matt was on yesterday saying. Matt was saying,
I'm just messing.
Yeah, as far as the Niner roster. But dude, I keep going to that.
What?
That Detroit game, I can't shake that. And that's the beauty of what Monday represents in the game after Monday. Why was Detroit able to run it down their throat? Why was Detroit able to hold the Niners like the Packers did the Niner offense to 7 in 2 quarters at home? Those questions are going to be answered.
No, they're not. It's a different year.
Well, if the Jets come in here and put it on them, it's 1 week. But then we got a week after that. And if we start saying, hey, this don't look like the Niner team early on, we'll talk accordingly.
So let me get this straight. You can't shake. You obviously can't shake the Niners losing in the Super Bowl. But now you can't shake their 2 wins in the playoffs?
Well, just like Steve talked about, the national guy, Stoney, your guy. Come on now, we all can keep it real. I mean, they went 15 rounds with the Packers and the Detroit Lions, who were on the come. That Detroit game, that coach blew that. And that's what he was doing. It's not a video game. Punt, kick the field goal. You got the lead. But he chose otherwise, so I'll just say this. I believe and I mean this, Stoney, under the Kyle Shanahan era, this is the toughest the NFC has been with more than just a few teams. Philly, they got the talent. It's about what's going on. I got Dallas for dead. We'll see. The Rams. Who else we got? Seattle.
Well,
Detroit.
Here, I'll throw this at you, Goo.
Kirk Cousins. You don't know. Atlanta's got talent.
Oh, I forgot he was on Atlanta. So The Athletic put this out. They polled 5 executives, and they asked them to handicap the NFC by team.
5 executives.
In other words, who's the best, who's the second best, who's the third best in their minds.
Okay.
All right? 4 out of 5 executives, 4 out of the 5 executives have the Niners won. 4 of 5. 1, 1, 1, 1, wow. And then one executive has the 49ers third in the NFC. I'll tell you what that smells like to me. This team is an overwhelming favorite in the NFC. I mean, even everybody acknowledges or seems to agree that the 49ers are the best team in the NFC and that they should be there.
Now, I'm not the overwhelming part. I'm a little, no.
Well, I'm just saying, 4 out of 5 executives had them won.
Well, they were in the Super Bowl.
Right.
But Detroit had them. And that's what Steve, was his whole point. And now the Lions are not going to be the cute little story, hey, this is their first run. They're going to be like, hey, we're Billy Badass. We had this team. And I'm just saying, Steiny, what if that game, if they meet in the playoffs, is in Detroit?
Okay, then the 49ers have to go to Detroit and win a game.
I guess what I'm saying is I do respect what Detroit has. I think they're lethal.
The Lions, one executive has them second.
Oh, you got this.
Another executive has them second. One executive has him first.
Wow.
He's obviously the same person who has the 49ers third. One executive has him fifth. And how about this one?
Where are you going?
One executive has them 9.
In the NFC?
Yep. And here's what he said. This is a great article.
Turn your badge in.
This is a great article because it has a little bit of...
Who wrote it, Steiny?
It was a compilation of a bunch of guys. But listen to what the guy said about the Rams. I'm sorry, the Lions. Right. The one guy who's down on him says they treat third down like second down, and that was something that became very public as they went deeper. Teams are going to pick up on that, and they do play a tougher schedule, and now there's more pressure on them, and we'll see what they look like this year.
Wow.
Now
they treat that. Hey, Steiny, that's... I'm not mad at that.
Now, the one executive who had him first said this about the Lions.
Yeah. The Lions.
There is a physical element to it. The Lions marry their pass game to their run game really well, and that is really hard to defend. I think they've added enough pieces to the back end of their defense to at least be league average. If you are that and you are still scoring points, then you are going to be difficult to deal with.
Yeah. They're a problem.
Yeah. I'll do the Niners first.
And before I get out of here, I should have texted you last night. I do want your Super Bowl prediction. We're hours away from kickoff.
I just gave it last night.
The two teams.
Okay, 49ers and Chiefs. 49ers get their revenge this year. 888-957-9570 is the number. I also want to get into Christian McCaffrey. Because Goo came in today and asked a very good question, which is, how do they maximize Christian McCaffrey without running him into the ground? How do you do that if you're the San Francisco 49ers? We'll talk about that on the other side. Also want to get into a couple of these league executives and what they've said about the San Francisco 49ers upcoming season. All right, what's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get 15% off a set of Brake Mess Select.
The world would be my lab.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Timmy.
Steiny and Goo. Oh, shoot, I'm not supposed to say that right after they come in. And yeah, Tim Roy says Steiny and Goo, and then I go Steiny and Goo. Remember when the boss gave me grief about that?
That was you and him. I wasn't there.
Yeah. No, you were. You just weren't listening. I got reprimanded. Hey, you brought up Christian McCaffrey before the show.
I did.
And you've not done a good job of concealing your concern about Christian McCaffrey. And I want to extend this to 49er fans too. Guru's concerned because 2 years ago, McCaffrey had 329 touches. I shouldn't speak for Guru, but I'll just give you the numbers. 2 years ago, he had 329 touches. Last year, he had 339 touches. So how do you want Kyle Shanahan to handle McCaffrey this year, knowing how important he is?
Easy. It's that old adage, Steiny, save the athlete from himself. The Niners, you talk about the roster, you talk about the athletic and the general managers, their predictions. And we all know the Niners are a badass, right? So we expect, or at least I do, some blowouts or some games where the Niners they're kicking the other team's ass. My thing is Christian is such a warrior, Steiny, he doesn't want to come out. But if they get games like that, let's see some JP Mason. Think about the long game. And some could say, hey, McCaffrey didn't get hurt all that much last year, Steiny, but if you watch the playoff games, and it's football. I know guys get injured, and they got bumps and bruises. But I think from what I've seen, partner, JP Mason's a dog. He's thick. He can run. He's strong. I believe he has hands and can catch the ball out of the backfield. Now, a couple times during the preseason, I saw him not pick up blitzes, and I don't know if that's what's keeping him off the field or has kept him off. But if I'm Kyle Shanahan and we have a comfortable lead, Steiny, this year, I think I might spell McCaffrey and mix it up and give J.P. Mason some touches in games like that more than I have in the past, just so he'll be fresher. And again, only asses assume. I'm assuming that they're going to be playing, partner, in January.
So
kind of like Steph Curry's minutes, where we always talked about this will be the year that we'll see, and it kind of happened.
What do you consider like a comfortable lead to take? Let's say you're going into the fourth quarter and the 49ers are up. Because I'm always curious about this.
I remember Pittsburgh last year, opening day. They were on the road,
right?
And the game was kind of in hand, but he still was in there pounding. And I had some Niner friends of mine calling, and just football people from afar, just wondering why he wasn't out the game. But he's a warrior. It's what makes him great. But now that he's 28 years old, Steiny, and you want him as hey, and you know what? If that's my object or that's my goal, you know what? It's a violent sport. You may never get it. But I would like to see Kyle work on that. Because remember, a reporter asked him when you brought this up. You don't even remember this last year. We did a show on his touches as a whole. And your boy Kyle scoffed at it. Like, what the F you talking about? I don't even think of that when it comes to McCaffrey. I think there should be a clock. If you're in position, maybe to spell him, if you got a comfortable lead and you ask me, what is that? Maybe up 13, up 10 with 6 minutes left, Steiny. And I'm not saying take him out the game, but,
Well, you know what I think? I think he's going to get less touches this year because they're going to throw more.
Now, what makes you say that? The draft into Pearsall? Hopefully.
No, it's. I feel like Kyle Shanahan is going to give Purdy a little, I think the way he coaches quarterbacks is he gives him a little more over the course of time. And one way, I do think I think the receivers, let's say Pearsall can play. Well, then if you look at the 49ers, their receiving group is pretty amazing. So I just think they're going to throw the ball more than they have in the past under Kyle Shanahan. If for no other reason than they have the best quarterback they've had in the Shanahan tenure, and they have the best receivers they've had in the Shanahan tenure, because Ayuk and Debo are still both in their primes, and Purdy's been great.
Yeah.
So, and I also saw, honestly, I saw Matt Barrows, he's been writing about it, that they may, I don't know if the word's open it up, but Shanahan always likes to have that 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's going to be 55-45 passing, something like that. And even doing something like that maybe limits McCaffrey's touches a little more than they do.
Let me run this by you, and you tell me what you think. And this is just on the Carfax report, okay? You tell me if you think there's any correlation. So in 2018 in Carolina, your boy McCaffrey had total combined touches, 326, followed up in 2019 with 403. Okay?
All right.
He played 16 games in both those seasons. 2020, ask me how many games he played, Steiny.
How many?
3. 2021, ask me how many games he played, Steiny.
How many?
7. 2022, 6. So I know he's different.
2022, he played 6 with Carolina.
Okay, I got you.
But he had 2 years where he was hurt.
10 games. 2
years, 10 games.
I'm wondering if, that's a heavy-ass workload and a lot of pounding, and it could just be happenstance and nothing to see here. But that's why I just look at J.P. Mason like Steiny. I like what I see. I'm not saying he's McCaffrey, but just if they can make a conscious effort, if the game is kind of, you got it in hand, and you could say, when do you really know that? Kind of spell him on some of the pounding he's taking.
So what you're referring to clearly is in 2018 and 19, McCaffrey had 326 touches and then 403 touches.
Man.
Then over the next 2 years, he was hurt. Played only 10 games in 2 seasons.
Wow.
Then he came back, was traded to the Niners, and now he's had a 329 and a 339. And the obvious question with the correlation would be if there was a correlation between the workload he had in 18 and 19 that got him hurt, and he's had a big workload the last 2 years, is that something we're worried about if we're 49er fans?
And you laugh, and you have, at me when that report was out, and he's ready to go and said he could play. But when I hear that calf is barking before you're even getting tackled, Steiny, I'm just like, man, is that already starting to happen? Just something I'll watch, and we'll all watch. But
all right,
yeah,
I don't think it's fair to even say his calf's barking.
Well, that was reported.
Right, but he's going to start opening week.
Gotcha.
And he didn't play at all in the preseason, and 2 weeks ago he said he could have played if they needed him to play. It was all cautionary, I think, with McCaffrey. Now, if he's going to get nicked up over the course of the season, but I don't know if I'm not saying, I wouldn't say, well, he's come into this year and he's already banged up. I don't feel like that's the case. Frankie's in San Rafael. Hey, Frankie, what's going on, man?
Do you remember I talked to you guys about a month ago and told you Bob Melvin was a sleeper?
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Well, how the Giants doing now? It all comes down to coaching. I love you guys, but God, you pump this Kyle Shanahan like he's a god. I don't understand all the Niner fans, the way they act and their arrogance and the rudeness, and they're jinxing them. They're not going back to the Super Bowl. Sorry, you guys. The last time it happened was 96, 97. And if they do get back to the Super Bowl, which they're not, my buddy's son is Jared Goff. I grew up with Jerry Goff.
Stinks.
He's a great kid, and I root for him. But it doesn't matter because if Patrick Mahomes is there, he'll put 40 up on anybody this year. So get ready for the three-peat. And I'm a Raiders fan. I love the Raiders, man, but 40 years of losing, it gets to you because they move them around. It's just no quarterback, and it's just really hard to win,
Yeah. Thanks, Frankie. Yeah. Appreciate the call.
Positive Frankie, huh? Boy. Yeah. Don't kick the Giants when they're down. They gave a new contract out last night.
Yeah.
Chappie.
6 years, $151 million.
And
I'll tell you what, they've really pushed themselves to the brink. The Giants. I mean, they got to get something going. They got to get something going here.
Well, Farhan is not going anywhere. That's what that read when I saw that. When I saw that, I know it said Chappie got his chicken and he's your best everyday player to me. Congrats. 6 seemed excessive for a 31-year-old, but at the end of the day, I was like, you know what this means. What? Farhan is not going a damn place.
What about Melvin?
Nah. This is Melvin's first rodeo with the team.
He's coached for managed 5 teams.
Yeah.
I didn't realize. 601 saying that might have been the worst call of all time. I don't.
We have some candidates.
Maybe. It was up there.
At least he called, took time out his day.
Yeah.
Appreciate the support.
I want to go back. This was a fun one from last night. That I think Shasky asked it.
If the Niners were to go to the Super Bowl again this year, do you want to see the Chiefs again or not?
Hell yeah! Okay. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So,
to beat a man, you got to beat the man. Let's go.
Make some noise if you want the Chiefs again.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Make some noise if you're like, nah, the Bills would be cool.
I'm in for anyone not named Mahomes. I'll just try something different.
Shasky doesn't want the Chiefs again, but everybody else seems to want the Chiefs. And I would borrow your line and say, careful what you wish for.
Now, I'm a nerd. My reason's going to be different.
Okay.
I've seen enough of the Chiefs and Niners in the Super Bowl. 9 quarters worth wearing the same uniform combo. I'm Black Nerd. That's my PS5 name. Hashtag Steiny. I'm telling you, I want to see a different uniform combo. That's why Green Bay versus the Niners in that playoff game in the Saturday night rain gave me goosebumps. And in Detroit in their white on the Niner green grass in the red gave me goosebumps. Give me another team. Give me another color scheme. I'm kind of Chief Ninered out. Well, they play this year.
They do, and it's in the middle of a tough stretch, I think, for the San Francisco 49ers. I'm wondering, and I don't even know why this went through my head, but if it is the Bills and the 49ers win, is there a little hollowness because it wouldn't have been the Chiefs?
Oh, please, not to me. That's interesting. Hell nah, Steiny, damn.
Well, then why do you want the Chiefs?
Just from I love my uniform. That's why I got mad when the Warriors kept playing Cleveland over and over in the finals. It's like, give me something else.
So you don't like rivalries?
I do.
Apparently not.
Well, it's not a rivalry until the other team wins, and the Niners haven't won. They haven't beat Kansas City. Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess so. But yeah, no, I'm real quick. I'm with you with the Giants. I think the Chapman signing means we will be.
Yeah,
we're gonna have Farhan Zaidi and Bob Melvin at least next year. Okay.
Question real quick here.
Yeah.
I know it's John. Will you have Blake Snell? Will you have Robbie Ray? Because they control that.
Yeah. Does it matter?
Well, I know
they had him this year. And then 3
well, did you really have him this year? You had him a half. He's been stellar.
Robbie Ray,
he was injured. Evan told us about Snell early.
They both have been injured I don't know. We're talking about this story in The Athletic, Goo, and I want to run some of these comments by 49er fans. NFL executives rank the NFC teams.
Okay.
It says the 49ers still reign, but could the Packers overtake the Lions? Okay, meaning for the second spot. So the San Francisco 49ers, here were 5 executives again. The gap in average vote between the 49ers and the next team is the largest separating any of the top 9 teams. Right. Meaning, in this particular poll, there is a bigger discrepancy of the 49ers being better than the Lions or Packers than any other team in the league in terms of let's say, the fourth best team versus the third best team.
I'm not shocked. 4 straight trips to the NFC Championship, 2 Super Bowls in the last 5 years. I get it.
This is when this is why I love this article, because they'll have an executive that will explain why he had him first, and then there'll be an executive that had why they had the Niners third. By the way, there was only one executive that didn't have the Niners number 1. And one of the executives who said they're the best team in the NFC simply said, "Who is stopping that offense? Are you kidding me?" That's what one executive said who voted him first. Now, the one who voted him third, and this is what I want to run by 49er fans, is there something to this? There's been a lot of turmoil, and I don't think they're as deep as they have been in the past. 2 of your most important players, Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk, have not practiced. At some point, and this may not be the year because they are not yet paying the quarterback, but at some point, it's going to get more challenging. So he still has him third, but he's allowing for maybe Harris slippage.
Well, what did we talk about yesterday, even during the crossover with Willard and Dibbs, and the question of the offseason for me as I go back and just vegetate and watch the playoff games again? What happened to that Niner offense in the postseason? And we still haven't got the answer. Were they tired? I don't know. But, Steiny, I do wonder if they're going to be a continuance of that this year, because you can't answer it. I can't answer it. I can't put my finger on it.
Well, I can try.
But that offense is the team that was down in 2 of the 3 playoff games. And we had Weiss just on saying they should have lost to Detroit and could have lost to Green Bay. So, yeah.
Well, that's why
I don't know how big of a gap it is now.
That's why you can't say they should have beaten the Chiefs. Because if you say, well, they should have beat the Chiefs, well, guess what? The Packers should have beaten you, and so should the Lions have, but they didn't. And then you ended up getting beat in the Super Bowl.
Damn.
Guru has been talking a lot about McCaffrey, and I'm wondering if San Francisco 49er fans are kind of in lockstep with him. He had 329 touches 2 years ago, 339 last year.
Oof.
And the one thing, as Steve Weiss pointed out with the Shanahans, is they run their running backs.
Right.
That's what they do.
No breaks, right.
And I think the other thing that you were referring to last year with Shanahan was they brought up his touches.
Man.
And I think Shanahan basically said, I don't know how many touches he has.
Like, we don't chart it, but I don't give a damn.
Right.
If he can go, he's going to go. I don't care what the score is. Now I believe, partner, you need to proceed with caution. And it's like produce. You want it fresh, right? And you got to think and know you're Billy Badass. You got a damn good roster. A lot of people are picking you to be one of the teams at the end. You kind of just want to spell them a bit, Well,
if you can, maybe they won't be able to. Maybe victories will be a little tougher to come by this year. And maybe you don't get off to the fast start like you did last year, which built up some wiggle room, and you ended up getting the number 1 seed. I mean, to me, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but I do think it's easy to say, let's spell him way more this year. Okay, would you spell him enough so that it might cost you the first seed in the NFC?
Oh, no way. Not at all.
But and that's why, I think that, and that's kind of who Shanahan is.
Though, Steiny. I guess what I'm just saying, not you're out the game, sit there without, just some plays off. You see it, even with some of the greats. You got a drive going, one guy might get to the 2 touches, then you're like, okay, you can't just run them in the ground. But Steve said that's something that his daddy did, and he's obviously doing.
I just feel like there's a balance there. And I feel like a guy like McCaffrey, even though he's getting up there, 28, getting up there.
Well, he's a running back now. Yeah.
But I actually feel like McCaffrey's one of the kind of running back who, the more you get him the ball, the better he is. Well, in the course of a game. Maybe not in terms of the entire season, but I just think he's one of these running backs that he goes into a game and he's chalking up 25 touches, 18 runs, 6-7 passes, and we go. And to me, the one way to maybe protect McCaffrey a little bit is to throw it a little bit more and either keep him in the backfield or just swing him out where he doesn't get any contact and you go to a receiver. But let me ask 49er fans this. Is that the biggest worry? Is the biggest worry for the San Francisco 49ers Christian McCaffrey and his workload and his durability and keeping him upright and alive for 17 weeks heading into the playoffs?
For me, it is.
It is.
That's why I said that at the summit to Willard. But I'll tell you this, and I'll ask you and see if you remember something about our show yesterday. Steiner, you said the most important player that they can't be without, and I'm not going to put amount of weeks on it, is Brock Purdy. I said it's McCaffrey. So if the Niners were going into a game, let's just say Monday night against the Jets, and it was Brandon Allen under center and you had McCaffrey or Dobbs under center, you would take – that's what I would prefer. Like, I think you can still – we've seen Dobbs do some things, and it might be Brandon Allen. We've seen him, quarterback, take some snaps. But it sounds like you think if Purdy was under center and J.P. Mason was the back, you would prefer that over McCaffrey in the backfield. And I bring that up only because that's how damn important I think he is in a Niner defense, Donnie, and I'm going to tell you guys listening, I think they're going to take a step back. I think Dre Greenlaw and him not being there early and Noah Hufanga is being swept under the rug, and your new defense might be your offense and its ability to be able to carry you, and you can ill afford not to be without 23.
Yeah, I mean, if you're giving me a choice between, like, I would rather go into the Jets game in a hypothetical. I'd rather go into the Jets game with Brock Purdy starting and Jordan Mason as their running back, as opposed to Dobbsy or Allen and McCaffrey in the backfield. But I guess that's one way of looking at who do you think's more important. But
and they both are. I'm not no shaded Brock. I'm just like 23 is a bad man.
See, I just look at it as, if we look at both guys' track records, McCaffrey's got a long track record, and if he stays healthy, we kind of know what he's going to do. Purdy, on the other hand, doesn't have as much of a track record, but to me, he's got the ability to elevate his game maybe more than some of the other players on the team who have been around for a while. So that's kind of the way I'm looking at it with Brock Purdy. To me, he's got a shot at being the difference between winning a Super Bowl and not winning a Super Bowl.
And I know Niner fans are out there like, Steiny, we don't even want to find out. But, if you're telling me right now McCaffrey's going to play 15 of the 17 games, any player for that matter, Steiny, you would take that.
One more time?
If I told you McCaffrey's going to put 15 games on the ledger of this 17-game season, you would take that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We got a super chat from Jim Mole. $10.
Man, he balling.
He says, we're all good this season. I went to the Church of the 49ers in Columbia, California, and I burned a candle for the team.
Oh, boy.
I then got booted. Apparently, candles are a fire hazard there, but I think it took.
Hey, put that in the cap. Like, if something goes wrong or there's an injury, cue that up. I got booted in the church. Man, that's bad, man. Where I come from, that ain't good.
How much disposable income do some people have?
Next question.
And just burn a $10 bill like that. Incredible.
Well, don't hate.
I'm not hating.
Your boy just got some chicken. Matt Chappie, Steph.
Stinks.
Steph.
Hey, how about the way the guy said he was friends with Goff, and I said he stinks, and he just went right over it.
And I was waiting for you to incorporate Dibs. He's from Marin Catholic. That's where he went.
Yeah. Hey, Goo, I need your help.
Talk to me.
The 510 on the Xfinity Mobile text line says, stop glazing Brock. What does that mean, glazing?
Now, we got the youngsters in the back. Evan, I have never heard of glazing. What does that mean? Read it to Evan again.
Like on a donut?
I don't know. The 510 says, stop glazing Brock.
Is that jocking?
Hazing? Was it?
No, it's like we're
doing.
Like we're overpraising him. In the union, they would say, "Stop jocking, Stein. He ain't all that." That's what I take that as.
Okay, I guess you're right because then
glazing. I've never heard that.
He comes back and says Brock is irreplaceable. CMC is not. Stop it.
Oh, glazing might be we're overlooking them.
Yeah, boy.
We got to, boy.
Yeah, see, I'm old.
No, they're glazing. That ain't.
I guess not. Is Brock irreplaceable? Maybe to fans, I don't know. Is he irreplaceable to Kyle Shanahan? That's the only guy that matters.
Dobbs beat the Niners on Monday night. Remember that?
So Shanahan should be fired?
Or did he? Kirk got hurt that game, didn't he? Monday night, the one when...
you got to ask Bonte or Shasky.
Or Evan.
They have the history of the 49ers at their fingertips.
Gotta go.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And you learn something new.
Baby.
You learn something new every day. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Don't talk about that.
Hi, everyone.
I know where all the prisons are.
Time for the legal.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Apparently a listener felt I was obsessing a little bit over Purdy.
He deserved it.
Purdy. Overpraising him. Okay. Glad I got that out of the way.
I'm just thinking about meeting Evan's parents, man.
Why?
I mean, I just like meeting parents. When you meet parents, that relationship with whoever it is grows closer.
No, it doesn't.
When you meet parents, I met your mom, broke bread with her.
And that meant nothing.
We are Facebook friends and we have conversations.
Okay,
you think it doesn't mean
That's fine.
something.
No,
you think it doesn't
that's
mean
fine. You can have a relationship with your mom. My mom.
Yeah.
It doesn't make our relationship stronger.
So you're dumb for saying, that sounds stupid. I have the real Stein.
In fact, it gets me a little concerned. She's an 87-year-old woman, 86-year-old woman.
Young.
Let her alone.
Nope. Because she can get to you if I need her to help with you.
She's given up on me, Goo.
Have you? I know we got to get back to sports.
Yeah.
I didn't tell you what I did over Labor Day weekend. I saw 1992 with Tyrese.
What is that? Is that a movie?
Yeah, movie called 1992. It's about the L.A. Rodney King riots.
Okay.
But something is kind of, anyway. Guess who was in it? Ray Liotta.
Cindy Crawford.
The great Ray Liotta. And he's passed. And it's weird when you see guys and gals on the screen that have passed. And he was just another great performance.
Yeah.
But he was gone.
Yeah, I think we also had one of those type of situations with.
Give it to me. I was trying to think.
I think it's Tony Gandolfini, the guy from Sopranos.
Oh, man.
He made a movie with Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
Yeah,
and
good
then
call. You're right.
Came out after he passed. I think.
No, you're right.
I think. And the 707's
Black
got
Panther, too. Chadwick Boseman.
Sure.
Yeah. Hey.
The 707, I'll answer this for you.
Oh.
Because he doesn't think about that kind of thing, meaning you. 707 goes, the Chiefs had a great defense. That's what happened, Guru.
Right.
Let's give them credit.
Yeah.
Let's give those Chiefs
Niners defense played their ass off in the first half,
They did.
and Mahomes only had 3. Mahomes in 2019 faced the 3rd and 15. Mosley got lost and let Tyreek Hill get a first down. Miss me with the name on the back of the jersey supersedes what we saw. That's all I'm saying. Who Mahomes? Mahomes threw an interception right after halftime. After only putting
Michael
up 3
Jordan
points.
missed a shot
I
once.
knew you were going there, and I did it just for you to say it.
And Steph actually missed a couple threes in his career.
He did?
We don't harp on those. It's James Gandolfini. My bad.
Damn, I didn't catch it. My bad.
I never really.
No, don't say it. Just hold it in.
Nah.
So you don't know about
Tony Soprano?
Yeah.
I didn't watch it.
All his pussy, all his friends? Come on, man. You got to be kidding me, Steiny. Dude, there's so many great characters in that. Are you being honest?
Yes.
I
didn't watch a lot.
His dad?
I was aware of it, and I know a lot of people found it.
I feel bad for you. I know Evan probably young, so I ain't mad if he hadn't seen it.
I'm half Italian, so I know that.
No, you got that.
I'm
script.
about that
you lost
life.
that. You lost that, brother. If you haven't watched The Sopranos,
my Uncle Dominic was twice the man Gandolfini was. Dominic Attili.
Dude,
that's Italian, right in your eye.
Come on, man. Paulie?
I also didn't watch, never saw The Wire.
I just don't know who you are, man. What do you do for fun?
Documentary.
Oh my gosh! I'll tell you what I did the other night.
I'm Italian, but I haven't watched The Sopranos. What?
Because I don't have to. I lived it.
You've never been in a fight. What do you mean you lived it?
I eschewed that lifestyle.
Wow!
But believe me, it was. Oh gosh, what do I want to do here? Oh, yeah. Let's go to David in San Francisco. Hey, David, how you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
Cool.
Hey, to your point, I'm named after Dante Scannella, my grandfather.
Nice.
My mother and her, my mother, and her brother and sister were not allowed to speak Italian in their home in the Bronx because when my grandfather came to America, assimilating was the key. And moving away from that heritage was very important for people referred to often as WAPs.
Wow.
And so it's a very weird sort of reality and my mother's brother-in-law, though, his side of the family, they all speak Italian. They all know the language. We have cousins in Italy, all that stuff. And it's just a very sort of weird, upbringing where you come literally first gen come over and they're just like, no, we're ignoring that history. We're moving forward to being American.
Well,
very strange.
Yeah, interesting. And that was an issue in our family. So my grandmother didn't speak English very well at all.
Right.
And my mom learned both. And to this day, I'm still mad at her that she didn't speak Italian when we were growing up.
So you can't?
I can.
Oh, wow.
Could you imagine Steiny coming in with some Italian?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Could have changed my whole life. I wouldn't even be on Sports Talk Radio. Maybe I'd be into the arts and philanthropy.
Gotcha. But you need to check that. It's waiting for you if you ever get time.
Yeah. I might. By the way, coming up at 1 o'clock, Anthony Becht. He is the new Jets color commentator. Played in the NFL for 10-plus years. He's a first-round pick of the Jets in 2000.
Damn.
So we'll get some Jets info. Absolutely.
You don't have them going like you're mad at me for.
Stink.
You ain't mad at me, but you don't think Rodgers could, if he's upright, can pull off a Tom Brady in Tampa? Tom Brady did that. He did that, Stoney. And I know, Green Bay, Rodgers lost to Jimmy and, whatnot, Cap. But I'm telling you, he's still a bad man.
Well, we'll see. Because he hasn't played in 2 years, essentially. So, although, I'll tell you what.
He's got some weaponry, and your boy Salah's on the hot seat.
As long as we brought his name up, this is what, where is that? Aaron Rodgers.
This one I need to have your back. Go ahead while you look for it. I'll just keep talking. I
swear we had some great Aaron Rodgers sound from Craig Cosell.
RELAX.
Difference is
that's his classic.
Yeah, keep talking.
Yeah.
Salah.
I like the Jets. And like I said, Stoney, you didn't like the Memphis analogy I used last year. The Memphis Grizzlies had a bad season, but they were without Ja Morant, and I think that's going to help them when they get Ja back. So I look at the Jets. They were in close games, got nothing from the quarterback position. Rodgers comes in. They got that defense. Williams. I'm telling you, man, Sauce Gardner, Stoney. I can't wait to see these matchups.
They're in disarray. Reddick, still not in. What?
No, I like him, but he wasn't on the team last year.
He's good.
Why was he available?
Because the Eagles didn't want to pay him. Simple as that.
Your boy Sirianni. I can't wait to see what the Eagles are going to do.
They're going to win.
Jason Kelsey on his podcast said that, Jalen Hurts needs to be a better leader. And he just left that locker room. So I was like, damn, he dropping nuggets. Might be snitching.
I've told you. I'm telling you, hardcore Eagles fans are not sold on Hurts.
I agree with that.
They like him.
Almost won a Super Bowl, Stein.
They don't love him.
Almost won a Super Bowl.
And how many years has Hurts been in the NFL? Think about this for a sec. Off the top of your head. 5?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
5 years into his tenure as a quarterback, and in Philadelphia, they're still not convinced he's the quarterback. So.
Well, he was minutes away from convincing them against the Chiefs. Then he gave up that touchdown, Stoney, when he fumbled. But he had a damn good game.
Let's go to G Money. G Money's in San Jose.
Loan me some, baby.
Hey, G Money. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Steiny and Goo?
Hey.
I was just calling because Guru is always saying the Niners held them to 3 points in the first half of the Niners Super Bowl last year.
Mm-hmm.
But that's only because Greenlaw got hurt, and then the defense fell apart in the second half. That's all.
All right.
Appreciate it.
And I love you.
He still loves you.
No, I love him.
Well, actually, I didn't hear him say
I was just going to say, give the Niners and the defensive coordinator then, Wilks, credit, Stoney, on that last drive, Kansas City could have scored a touchdown and won the game. It wouldn't even win overtime. And even though they were tired, they kept them out the end zone and held them to a field goal.
Right.
And I think that had something to do with Kyle taking the ball in overtime first, which he shouldn't have done.
Well, the one thing, I don't know.
Monday morning quarterback.
Well, yeah, exactly. And that's you're pretty much undefeated as a Monday morning quarterback. So I congratulate you.
Please.
I congratulate you.
You're in the Hall of Fame of that.
Please.
What do you mean, please?
Please.
You wait till the stuff happens and decide it, and then you double back, change what you originally said.
No.
God, you live in a nice world. It's just safe.
It's called integrity.
Oh, please.
That's what it's called. I just got home from Philly. Sports talk out there is very apprehensive of Jalen Hurts. That's from our guy, City Boy.
I think he lost
was
a room.
In Philly.
Yeah.
He wasn't. Who? Hurts lost the room?
And for Jason Kelce, the great future Hall of Famer, he just retired.
Right.
For him to say he needs to be a better leader, Steiny, he's telling you everything you need to know about that Philadelphia team. They don't like Hurts. Or they don't want, they don't like how he leads, or he ain't leading enough. That's not good. And they got all the talent in the world.
What if he becomes a better leader?
Yeah. Well, I'm asking you, how do you go find it? How do you do that?
I actually think leadership is something you can work on.
Like, where would you go?
Well, you just put in more time. You let your actions speak for themselves.
But what would those actions consist of? Hey, Steiny, let's go to lunch. Let's spend some more time together. We talked about Draymond and Kuminga a couple of years back. Like, I'm being real. What's that? What's that mean?
Well, it's like one of the jokes about Jamarcus Russell is he didn't do homework.
No, gotcha.
Maybe Hurts needs to do more homework.
But these are people skills, though, Steiny, when you say lead.
No. You got to lead by example.
But I'm thinking that's relationship-wise.
Maybe. I was listening to my buddy and future Hall of Famer Joe Thomas.
Okay.
And Joe Thomas was talking about Johnny Manziel. And what, of course, Joe Thomas, great guy, said, I love Johnny Manziel, this, that, and the other thing. He goes, but look, you can't, in the NFL, okay, you can't show up to the facility at 9 o'clock, go to practice at 10, get done with practice at 12, and leave at 1 o'clock.
Wow.
Like, you just can't do that. Maybe it's I don't know. Maybe it's a work ethic problem. But I think teams know when their quarterbacks are trying to cut corners, and I'm not saying that's what Hurts is doing. I'm just saying if that's what Jason Kelce said about a guy that he snapped the ball to for the last 4 years, and Jalen Hurts is entering his 5th year, then I do think you can become a better leader.
Well, we're going to be joined here shortly by Anthony Beck, former number 1 pick for the first-round pick for the Jets. We'll ask him what goes into that. Steiny, because I do wonder, is that what leadership is? To me, leadership is volume. You got to talk. You got to be one of the guys, and I'm just – like, that's got to be a part of it. Like, I get what you're saying. Hey, I'm going to come early. I'm going to stay late. I believe that's a part of it. But when you talk about leader, let's just say Evan was catting around. So you think words
are more important than action?
I do. No.
Yes, you do.
I guess what I'm saying, Steiny, is if I'm a leader, I'm going to check everybody.
Is Steph Curry a leader? Yes, he's a leader.
I don't know if my answer is yes to that because he's
not loud.
No.
Okay, is Draymond a leader?
No, he can't be a leader because he F's up too much, but nobody checks him. So that's why I'm stepping back when you say Curry. Everybody has a voice. Curry is a leader. He can't check Draymond. Nobody's checked Draymond. So I'm stripping everybody from leader with the Warriors. For me, that's my team. I've been hurt because nobody stepped up and checked Dre. So when you tell me leader, Bob Myers was the only one reportedly that could check Draymond. A leader stands up and talks to everybody the same way, and he's not afraid to.
Man, I disagree.
Wow.
To me, leaders talk to everybody differently, depending on how they view that other person's personality. It's that old thing to me where it's like some people need a pat on the back, some people need a kick in the rear end.
Yeah. But, like, let's just say Nahegan, our boss, was treating us 3 different. Me, you, and Evan.
He does.
Well, but there's a consistency of how to act, Steiny, and rules to where he would drop the hammer to let Evan and I know that he put you in your place. And I think that's across the board, even in corporate. Leader, like you got to show the troops some stuff.
Right,
you got to get buffed for.
Show.
Yeah.
You've got to show the troops, not talk. You've got to show them. I don't think you can be a leader without an exemplary way of going about your business.
I think you have to be confrontational, too, to be a good leader.
No, you don't have to be. You think you have to be.
Like Ray Lewis was I'm not saying Steph's not a good leader. We were talking about Draymond.
Well, he's not confrontational.
But he's got power, and he does it in his way.
That's right.
But that way hasn't
what?
Draymond Green has blown past it, I believe. And then you could say that's just one player. Goo, what about everybody else?
I absolutely because
so a leader's supposed to be quiet. They
can be. They absolutely. John Wooden was a leader.
But if you were making one, what would your mind?
I would want John Wooden. John Wooden to me is the kind of leader I would love to play for. Bobby Knight is somebody I'd prefer not to play for.
But that's who I would play for, Bobby Knight.
Okay.
Because you know where you stand.
This is the NFL.
Yeah, I got you.
These are grown men.
I got you.
These aren't college
Mike Ditka
kids.
was a guy that he going to check you.
Okay. And what about Tom Landry? Was he a yeller?
No.
Okay.
But he would get you.
Right. But my point is you don't have to be confrontational, I don't think.
Well, I guess this all jumped off, and I'm not saying you're wrong, Steiny, is you really think you can go learn how to be a good leader? I think you're born with it.
I think part of it you are, but there are things you can work on in terms of your accountability. And for example, I don't think I'm a great leader. In fact, I know I'm not.
Have you been in that position to lead and you felt like you let somebody down or a group down?
Yeah, it just wasn't my strength.
But you're a parent, so you are a leader. You're a dad 3 times over.
Well, I'm almost making your point. Like, I don't think I'm a leader, but if somebody said, Steiny, you're the captain of the 95-7 The Game crew, you know what? And that came with extra responsibility. You know what? I would probably.
Right.
That's not funny.
Hey, look, go ahead. No, but this is fascinating because you're not wrong.
I would probably put in more time here. I would probably work on my relationships with the other guys on the team, but it doesn't necessarily, like, to me.
And that would be for the optics.
Steiny, you're now the quarterback of the 95-7 team. Okay, I got to be confrontational. Hey, Goo, you got to get in here earlier. Or, hey, Willard, you've been doing this. No, you don't have to be that. I think leaders come in all shapes and sizes and voices. And
like we have one today. We have a team meeting. That's when I think you could do what you just said. Hey, Goo, I need this. Willard, I need to call you out for this. Dibs, like, not call you out to embarrass you, but to, like a good family.
I'd probably pull a guy aside.
See, I don't like the side stuff. That's just me.
So you want a coach that airs you out in public.
As long as that's consistent across the board.
All right.
Because that way nothing will ever fester.
So, but don't you realize that if Jalen Hurts is, let's say,
what if they think he's not a punk, but he's too selfish or self-centered, flamboyant.
Okay. So he's going to come in this year and start knocking heads. They're all going to know that that's a joke.
Oh, no.
That's not who he is.
I was asking you, where does he go to fix whatever, what he needs to, fix?
Whatever
you read a book? Do you go?
He works on it. Like, he works on whatever it is. If he doesn't know the playbook well enough, then I think he's got to spend more time studying the playbook. And over the course of time, his teammates will say, you know what? Not one day. His teammates say, you know what? Jalen's really been putting in the work this season. He's a different kind of quarterback.
So by example.
Again, there's not one necessarily way to do it. But
it's fascinating.
What I'm saying is if Jalen Hurts, let's say, is considered not a leader by Jason Kelce because he's too laid back.
That could be, wow.
Okay, so he comes in this year and starts yelling at people?
No, I don't know.
I wouldn't.
See, that's what I think that's what Jason said. You got to be more of a leader.
But that's not who he is.
Then you need to take the C off his chest.
I guess. I just,
you know, and
here's the other thing.
I thought
do want to say
saying
this.
that was wow.
I think saying Steph's not a leader because he couldn't get Draymond Green under control. That's harsh.
All right.
Because
you know it's the chef on mine all day, but
I think you can do it anyway. Like, you know, the different kind of leaders.
Yeah.
Different kind of ways. Julie is in Danville.
Hey,
Julie, what's going on? How are you?
Hey there. I just wanted to comment on the Steph and Draymond situation.
Oh.
I think that Steph probably did try to lead, and in his only way that he could was to keep Draymond. You know, I mean, he could have been more explosive than he is now. Who knows if he would have been, you know, far worse than that. So I think that Steph did talk to him, and I think that he tried to do his best and put him in his place, but also you need to let Draymond be Draymond in a lot of situations. A leader doesn't always... Oh, I was just going to say, and a leader doesn't always have to be the one that shouts the loudest or says the harshest things. You know, what is the saying? You get more, you know, bees with honey than you do with, you know, whatever.
Yeah. I forget what that is too, but I know what you mean.
But, so, you know, I think that, you know, there's all different types of leaders, but I don't think that challenging your people to the point of embarrassment or belittling them is going to make them a better person or a better player or a better, you know, father, mother, whatever. I think that you have to have something different for every single player. You have to see what their fine points are, what their weak points are, and work with that.
Yeah. Great call.
Thanks, Julie. I think it appears to me, and I can't say for certain, but it appears to me that Brock Purdy is a leader. How do I know that? Well, I just heard George Kittle talk about how he's got a command in the huddle that puts everybody at ease, and there's a confidence that he exudes because he's kind of buttoned up. And I mean, Purdy's kind of the furthest thing from a yeller and a screamer and a. So yeah, I just think there's all kinds. All right, we've got Anthony Becht on the other side. He is the new Jets radio color commentator. He was an NFL tight end for more than a decade, and the New York Jets, they are in town on Monday for Monday Night Football at Levi Stadium, and Anthony Becht will join us on the other side. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That segment was also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
This is Macklin Celebrini, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
If you had to cut one, would you cut Celebrini's or Sally's?
Oh man,
I'm cutting Sally. I'm cutting Sally.
I'm cutting Sally too.
Because Celebrini going to be around for a while.
Might be the next Gretzky.
That's me. That's what I've said. You can't take that from me.
That's like saying lunchtime's at 12. Steiny, everybody, come on, man. This dude can be that. The great one.
No, I said that.
Oh, good God. You stole it from me.
Hey, I got by the way, we're hoping to be joined very soon by Anthony Becht. He's the new Jets radio color commentator. He played tight end for more than a decade and was a first-round pick in 2000 of the Jets. Man. And he's their new color commentator. So looking forward to talking to him about what's going on with the Jets, who will obviously be in town on Monday. Hey, I got to
give it to me because you don't know how excited I really am.
Oh, about what?
Just football tonight.
Oh, no.
Monday night at the Hilton. This is, the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Your boy is juiced, man.
I got something even to throw into the hopper for you.
Let's go.
I got a documentary recommendation for you. And maybe you could work it in this weekend.
All right.
It's called Happy People. Happy People. Life in the Taiga. I think you would
Frankie
enjoy
Beverly
it.
and Mays.
Huh?
He had happy people.
No, it's a documentary depicting the life and the work of the trappers in Bakhtia, which is in Siberia.
Now, trappers in the streets mean something different than,
no.
What is that trapper? Yeah.
They actually trap animals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like.
So that's different than.
Like,
pushing, yeah.
We got him? Thank God.
Yeah. Anthony.
All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Joining us right now, he is the new Jets color commentator. He played tight end for more than a decade, and he was a first-round pick of the New York Jets in 2000. Anthony Becht. Anthony, thank you so much for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
You got it, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
We're doing great. Let me just ask you this. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers got hurt early last year. He's healthy. What is the excitement level among Jets fans right now for this season?
Well, last year it was at a high level and then ultimately sank down with a roller coaster of emotions off the fourth play of the season. And now I think it's like urgency across the board. I think fans are finally ready to see a team compete, a playoff contender, a team that can go deep. I think everybody out there is saying or predicting the Jets is going to have a strong season. And quite frankly, guys, on paper, they are a playoff team. I mean, if they stay healthy, and I think that's what everybody's talking about is, if this roster, these linemen, Aaron, can stay healthy and make it through a 17-game season, that they have a really good chance of making a push in the AFC.
Anthony, let me ask you this, because the head coach is the former, as you know, defensive coordinator, Robert Saleh for the San Francisco 49ers. And this is what I know about you guys in New York. The fans, they don't have a lot of patience. Is Robert Saleh, after a year of not having the services of one Aaron Rodgers, is he truly, really on the hot seat, Anthony?
I would contradict and say the fan base is probably one of the most patient, even though they do it in an angrily manner. Look, you're right. I don't think he's on the hot seat. I mean, I think last year was kind of an enigma as far as, you want to judge a head coach on all of their top players being available. Now, is that an excuse
if a guy gets hurt and you can't find a way to compete and win on a week-to-week basis. It's not, but when it's the quarterback and when it's Aaron Rodgers, it's a little different. I mean, obviously, when you're losing multiple games last season and you're playing 3 or 4 different quarterbacks and rotating 10 different lineups at the offensive line position, it is frustrating for a fan base. They don't want to see it. They want to see something better. But what exactly is reasonable enough for the eyes of a fan to really see that fits what they should have out there with no Aaron Rodgers? So I think now with all the pieces, this is a better gauge on, okay, the type of coach Saleh is. All the players respect him. They love him behind closed doors. I think he's just anxious and ready to see what he's got with his main guys playing.
Anthony Beck joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the Jets radio color commentator, an NFL tight end for over a decade. You seem like the perfect person to ask this question to, Anthony, and it's obviously Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams didn't have a lot of training camp, but specific to Brandon Ayuk, who's a receiver, can you give us a sense, as a guy who, caught footballs in the NFL, how behind he is, how long it'll take to get him up to speed, and whether or not the 49ers or any team in their position pays a price for, let's say, a receiver who gets in late? Is there any ramifications?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, listen, he's a very talented receiver, deserves every dollar that he got. But guys, let's be frank. You're not running routes, you're not practicing, you're not working on timing, you're not working on your physicality, you're not callousing your body through training camp. It's going to take 4 weeks, in my opinion, to really get to where he needs to be. And unfortunately, he doesn't have the time to, condition himself maybe as much as you could have in training camp. Just those windows and those days off. Now you're into the season. You're going to go. I don't know if he'll ever be full peak during the year, but he will groove. He will get that football, condition at some point during the year. But I absolutely think it's a factor. For Trent, a little different position, but still, you haven't taken any snaps. You haven't done anything except maybe training and working with your personal guy. It's a lot different, man. He is one of the top, if not the best tackle in the league, but those reps, getting yourself ready, using training camp, one-on-ones with the defensive ends, especially his own. He's got some of the best in the business. He has not been able to go against those guys just to get his body going. These are factors to me that I think will show itself in this football game. And then even, Christian McCaffrey, we know his work ethic. We know how he trains. They know that he's accountable on his body and everything. But when you're not actually physically taking those reps and you're visually doing it, yeah, there's no question he's going to be a guy that's going to come in and, play at the high level. But even there, I feel like there's going to be some time for that to kind of gradually work through. And it might be a little bit more committee. It might be a little bit more of a pitch count on how he feels as well. So to me, I think it's a big factor. We'll see if that looms large. But I think, you may see some issues where, they're not fully going to be able to go out there and play the snaps that maybe the fan base want them to see.
Anthony, you mentioned the Niners running back, the fantastic Christian McCaffrey, and enough said right there. But I want to ask you about your running back. And I was telling my partner, man, I really believe in Breece Hall. How close do you think he is, Anthony, to being a household name?
Oh, guys, yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, I would say I'm expecting him to put up a 4 or 5 year string of what we saw LaDainian and Tomlinson do.
Wow.
2,000 plus total scrimmage yards, right? Rushing, 1,000 plus, and then also receiving. He was the number one receptions last year from the season. And I just, to me, man, like, he's a complete package, 600 yards receiving, 1,000 yards rushing, and he started the season slow coming off an ACL. I mean, guys, he's everything and all that, and he's a very confident player. And you guys have Christian McCaffrey, and clearly he's the best of the best. But this kid is young, hungry, and he will show up on a week-to-week basis. I'll just say this: the offense funnels through Breece Hall. He is the best offensive player on this football team.
Interesting. Anthony Beck joining us on 95.7 The Game, Jets radio color commentator. Out here in the Bay, obviously, and I just mentioned him, Williams and Ayuk, one held out, one held in, but they both just got to camp. And I can just tell you that at least out here, it was the biggest story. Every day there was an update on whether they were close to coming back or not. Hassan Reddick hasn't shown up to Jets training camp, and I know the circumstances are different, but I'm just curious to know how the Jets have handled his absence, knowing that out here it was kind of a sideshow at the end.
Yeah, it's obviously disappointing that Hassan did not show up after the trade. I know early on his party and Joe Douglas, the general manager, had conversations where, look, let's get Hassan in the building. Let's build the rapport, be around his teammates. We will get the structure, the contract, and all those things hammered out. And he decided not to show up at all. And listen, he has that right. I mean, it's not uncommon. Like you said, you had it on your own side, but I don't know what the factor is for it. I mean, you don't have Huff from last year. You don't have JFM, John Franklin Myers. But, I think to me, a guy that's got a lot of upside, their former first-round pick from 2 years ago, Will McDonald, to me, is a factor. And I think he's going to get more plays, more reps now to show off his pass rush ability. And I think people are going to start liking what they see from this young man. Not the biggest defensive end, built kind of similar when you look at Leonard Floyd type of body size, as far as, not the thickest guy. Now, Leonard obviously has a lot more experience and has built through his body now in his frame. But early on, very similar players as far as what they can bring to the table. And he's an extremely talented pass rusher. And again, they're going to lean on Jermaine Johnson more across the board. And of course, one of your guys, interior-wise, Javon Kinlaw's had a fantastic camp. He's put on 25, 30 pounds, which is remarkable for a guy that's already 300-plus, but looks great, has been just dominating every day in practice, looks as healthy as he's ever been, and looks like he's got a chip on his shoulder, guys. For whatever reason, coming out of San Francisco, he is a hungry player. And, of course, Quinnen Williams. Now, I'll just say this. The matchup of the game, when you're watching this, is your right guard rookie, Dominic Pony.
Yep.
He's a guy to me. There is no learning catch-up phase when you're going against a guy named Quinnen Williams. Quinnen Williams dominates starting guards and tackles in this league. Now you got a rookie. Again, if you're going to attack an area, you're looking at that center, that right guard position. That's, to me, an area where the Jets are going to manufacture some big plays and try to push and squeeze that pocket and make Brock throw a little bit on the move.
Anthony, I'm so juiced. We got a game tonight, but I thought the NFL could just hit it out the park with the Jets with those JETS green helmets. Remind me of Richard Todd era against the Niners. My question to you is, who is the most important Niner for this matchup to you and the Niners season?
Wow, listen, I think that everybody always wants to talk about the quarterback position, and they say, the system and how to me, Brock Purdy is the key with his weapons around him and protection. I just got, listen, my kid plays at Iowa State. I followed Brock a long time, and, this guy has it, and he's continued to show it and prove it. The Niners, in my opinion, are very fortunate to have him, and I love to see what he looks like this year, especially if Brandon Ayuk takes a little bit more time, a little bit youth, and some concerns, maybe interior offensive line. Like, how does that look for Brock and his success? Clearly a lot of weapons, Christian McCaffrey, Kittle, we all know those names, and Samuel, but that extra piece, Ayuk, being full speed up to go, Trent there, those things are going to happen. And when they are, that's when this offense and this team will click. But I just don't know early on. This is just me thinking out loud here, is that it may take a little more time than just the first game.
Hey, Anthony, when are you getting out here? And my last question, you like the Bay Area?
Love the Bay Area. Yeah, absolutely, man. I played a lot of football out there. Obviously, when I was with the Jets and the Bucks and some of my other teams, Kansas City Chiefs, I think for me, I got my son plays at Iowa in the Cy-Hawk Classic.
What position,
Saturday,
Anthony? What position is he?
He's the quarterback for Iowa State, Rocco Beck.
There it is.
Good stuff.
I'll be out Sunday morning, fellas.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hey, Anthony, thank you. Enjoy your stay out here, and good luck on the season.
You got it, fellas. Thank you.
All righty. That's Anthony Beck. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop?
Yeah. Well, I'll be watching his son at Iowa State, the QB. Didn't know that.
Dude, he's an All-American.
Man.
You don't follow Iowa State?
Well, I haven't seen him play. It's been 1 week.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. Good stuff. See,
no. He said, "G, back you up." Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
But it's the NFL, right? So obviously 99.9 is a quarterback league, right? What? I get that and I understand it, but Christian McCaffrey is what makes the engine go. Like, what if I told you there would be a math problem, we would solve it, and it would tell us the impact that McCaffrey had on the success of Brock Purdy. Because now that people throw rocks and whatever fruit at Jimmy Garoppolo in his tenure with the Niners, they're right on the table to me, Steiny, brought to you by Atco. I do wonder, I really do, how successful Jimmy would have been. Would it have been better had he got this much run with McCaffrey in the backfield?
Probably would have been better. I mean, I think he went 5-0 with McCaffrey when he quarterbacked.
And he went to a Super Bowl without him.
Yeah. I mean,
just a thought.
Were you ready to send Garoppolo to Canton?
No, please. You see him at Vegas?
No. What's he doing?
No, last year he was terrible.
Oh.
And he suspended 2 games.
Nah, you hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Yeah.
You know how you know the Niners are good?
How?
Okay. I'll tell you how. I've been reading a lot of previews. I've been reading a lot of stuff about how the 49ers are going to be and their strengths and weaknesses.
I'm having the best day. What did I do?
You laughed in my face.
No, I was laughing. I couldn't wait to answer.
You did something because I saw you talking right before you laughed.
There's something called in-show producing that the audience isn't privy to, and it's generally for a reason.
And him and I hadn't talked. I was just giddy about what you were giddy about what you're about to say. Don't be insecure.
Did you get the memo from the boss about listen to your partner?
I do that better than anybody here.
Oh, please. Oh,
yeah, Mister, I'm going to talk to Evan the whole show and look to my right. We're on a date, bud. I need to see those. They're green, right?
Brown.
Okay, but yeah, you veer off.
Goo.
Like this.
Kind of all.
I look you dead in the like.
Goo.
Yeah.
Goo.
In the last I know what I do.
In the last 6 months, have you ever not waved to somebody who's walked by the studio?
That's because it's called sales. They're looking in. The client's looking. I want to, hey, we're a family.
Somewhat distracting.
To you.
Okay, so.
You're not going to remember what you were about to say.
Oh. No, I do. Here's how you know the 49ers are good. Here's how you know they're loaded.
Right.
I'm reading The Athletic the other day.
Look at your partner.
He's got, like, it's incredible. I don't say anything about it, but it's like, I'm over here. But go ahead. Evan's over there. Go ahead. You like what you see over there. I get it. I don't take it personally. But I do think about it on the drive home. Look at me.
I forgot.
Oh, you know how they're loaded. You know how you know they're loaded.
I don't like to, I'm not going to stare you down.
No, dude,
what do you want from me?
Interaction. But Snotty, just that. You know how you know they're loaded.
All right.
Yeah.
I was reading The Athletic. Here's how you know they're loaded. It said, area of concern for the 49ers.
Oh, I think you told us this.
Said?
Hold on. I think you told us this yesterday.
You know what it said? Center.
Yeah, that was it.
That's how you know a team's loaded.
That was it, center.
That's how you know a team is loaded. Oh, they may have some issues at center.
Man, I'll tell you what. Anthony did say, Steiny, rookie Dominic Puni has his hands full with Williams. Like that'll. If you have a breakdown, now Steiny, that can wreck a game. I'm just, if he was to get Dominic get handled, he could wreck a game.
Well, I'm more worried about the center position now.
Look at you.
Who do we got there? Jake Brendel? Brendy?
They've gotten to the NFC Championship games 4 years in a row. This O-line is supposedly the weak link. 2 Super Bowls and 4 straight trips to the NFC Championship game.
Hey.
He'll be fine.
Well, here's how I know you don't listen. I'm looking at the YouTube chat.
All right.
And Lori Matthews said, yeah, you said that already about center. Damon Cheng says center. Yeah, you said that already.
And I just told you said it. I said you told us that yesterday. So you don't listen to me. I just said that after you said it. Yeah, you gave us that nugget yesterday.
Oh, my God.
No, I'm staying out of this.
We're getting to that point of age. I set my appointment the other day.
That's the sign.
Happy Hour podcast. Oh, my gosh, I couldn't recall.
He's too old.
Wow. That's Slap me for what I'm doing. Dude, I was serious, Donnie. I called Kaiser. I hung up. I didn't set an appointment. But you get so excited. We got a game tonight, hours away.
It's not the Niners, though.
But it's a heavyweight showdown.
We'll see.
Well, could be their Super Bowl opponent. I got the Jets in the mix. I do got Kansas City, Cincinnati. You didn't ask. Jets and Ravens.
You hear 49ers are what?
I was going to give you some 49ers news.
No, you know what? I'll be honest with you, and you can give it, and I think I know what it is, but file this under, tell me something that matters.
Well, I thought you'd have a take on this because a member of this newest 49ers captains class is someone that, you have a bit of an issue with, Steiny. Okay, so Nick Bosa's a captain, Fred Warner, Kyle Juszczyk, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy, Deebo Samuel, and Trent Williams.
Evan, I just have a question.
It's called their starting lineup. Right. It's not called their captains.
Come on. That's too many damn captains, E.
If you're holding out, can you be a captain?
Or is that a mulligan?
Oh, but he's very respected.
That's a lot of folks for the captain.
Yeah, I'm less concerned with Trent Williams being one of them than what kind of team names 13 captains. Hey, did you hear about the Warriors? Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis, Curry, Draymond. And actually they named DeAnthony Melton as the 6th captain.
That's pretty good. Let me give you one. Yellow Jacket said, Goo, you're correct. I do wonder about...
I don't know. I don't know. Hey, do you see we're up against it a little bit, but maybe I should not.
Too short segment coming up next.
Should I mention it or not? Or should I save it for tomorrow? We'll see. It's a game time decision by me. No doubt about it.
Evan out tomorrow. After the show, no cafeteria. Kind of down. That bothers me. He got to work, but...
He works harder than us.
Well, he's younger. He's younger. We're closer to retirement than Evan. We put in more work than he.
You're not close to retirement.
But you are?
Yes.
You don't know my corporate life.
I've seen your bank account. You got more work to do.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
I met the criteria to be selected.
I love this.
Oh, that is incredible.
Oh, but everybody afraid of Michael Jordan.
That cut Isaiah, man.
I'm Team Isaiah.
He should have been on.
Team Isaiah. That's who I am. All right. Coming up next, it's the Too Short segment. You know what that means. It's 10 minutes. And then we can do the crossover. Yeah, that's what we do on 95.7 The Game.
I met the criteria to be selected, but I wasn't.
What's up? It's your boy Guru. Prize Picks is America's #1 daily. I root for Africa.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Which country?
I'm mad right now. I'm not feeling it right now. I'm going to lay out.
Why?
Because the boss is so creative. I was in his office when he did that promo for the crossover. And I'm going to go diva on you guys right now.
You're not in it enough?
I'm not in it at all. And he played it, and I was like, I doubled back like, give me a bar. I'm not that guy, but when you hear wow, you were in there all through the promo. Congrats.
Hey, you know what I like to do? Shatter perception. And
I like that term.
Did you notice, where our last guest, and he was great. If you want to go back and check it out, go ahead and download the Odyssey app. Anthony Becht, he's the new tight end. No, not new tight end. He was a former tight end, but he's the new radio voice of the Jets. He's from Philadelphia, and I never brought it up. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be honest.
Right,
I'm asking you to be honest. Did you know before the interview he was from Philly? Because there's no way.
Did you get the text from the boss that said we have a chance to get Anthony Becht, the Drexel Hill native?
I was in traffic.
Now, I need you to be honest, Steiny. Did you remember?
I forgot.
And Evan knows who you are.
I forgot.
I love it. There's no way you would have let that go.
Bechty.
Yeah, you definitely would have brought up Drexel.
Hey, let's go to Frontline in Fremont. Frontline was at the summit yesterday. Frontline in Fremont. What's up, Frontline?
Frontline's in the house. What's going on, Steiny and Guru?
What's up, baby?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I had a great time at the summit yesterday. My first time coming down there to see you radio host and everything. I had a good time.
Cool.
The best part of it was when you guys walked in through the door. That was my part right there. When you guys walked in, you guys are full of class. I love your spirit. I love your spunk. And had a chance to see the Guru. Because I haven't seen the Guru in about a few years or so. And I just wanted to be there. And also, like I said, my brother, may rest in peace, he's a big 49er fan. So I was there for him.
Oh, man,
anyway,
that's beautiful.
Fellas, I don't want to take too much of you guys' time and everything. I'll just call to check in. Frontline.
Yeah, don't be a stranger, man. Yeah, don't be a stranger. That made my day.
Wow.
I'm serious, man. That's real.
That's pretty cool.
That's what you call real and authentic.
Speaking of which, I can't remember his first name, but Epps.
Of course, this is the show.
Mr. Epps.
Oh, D. Epps.
Okay.
Yeah.
His son was there.
Yeah,
I met his son.
We took a photo, I believe. Well,
I'm not sure, but I met his son, and man, he was great.
Look at Steiny.
Dude, he's like, you guys make my day. I drive a lot. I'm in the car.
Shout out to the Epps family.
You guys get me
and
through
Boom
the
Boom
day.
Epps. That's his brother.
And I just want you to, can you do me a favor? Like when a guy like Epsy, both of them, when they're that thankful, when you hear that, Goo, how can you mail it in?
I get goosebumps just thinking about it.
No, I'm asking you. People really love to listen, so why do you mail it in?
I've never, in my 12 years of doing this, I've never mailed it in.
I've mailed in segments. Never a whole show.
I've been mad, but I've never mailed it in. This is the toy store of life, what we do, man.
I don't think I've ever mailed.
So we're going to go home and I'm going to be a vegetable, no gym, probably order some round table, watch the game, post-game, and come in tomorrow. We'll talk about football in the Monday night game. Who's got it better than us?
How much time do you think we'll spend tomorrow talking about the Ravens and the Chiefs?
Not much. That's all
you know what?
Monday game.
We might talk about that because you know why? Because the Chiefs, they matter to the
Evan
Niners.
ruined fantasy for me. I'm going to cut down on I'm going to condense my leagues next year. I got Lamar, but I'm probably going against Lamar.
I'm sure you are.
They're different scoring systems, too.
I'm sure you are. Would you? Oh, you wanted to?
No, I want Too Short to call us. The great rapper from Oakland, man. I'll send out some IG messages.
No, I'm sorry. You had something poignant to say about Matt Chapman. Well, go ahead.
No, I'm not mad at the deal.
Oh.
What reeks and what stinks, what's Pepe Le Pew, the skunk, coming from the Giants organization, is that read to me that Farhan, in Halloween writings, Donnie, that Farhan is not going anywhere. So that's how I got that news. I processed it like, I'm happy for Chap. You are the best everyday player, but damn, you don't announce that if dude's about to get kick rocks.
What do you have against stability?
I have nothing against
Farhan
stability.
Is starting to build something.
What about bad ability?
Well,
and that's what he's done. He's done nothing
he's starting to build.
Build what?
A bully.
Well, stop. Well, the Dodgers and Padres and Yankees and
he'll be back.
Who else? Brewers.
Giants are going to be back at some point.
Yeah, to show up for their season. This might be, what did you call it for the Warriors? Drought. We're in it.
Yes,
they have not won. They haven't won a series in a decade.
That's correct. That's my stat.
No, it's a Giants stat.
No, but I was
think
the one
about it.
I was the one who did think about it. Remember, I brought it to your attention.
Got it out the Athletic, but I'm gonna give you credit. But just think about what we're talking about.
That's all I want.
Boy, hey, thank God for the Niners.
I'd like to. We did have some news earlier. I'd like to tell you who the 49ers captains are, but we only have 2 minutes left in this segment. And they've named 29 captains, apparently. How many, Evan? 9?
8. However,
I
know you guys remember this last year. So Nick Bosa held out, correct?
Yeah.
Right before the season. He was not named a captain last year. Trent Williams was named a captain this season. Your thoughts?
He's a dog. Big Trent coming out with that boombox. They fear him. Forrest Whitaker in Fast Times at Richmond High, Stoney. That's who he is. So I don't know what that's about. And I think Bosa lost some here. I'm not trying to do Darrell Bayless.
Oh, boy.
I think he threw Wilkes under the bus a little too hard. And I think that might have rubbed some people the wrong way, some players. I'm going to leave that there. I don't know why he doesn't have the C. And Stoney, maybe he turned it in and said, you know what, I didn't have my best year.
Well, he has it this season. I'm saying he didn't have it last season after his holdout.
Oh, I thought he was.
There goes that.
Yeah.
No, he's captain this year, Bosa.
Hey, and it felt good coming out. Evan, my bad, I misheard.
Listen, that's a formality. The guy's 36 years old.
Hypocrisy.
You got to make him a captain.
3 years in a row, all pro. I don't care. When are you going to get past the number and what you are?
Never.
You know how many bald dudes are running around here at 23, 24? Yeah, you got the age, you ain't got the hair. And you got guys like us.
I was giving him a compliment. What are you talking about?
No, you ripped him.
I said he's 36. He's got to be a captain.
Well, you ripped him before.
Never.
Yeah. Stop.
He's my favorite. You know what? I think I'm going to declare him my favorite. What you really
called him, look at you. Turn red.
What's up, fat boy?
Dude, when you said that, I was boy.
All right. What do we got next? Oh, crossover. Crossover time with Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
Willard's in a
that's always
group
a segment.
Text to us all, the host.
He did?
Yeah, you got to check it out.
I don't check my phone from 10 to 2. I don't know.
It just rings, huh?
Well, sometimes accidentally it rings, but I don't check my phone.
Right.
The boss asked that of us, and I adhere. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
I had been starting to be sick all the time at work, so I went.
I'm going to watch it. Believe me. I really love the.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Crossover time with Willard and Dibbs.
I go on and on. Yeah, that's the song, man.
Must have had a superpower.
Look at
Thank
him.
you.
Willard was even into it. Steiny has no clue. That's too short.
Saying fish like me. Fish! That's the lyric, right?
Hey, guys, long time no see.
Let me pander a little bit here. Huh? Willard, great job last night. Just really good job.
Play the vomit sound.
It's not easy. It's not easy moderating that group with those people, and to do it so effortlessly in front of a live crowd, just stellar. Really good job.
This is when I get proud of you.
You couldn't even get through it without snickering. Look at you.
No, I'm smiling.
Okay.
I'm smiling.
Why? Thank you, Steiny.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So it's a thankless job, and someone has to do it. And
we had a great time.
That person is me. No, I always say the same thing. And for anybody listening who wasn't listening to Summit yesterday, I mean this too. I'll pander right back at you.
Oh God!
No,
Get a room.
2 to 6 is our show. And it does, especially for a guy who complains about how long he has to stay here
2:11.
5 days a week. The fact that you do your entire show and then get in your car and drive somewhere that's an hour away to do 2 more hours, or in your case, you did about 1 of the 2 hours. That means something. That means something, and so that's much appreciated. And Goo, you did both hours, so thank you even more.
And I hope you know, I went and watched it again. Game tape.
Of course, yeah.
You know that was material when I was like, hey, throw it over here. I'm open.
Of course.
Okay.
Why, did my face look bad?
No.
Okay.
Others were like, oh,
I never know if I've got, what do they call it? RBF?
RDF. Resting D face in your case.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Too racy for you there, Stein?
Little bit. Bit.
After you tried to incite a riot against us?
I mean, he tried.
And I'm sitting next to you, so I was going to get some spillover if the crowd bum rushed you.
I couldn't believe that.
Bum rushed the show.
You got booed. You got booed by people who took up their Wednesday to come see you.
What was that?
Really awkward.
That's amazing.
It was awkward.
That takes some
I like making I don't mind,
I told him it hurt the show.
Discomfort. Discomfort's not a bad thing.
When you blatantly stood, I don't know if you stood, but you pointed to everyone and said, none of you matter.
Wow.
None of you matter. I thought that was a little heavy-handed.
Your reaction was priceless.
I should have said, like, Grandpa, Daddy, you actually matter. And Evan's parents were there, so they matter.
They're awesome. Yeah.
I know Grandpa Daddy's already gotten airtime, but I do want to shout him out for opening an account at Fremont Bank.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he came back with the little new account bag.
And he was with his daughter,
Incredible.
like Bonte.
His daughter.
And my co-host says,
His
no,
daughter.
that was his granddaughter.
Yes, his daughter.
He calls in to let us know it was his daughter.
Yes, although he tried to pawn his daughter off on the Lovely Christie so he could go open the account. She was like,
well, she was already watching one toddler.
Which is part of the problem.
That's
She's just like, how many kids am I going to babysit here? I came to watch the show.
Chaz, give her the MVP.
Yes.
She was so well behaved.
They all were.
Yeah.
My kids were brats.
Yeah.
That whole thing would have been stopped.
Well, no.
My toddler's on the move, so there would be no sit on Daddy's lap.
Toddler's on the move.
Dude,
toddler's on the move.
She's at the 15, the 20, the 25, 30. There's no containing that toddler. But
yeah, I would never, when my kids were that age. I would
amazing.
not
I was impressed.
Well, that is I will say this now. That is the difference between having daughters and having sons. And it's not true for all daughters, but if you have daughters, you got a shot.
Yeah.
You got a shot to sit them at a table for 4 hours and get away with it. If you got sons, you got 4 minutes.
Yeah, tops.
4 minutes.
Fair.
And they're gone. And if you're on a rooftop deck, there's a decent chance they die. Like it's that.
Jeez.
It's that crazy.
Yeah, it's edgy.
Sons try to kill themselves without knowing it almost every day.
Yeah,
they're just
pretty
like
reckless.
Yeah, you're like, I went to the bathroom, you come back, they're on top of the refrigerator.
No
it's
doubt.
like, what went through your mind?
No,
what are you
it
doing up
happens.
there?
Yeah. Fearless.
So-
Just one quick postscript on this before we
Anyway.
pivot. The term Grandpa Daddy was a Dibbs original creation, and Grandpa Daddy, I assume he has a name. He only goes by Grandpa Daddy, but he took the moniker having heard me refer to myself in such fashion being myself a grandpa daddy.
Hang on, let me go to his Instagram page.
All I know is I must have misunderstood.
Yeah.
Because I said, "Is that your granddaughter?" And I thought he said yes. But apparently it was his daughter.
And I'm mad that I let you talk me out of knowing the real.
Which is what prompted me to call, because I felt like Steiny was a little heavy-handed in correcting you, when in fact you were right this time. And he even used your track record against you. He said, "Well, Guru can see how you're always wrong."
Please.
And I thought, you know what? I got to call in.
This guy has been so hesitant to tell us his name that I think I have his name, but I don't know if it's his name because I don't know his name.
A lot of brothers don't like their government name on the air.
Well, but it's right. It's right. Well, I won't say his whole name.
I got you.
But, I don't know. Give us a call this afternoon, GPD, if your name is...
That's a solid 3.
If your name is Tracy. Tracy.
All right.
I won't say the last name.
Okay.
He's even got his middle name on here.
Dang.
If that's your actual name.
Hey, Willard, you and I start tonight. I play you in fantasy week 1.
That's right.
Yeah.
I don't think I have anyone, though. Do you have anyone? No. Well, then we don't start tonight.
No, in another league, I got
7 players.
I got, yeah. No, everybody's got somebody tonight when you have 27 leagues. So I got all kinds of action, but not in our league.
Yeah, none.
Tomorrow night, Jalen Hurts.
Why is that game bothering me in Brazil?
Why?
Have you seen the field conditions? It looks like a prison yard.
I mean,
and then
shout out the longest yard.
Hey, but they got more police. Roger, do we really need to put these guys in harm's way?
Dibbs will tell you, because we were researching on air last week how crazy it is that this game even exists. Go back to, was it 1961? Is that when the government had that broadcast rule? So,
yeah, you were talking about a show that I wasn't on.
Oh, maybe this is when you were up in the...
this is when you were talking to yourself.
No, yeah, exactly. Well, that happens a lot.
2 to 6. Yeah, I was on the road.
Anyway, so there was the government, 1961, there's a rule about football on Friday nights because they're trying to protect high school football.
Oh, God, wow.
So you're not supposed to play NFL games on Friday night. So there were 2 rules. Number 1 was that you could not play in the United States. I think it was after 5 o'clock. And you could not broadcast it. So what has the NFL been able to do in a tidy package?
No way.
2 things. 1, it's not broadcast. It's streaming. 2, it's not in the United States.
Listen to this.
Poof, you got your game.
All for the MONEY.
There you go. What else is there?
Right.
What else is there?
Yeah.
I mean, why else is there?
I'm blown away at that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
I didn't know about those rules, but it makes perfect sense.
No doubt.
And they're looking to expand into all kinds of markets anyway, so this is actually a perfect double play for them.
And my mind immediately went to, well, wait a minute. How come they could do that Black Friday game now that they've done at least one, maybe 2 years?
Streaming, right?
Streaming, and started at 3 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah.
If you remember, it was over. The sucker was over by 3 o'clock in the afternoon our
Interesting,
time.
yeah.
So there you go.
Great insight there.
That's how you circumvent the rules.
Now I do, nobody asked. I feel bad for the DirecTV customers. They may miss the Niner game Monday if they don't get this thing fixed.
Well, that's the deadline, right?
Sad on both parts, but to get your stuff right.
I would say that DirecTV and ESPN pick a side. One of them is the Niners and one of them's Trent Williams. And that's my guess.
You need resolution then, Will.
My guess is that Monday at about 3 o'clock, somebody will blink because... Dude, do you want to know what DirecTV's phone lines will sound? This is a huge game. It's not just that it's Monday Night Football. Aaron Rodgers is returning to action.
Come on, man.
The 49ers, Monday night, standalone. Like, you know how the last few week ones have always had 2 games on Monday night? Well, there's a reason why there's only one this time.
And it's a big one.
This is the big deal. So
get it together,
I would imagine that deadline will bring
or you
some
as a customer can choose to upgrade and go to Xfinity.
YouTube TV too.
Yeah. Just go to Xfinity and they'll take care of all your needs in one. It's a one-stop shop. And they've been great partners of ours here at 95.7 The Game. So if your satellite dish company can't get their dish together, so to speak, then there's always a home for you. And I didn't read that from the Xfinity
mobile text
line.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You could text it in and then I'll read it from the Xfinity mobile text line.
Be great. Yeah, they're a good partner.
Yeah.
No worries about any missed channels.
Well, let me do it. It'll be a second early, but I'll turn it in. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Goo, I went in to see the boss to see if we were having a meeting today, and we are. But I overheard these guys talking about one of their topics, and it's a topic that I have on my list, but we never got to it.
Well, now it sounds like a wonderful time.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Yeah. 1 minute from now is our show, so you can just do it. I don't even know what you're talking about.
What do you think?
I do, yeah.
What do you think, Guru, about the 49ers changing their tailgating policies?
I didn't like it.
They're tailgating
and there's an agenda, but I think it throws a monkey wrench in what used to be the original tailgating. My goodness, now you're going to be over there and you can't get. I didn't like it. That's all.
Let me just try. Yeah. So my understanding is they're going to utilize now what's called directed parking, where you come in and they put you next to the car in front of you, and then the car after you is next to you. And I didn't realize that you could just go into the parking lot and park anywhere at some early in the day.
And I will say this, having parked down there at Levi Stadium for games and then had situations where I had to leave early for work reasons or whatever, you ever try to drive out of there?
It could be an hour, Willard.
It feels like you're driving through people's backyards because people are you're putting up tents, cars are 6 feet from one another. People are just moving things so that you can get by. It's pretty wild. So I understand why they're doing it. It does feel a little anti-fun.
Yeah,
but
break up the monotony a little bit.
It's also not new. Like, you ever driven to Disneyland? That's how Disneyland makes you park, amusement parks or whatever.
Yeah, but you don't tailgate at Disneyland.
All your fans can't be together.
People tailgate at high school
party
football
before
games.
Thunder Mountain all the time.
Yeah, this is about a couple things. Well, one, it's about, I think, minimizing the super tailgates where, you've got 80 people and maybe they're making a music video or there's actual happenings in the parking lot that are pretty great, I think, but I think that they're trying to eradicate that and make it tougher to do that. And also,
no doubt,
they're trying to make more money because if they direct park you, they're going to sell every spot. They're going to get more cars in the lot. There aren't going to be those 6 foot gaps, or maybe somebody takes the spot next to them and nobody shows up.
You got to pay for the direct parking?
You got to prepay for parking.
You got to pay for parking. The same way you had to before.
Well,
I would imagine they'll be able to sell more spots, is what I'm saying.
He's saying that you can optimize the number of cars you can get into the lot a lot better when you're not letting people spread out.
All right.
Additionally, fans are going to be directed to continue their tailgate inside more often, and you're going to sell more beer to people on the inside because your tailgate's not going to be as big, as long, or as fun, just making it harder on people to get together. So if you have an 8-car tailgate, if you've got 30 people who always go, and normally it's like, meet me here, you just meet there, you get there whenever, and now the 8 cars are going to have to meet somewhere, and you're going to have to caravan in together.
They are talking about this on the streets. It was funny because Dibbs, he hit me with this morning, and I was aware of it, but I haven't done this deep dive on it because,
football.
Whatever. I don't know how many games
I'm in the Hilton.
Well, and with the Sunday work obligations, I'm not going to get to a ton of games anyway. Plus, if I ever do have tickets to a game like we do on Monday night, I'm so damn pleased and thrilled and happy to be there. I'm not going to bellyache about something like this, but I had to take my son to the doctor this morning, and he's wearing a 49er hat, right? And so he sits down on the table, and the nurse walks in, and she goes, "Oh, Niner fan." And he looks right at her, and he's like, "I'm going to the game on Monday."
That is beautiful.
She immediately looks at me and goes, "Heard you can't tailgate anymore." And I'm like, my gosh, the nurses at UCSF are this is where I wasn't at a sports bar. I wasn't with the guys. The nurse
It is anti-fun, Dibbs. That's what this is about. The more I'm thinking about it now.
Well, it's anti-group fun. And I looked around at some of the other tailgating policies around the NFL just to do my due diligence. And so I looked at some of the other heavyweights like Kansas City, and they've got rules. Green Bay. Buffalo's got no rules.
That's where I was going. Buffalo.
They actually have 5 different areas that are tailor-made to just how hard you want to go.
Man.
There's an area that's a little bit more tame by the RV lot. There's another lot for the Bills Mafia. So you have different levels. There's levels to this, Goo.
Wow,
but
man.
Like Kansas City, for example, they said the parking lot opens 4 hours before kick, which is what the Niners do, but there's no directed parking in Kansas City. The big issue with this is they're telling you where to park. And they used to do it at Raider games. And shout out Derek Petrak in the Bart lot.
Yeah.
We had our tailgate in the Bart lot, and it was 2 mobile homes and about 60 people every Raider game. And that became even more a part of the event than the actual game.
See, I'd argue
It's a shame.
this is more culture, though, also. You know, you can't compare, or at least I wouldn't compare the Bay Area to Buffalo or Green Bay. It's a completely different experience. Now, look, you're in an area.
I don't know about that.
Well, you're in an area in Santa Clara that's just it's like a business park. So a lot of these places, like for instance, when we went to that game at Soldier Field a couple of years ago, Trey Lance's opener.
Yep.
We went
You
to
and
that game.
Bonte were there.
Yeah, and I thought it was fascinating. At least to what I could tell, there's no parking lot. There's no lot.
There's no parking, no.
There's where everybody just shows up and, let's all get together and throw the ball around.
Been there.
What happens instead is these little city lots all kind of band together, and tailgate parties that you often have to pay for in some cases will just almost like pop-up shops throughout the area that's nearby Soldier Field. But nobody drives to the game. Nobody drives to Soldier Field.
It's not accessible by
you
car.
find your way there by public transit, Uber, somebody on a cycle.
It's on the lake,
Yeah,
exactly.
I've
There's
seen it.
nothing
So,
there.
And this isn't to excuse the idea. If it makes you mad, it makes you mad.
Because a lot of people are, Mark.
Yeah, like having been to a Lambeau Field tailgate, having been to Soldier Field tailgate, it is a completely different experience no matter what the rules are. It's totally different because you're in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
And there's stuff going on around the stadiums, bars, restaurants, and just a completely different
And you
culture.
mentioned the nurse.
I'll just compare this tailgate to what this tailgate has been. And
That's fine.
The whole
That's
why
Bang
you'd
Bang
be
Niner
mad.
gang
Oh, man.
represents the entirety of many of the tailgating people.
And you could film a video if you wanted to, and they have. You know what I mean? We know where we're going.
Yeah.
You mentioned the nurse. There are some real people that have been doing this 10 years or the inception of Chase that are just blown away right now. Now, you can figure out a way to try to, but man, this is anti-group fun.
Just make some new friends. It's okay.
Or make some new enemies. So, I think the phrase is unintended consequences of a certain action.
Maybe.
You may have unintended consequences where you've got Parker A, who's now next to Parker B, who just happened to be behind Parker A, and they may not be seeing eye to eye about pregame music and pregame festivities. There's a culture to it. And when you go into the parking lot with all the groups, you can tell if you're 80 yards away what this group is most likely going to be engaged in. Barbecue-wise, marijuana-wise, music-wise.
Yeah, you're right.
All the things, you can see it from a mile away, and you get more of a sense of, there's different,
that sucks,
different pockets and music and culture and ideology.
Like, how would you feel, Willard, if you did that and now this rule's implemented?
I'd be bummed, but I think, this is one of those things to me. Your fun is up to you, and if you let something get in your way of fun on Monday, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. There's 1,000 ways you can get ready for this game. You can come hang out with us at the Hilton.
Yeah.
If you're upset about what's going on,
because I'm going to the game.
If you got it, if you're
going, Steiny?
If your pop-up tent,
Probably.
Attaboy.
Are you?
We'll see.
Well, you got to take initiative early. That's why I was telling you if you want to decide to go.
Yeah, figure it out.
All right.
Yeah.
You're going. He's going home.
Yeah.
He's going.
I need to talk to you about
minus
that, by the way.
250.
Yeah. So anyway, you know what? Right now is you said something earlier that caught a bunch of our attention, and I don't even know that you were trying to get our attention. This is the start of basically 30 years ago, right around today, was the start of Steve Young's get the monkey off my back campaign.
I loved him for it.
And the last time that the 49ers won the Super Bowl. 30 years.
1994.
Yeah, how does that just forget?
It's incredible.
How's that hit you? It's 30 years.
Well, I'll say this, and I'm being real. Flip side, Dallas has been 95, having been to an NFC championship game.
Yeah.
Niner fans have tasted winning the NFC championship game 3 times, being the only one of the two
Lost
teams.
it 2 other times.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yep.
But that's a long-ass time, man.
Yeah, I feel like there's 32 teams in the NFL. So if it were fair, you'd win a title every 32 years.
What? So you're not going to get mad for 2 more years?
2 more.
2 more years.
Okay,
Two more. Two
No,
more
I
years.
do, and I mean it's in our it's in our space on the daily doing what we do. I say this in my home, having 3 children who are all huge 49er fans. None of them have turned 20 yet. We have our technical director, Mark Grandy, and others around this station who have not had their 30th birthday yet.
Right.
And so, like, we talk about the 49ers as this unbelievable, and they are, legacy franchise. And then there's all these fans who have never experienced it.
That's crazy.
Have no idea what it feels like. Which made me kind of think of what you guys were talking about earlier about the whole, like, would you trade the next 10 years for a Super Bowl? All I will do, and we can talk about this more coming up, I'll direct the attention to San Francisco Giants fans. You won a championship 10 years ago. Are you all happy? Are you feeling happy?
I asked him the same thing.
Well, you had 1 year where you were a threat. Actually, 2 years. 16, you made the playoffs, and then you won 107.
Haven't won a series since.
And I would argue that that's about as angry of a fan base as we have encountered since Y2K in this city. Right now.
Haven't won a series, since then.
And yes, all kinds of recent success. So my answer would be no. I ain't trading you a decade for nothing. I want you to be in the mix every damn year because you're San Francisco, and I want you to be well run. And I think that you should be taking shots at being good all the time.
So thank God for the Warriors and their 4 this last decade.
The team to me that's fascinating in this regard, and I hope I can do it, is the New York Giants.
Yeah, you did this earlier. It was awesome.
Yeah. So they won the Super Bowl in 2011. They've only been to the playoffs twice since then with, it looks like, 1 playoff win. So they lost the wild card 5 years later. Then they missed 5 more years later, then they lost in the division. Yeah, that's a long, dry spell.
No thanks. No thanks.
Yeah.
Yuck. Does that look fun right now? Be a Giants fan?
And I've kind of picked up on your thing, too, which I'll acknowledge, and that is, if you are sold on Purdy, then, I mean, listen, of course you want to win it this year, but doesn't the future look bright if you believe you found your franchise quarterback and he's 23, 24 years old?
Lamar was that age too, and look where it's gotten Baltimore. It's bigger
guaranteed,
than just your
but it's guaranteed them
Look
success.
at Josh Allen. I'm not mad at that. I'm just saying, Willard, if you got Dallas thought they had a franchise quarterback, where's that got him in 8 years? Well, look at Lamar. It's bigger than just the quarterback, is what I'm saying.
But you're even bringing up examples and sort of saying them negatively because they haven't won a Super Bowl yet. And I think being a Bills or a Ravens fan right now looks pretty fun. To me, when you've got a franchise quarterback, you start every year with we might, and that's all you can do. Your answer is going to be no most of the time, but what you're saying, like, what if we're wrong about Purdy? That's a totally different subject to me.
What if Purdy is Purdy, but what's around him starts to erode, and you get close, but you can't get it done? That happens.
And you better be Baltimore or you better be Green Bay and be able to restock the cupboard.
That's like that. Now it's like, do you have faith in the people making the decisions?
No doubt about it. Who put this roster together?
Like, if you have faith in Kyle, John, and Brock, you should be good all the time.
And that's why Baltimore is good all the time, is because they're the best drafting team in football, and Green Bay maybe is emulating it if these young guys continue to thrive.
And while we can talk about whether the Niners have drafted well or not, the bottom line is they put 2 Super Bowl teams out there in the last 5 years, and they were kind of different iterations of themselves, so they kind of have done it already once. All right, good stuff, guys. Yeah, real good.
That's crazy that you didn't take a breath after that sentence. Why not?
Well, it's time. We got a meeting.
All right.
We got a meeting with a boss. He's going to give us kudos for our effort last night.
The boss of what?
Let me tell you what he's the boss of. 95.7, The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
30 years.
It's a long time, Mark.
Oh, my gosh.
Long time.
Well,
when you say it like that, it feels like more than since 1994, because 1994 doesn't feel 30 years ago. But when you say 30 years and you think about 1994, it suddenly feels 30 years ago.
The math works, Dibs.
It does. I believe it.
I checked it with multiple sources tell me that 1994 was 30 years ago. And then they won the Super Bowl in what was probably still January of 1995. And it'll be 30 years from then that this Super Bowl that we're all talking about right now comes to be. So will the Niners be in it again? We'll find out. But I think that's kind of something we'd love to talk to you all about today. Good afternoon, Willard and Dibs. Thanks for being with us. 888-957-9570. Your calls are welcome as we take you right up to the start of the 2024-25 NFL season. The wait is over. 3 hours and 6 minutes. Mark it.
Maybe we can get some music to pump us up before we get to kickoff, because there's something about NFL music, even the old NFL films with John Facenda and the rest of it. But it's been a tradition of music and the NFL have connected in so many ways that it's always an easy way to get jacked up for a game that's only 3 hours away now.
We'll do it later for sure, because I don't know about you. I've been driving around all day, and even lovely Christy and I were doing this yesterday, where I was almost like testing her, except for I didn't even know the answers. Like those beats are just in your head. Which one is that? I don't know. Is that Sunday? Is that Thursday? I have no idea. But these little threads have been in my head for 48 hours now when I'm driving around, and they're driving me nuts because those need to be associated with kickoff.
Yes.
And so, 3 hours.
And that's going to be a weird one, too, when the opening kickoff of the season happens and it's that kickoff. And I know I'm getting used to it slowly but surely, but just seeing it, it feels a little bit weird.
You're talking about the new rule.
The new kickoff.
Well, go ahead and describe it, because I bet a bunch of people who are listening.
If you haven't watched preseason football.
I don't know what does it look like?
Well, the kicking team used to line up next to the kicker, and now the kicking team is 20 or 25 yards further downfield. So the kicker's by himself, and he kicks it, and the kick doesn't really start until somebody catches it or the ball hits the ground, and then we engage.
Right.
We engage and we hand fight from 5 yards apart.
Yep. So you jam everybody inside, basically the 30 and the 20. You put the returner back there by himself. If it goes into the end zone, you get it automatically at the 35.
35, yeah.
Right? But if you can drop it in the bucket in between basically the 20 and the goal line, then you catch it and you get a return. However, you don't have the incredible head start that leads directly to CTE.
Yeah, in theory.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, it's not like they're protected out there, but it's yet another reason why the NFL can go, see?
Right.
We care about people.
And also, the NFL was thinking that this would spur more returns. And when there are returns, there's more action, because the only head start is the guy returning the ball, theoretically, because the other players are engaged after a 5-yard buffer apart. So there have been more big kick returns, but I'm afraid as we get into the season, you're going to see more touchbacks. Teams willing to let the other team start at the 35.
Yeah, probably, which is wild, because it's really good field position. It may well lead to higher scores in the NFL. And so, yay, fantasy teams, because everybody loves it. I actually have gotten to the point in the NFL where I feel bad for defensive players. Every year they come up with something new to make their life harder. Absolutely make their life hard, and nobody cares, because all of us are doing the exact same thing. You heard Guru do it 10 minutes ago. He's like, all right, Willard, here we go. We're starting tonight. I'm like, okay, who do you have? He's like, no one. And neither do I. Right. So we don't start tonight, but that's what people are excited about. Yeah. I've been listening for days now. Everybody, I got Rashid Rice, and I
got Derrick Henry.
Yeah, my son.
And I got the Chiefs defense.
Took him to the doctor today, and while we're waiting from the nurse to go to the doctor, I, do what any American would do, pull out my phone and just check an email, seeing if anything's going on, and bloop, there it comes. Somebody offered Jude Zay Flowers for Deebo Samuel. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, stop. Aren't you supposed to be in school right now? Like, stop. It is, but I mean, that's where we are. That's where we are. Everybody,
did he take the trade? I like the trade. Zay Flowers going to have a big year.
For Deebo? No, he laughed at that.
Yeah, we'll see.
He goes,
Deebo.
He goes, I ain't trading Niners. Plus, the Zay Flowers guy was trying to like lure him in, like, "You want to watch your guy tonight? Want to watch your guy tonight?"
Nice.
Zay Flowers? No, we're not.
Fifth graders sending trade proposals during reading.
Well, no, this is in Abe's league, so this was a senior sending a fifth grader.
That's awkward.
A trade request at 10 in the morning on a Thursday.
Yeah.
Get back to class, you jerk.
Totally.
Leave my son alone. Anyway, but that's where we're all at. But I want to, like, how does this hit everybody? And what does it do with regard to sort of like your intensity, your thirst for a Super Bowl? It's been 30 years. How does that grab you? Just dibs? It's been 30 years.
It kind of shocks me, even though I know that. And I know where I was the last time when they won the Super Bowl. I was back home living in Marin after a long stint down at Cal State Northridge, 5 glorious junior years. And so I have memories of that Super Bowl, and it's hard to think about what's happened since then, 30 years ago. It's shocking. But if you go through what happened from that Super Bowl win to where we sit today, there are so many ups and downs with this franchise, this organization. But the undercurrent, for the most part, has been they've been good. They've been knocking on the door. Yep. They had multiple stretches where they had really good teams and yet unable to get across that line.
You know what might be fun because of the way you just said that is to ask people, 888-957-9570, when you look at 49er football over the last 30 years, what emotion comes to mind? Because, you know, they're comparing them to the New York Giants, and it's like I can answer for New Yorkers. What emotion? Angry. I'm angry. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Because A, you're in New York, and B, it's a dumpster fire. It's $40 million to a quarterback you don't think is any good. It's all of those things. This one's a little bit more intricate. And so I wonder, what emotion, 49er fans, are you feeling as you start this season with the backdrop being it's been 30 years? And I don't think angry is the answer because you're looking at a regime that is playing very good football.
Yeah, I think the feeling is it's anxiety. You're just anxious because you really want this to end. And if you're, I don't know, my age or even your age, somebody like Shasky and Monte, they were young enough or old enough. They were 11, I think, when they won the last Super Bowl. So that's an age where you've got memory and it counts.
Remember, sure. Yep.
It counts in your lifetime. But if you think about from then to now, you had a good little Mariucci run, 4 playoffs in 6 years, couldn't get over the hump. Then you had the vast desert of Nolan and Singletary and Tom Sula 1.0. And that was like a coordinator every year for Alex Smith. And he's got small hands and they're not good enough. And oh my God, they didn't make the playoffs for 8 straight years. Then you got Harbaugh, and you got a nice Harbaugh flurry. You were close, and then he blew it up. Tom Sula 2.0, and then Kelly, and then you got to what we have now. So you've had 3 stints, and none of those stints has netted a Super Bowl. So it's been a little up and down, but for the most part, I just looked, Mark, 13 playoff berths in 30 years. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Every other year, that's pretty good. And obviously, if you want to do it in a vacuum and in a small sample, how often have they been to the playoffs in the last 6 years? What? It's almost every year.
4 of 6. Yeah. 4 of 6.
So is anxious your word? Is that your word?
Yes, because
anxious.
You're ready for it to be over, and you realize that this team is good enough to do it as last year's was. So it's almost, and you've said this a lot, like stay in the moment, game by game, play by play, and I love that idea, but I almost want to just rush to January and see who we play in the playoffs.
And that's actually
that's where the anxiety comes from.
Right, but that's where my discomfort comes from, which is like I don't want to, like I do know this. One of the emotions I feel when we get to January, if the 49ers are still in it, that's wonderful, but I'm also a little sad. Like I don't want here's one thing I promise you. You're going to wake up tomorrow, it's going to be week 5. You are going to wait, especially with especially with what we've been through the last 5 months, 6 months.
Jeez.
You're going to wake up tomorrow, and it's going to be week 8. You're like, holy, whoa.
Slow this thing down,
Fantasy season's half over. Chill.
There are 272 games in an NFL season. So after
tonight, there's only going to be 271.
And after Friday, we're down to 270.
Oh, crap. It's moving too fast, Dibs.
After Monday, we'll be down to 256.
That hurt.
Seriously though, you're right though. But when you get to week 5 and you start having teams get buys, and it might be week 4, but you start to realize that this thing's humming, and then you buy a pumpkin, and where are we going for Thanksgiving, and pick your December holiday, and you're right, it does go too fast. So I'm gonna try and stay in the moment, but my emotions, it's anxiety.
Anxious and anxiety. I get that. 650 texted in Xfinity mobile text line and said restless. I think that's a good one.
That's a good one, yeah.
Let's go live to a 28-year-old who has absolutely no idea what it's like to win a ring. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Grandy, what are you feeling?
I think Dibbs has the right word. It's anxious for me. It's a little bit anxiety-inducing, and part of the reason why is because you're talking about how often they've gone to the playoffs lately. It's not just a playoff appearance. It's at least an NFC championship game appearance every time they make the playoffs.
And the good part of that is when they get to the playoffs, they start winning games.
Clearly, it's a good thing, but they haven't been able to get the ultimate prize.
I thought you were going to say desperate. I
feel a little bit of that.
I remember you last January. You and Evan Giddings walking around here looked desperate. You look like that person at the blackjack table who's like, I can't afford to lose. Right?
I hate that guy.
The difference between when you walk into the Bellagio or the Imperial Palace, it's the different people. You got the Bellagio's in there. People have got their feet up, and they're like, if I lose $2K tonight, whatever, hon, want to go to dinner? And then you go to the IP, and there's people over there grinding on doubling down $5.
The IP, rest in peace, by the way.
Yes. What's it called now? That turned into the
Link.
The Link.
I believe. I love the Link.
We stayed there
I'm big at the
couple
Link.
of years ago. I bet you are.
To Grandy, your point about, you're used to not only making it, but going deep. The last time that they were one and done in the playoffs was 2001. And that was...
Wow!
Yeah, was that the comeback over the Giants in the playoffs?
They lost the wild card. No, the last time they lost their first playoff game was 2001.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they lost the division, conference, Super Bowl, conference, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, conference, Super Bowl.
How many playoff appearances in a row with winning their first game?
That would be...
What are we at, 10?
8 appearances in a row where you win a game.
Where you at least win a game.
Yep.
And no Super Bowls to show for it.
So that's annoying. Where restless and
just
I think
teasing
anxious. Me. Yeah, it's a tease.
Yeah.
It's a little bit carrot on the string. And, like I was saying, the last 30 years, Mariucci had a good little run. 4 of 6 years he made the playoffs, and, they never made it to the Super Bowl. They lost the conference championship game in his first year, and then the Harbaugh run felt longer than it really was. And that is, to me, a little bit of like, what if? What if he wasn't such a wackadoo? Maybe he could have had a good long run. But now the Shanahan, it feels even more real and more, long-lasting than the other two good regimes.
I would think that this text from the Xfinity Mobile text line was me, except for I'm here.
That's weird.
You're looking at me. I didn't text it. Listen to this. Does this sound like something I would say? 415. Hey, what if we looked at it from the other side? Grateful. We are relevant. We are here. We have been here and continue to do so. Triple exclamation point. Yay!
That's a 5 for his Mark Willard impersonation.
So grateful.
Do you have to be a homer?
Usually 888-957-9570 the number. We'd love to hear from some of you on that. What is the emotion you're feeling? It's been 30 years. I give you mine real quick. Cautious, because that to me is going to both bring in your anxiety, but also my optimism. Put them together, and I'm cautious.
Okay,
that's the best I could do on that one.
Cautiously optimistic or cautiously pessimistic?
Depends on the week.
Right. You don't do pessimism.
I try not to. It's so unbecoming. Anyway, we're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibbs. I get it. I'm just an insufferable homer. I know.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
How about exasperation?
You know what that would be, right?
I do.
Okay. I can't even get it out.
Preemptive charge? Excuse me, sir. I'm not ready to check out. I'm still shopping. You can't charge me yet.
I'll pay that one.
All right. It's an exasperation sensation.
There you go.
Thank you, T in Oakland, who texted in Xfinity Mobile text line. Yeah, how are you feeling? What emotion? 707, feeling bloated after having a small pizza in San Bruno.
That can happen.
Not quite what I was talking about, but been there. Sure.
Yeah. Eat it.
Yeah.
San Bruno, one of the more underrated peninsula towns. I like the Bruno.
Absolutely.
Underrated, yeah.
Used to live in San Bruno for a minute.
It's nice.
Yeah, it's one of the first places I moved. Funny story, take 20 seconds.
All right, you're on the clock.
Count it.
All right.
Moved to San Bruno, and upon arrival, first time I'd ever driven one of them like U-Haul trucks, upon arrival, tried to pull into a parallel park right in front of my new place and just ripped the bumper right off of my neighbor's truck.
Oh, that's so great.
Hadn't even met him yet. Walked up. Hi, I'm your new neighbor. You might want to come outside and look at this. Unbelievable. Thank you. The guy was super, super nice.
Yeah.
But that was 100 years ago.
You're a better neighbor than I would have been.
No.
Throw that thing over the fence and just move on about my day.
Just break the lease. Just keep driving.
Oh, that's it. Find a new place to live. That'll do it. Anyway.
That would have been amazing. Anyway, yeah, it's been 30 years.
That was 45 seconds, by the way.
Yeah.
Good job.
Well, no, but he talked some of it.
You got to plan for that.
No, like
Fair.
I told the story, and then once the conversation, I'm not responsible for the ensuing conversation. No, I'm sorry.
You do have to budget for a little bit more.
Yeah, no, but like if you fumble, and then the other people all start batting the fumble all over the place, one of your teammates falls on it, it squirts out from under him belly. That's not my fault. I get one fumble.
Well, you fumbled.
My fault. But if my teammate fumbles, then you fumble too.
Well, I'm trying to pick up after your fumble.
I understand. That's what you're supposed to
story
do
about
after
a bumper. I'm trying to help you out. Try to dive on that grenade.
Hey, it was worth it just for the laugh that you would have just moved again. That was pretty funny.
Okay.
All right. So, yeah, like how does that grab you? It's been 30 years, and as you start the season, what emotion does that have you feeling? Let's talk to the people. Is it Mahmoud in San Francisco? Hi, Mahmoud. Thanks for calling.
Hey guys, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
So I'm 37 years old, and I was 8 when they last won 30 years ago, and that was jubilation, obviously.
You know what that is?
But what?
Never mind.
Sensation.
Just keep going.
Sorry, Mahmoud.
Okay.
All right.
So now it's just frustration. It's like you've been to 2 Super Bowls, 3 overall in the past 10 years.
Yep.
And you can't get 1 Super Bowl in. It's like, come on. Just one.
It's worse than that, Mahmoud. It's worse than that because it's not just 3 Super Bowls. It's 3 unbelievably near misses.
That's also another good point. It's like if we were blown out, it would be like, okay, fine. Their team was better than ours. But we had the opportunity to literally win each one, and you couldn't pull out one of them? Come on. It's so frustrating.
So what are you feeling right now? What are you feeling about
frustration.
Frustration. Even to start the season. Frustration?
Yeah, because it's sort of like where we were in the 90s. You know, we had this great cast of players, yet we couldn't get over the hump against the Cowboys. And now we have this great cast of players, and we can't get over the hump and win the Super Bowl. It's like, are we just repeating ourselves? It's like, I don't care how good your players are. You got to win. That's it.
Mahmoud, thanks.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people feel that way, and I get it. You're not going to not feel at least some of that.
Yeah.
Even the most optimistic fan. At the same time, and like, I got to at least affix some value to the fact that they keep giving themselves chances.
There's great value in that. And I'd like to illustrate that with a stat that I have found on the internet. Most playoff wins since 1994.
Oh, in the last 30 years.
How many teams do you think rank ahead of the Niners in most playoff wins since 1994?
Since 1994, playoff wins. How many teams rank in front of the 49ers? It's definitely a number that's less than 5. I would say it's less than 5. Scanning. I'm going to say 1.
I'm terribly sorry. Thank you for playing. And you'll get a copy of our home game on the way out the door.
I
the
love
correct
games
answer
at
is
home.
2.
Oh, well, I was pretty close.
Super close.
Obviously, it's the Patriots.
33 wins.
And who's the other one?
The Packers with 23 wins.
And how many the Niners have?
The Niners have 20, tied
close.
with the Steelers.
Okay.
And the reason why I'm illustrating this is if you go down the list, Patriots, the leader, they've won 6 rings. The Packers are second. They've won 2. The Steelers are third, tied with the Niners, 20 wins. I think that they've won 2 since then. One for sure with Big Ben. I wasn't sure if the other one they won. The Steelers won.
That was just one.
So they have the 1.
Yeah.
Okay. The Eagles have the 1. The Chiefs have 3. The Colts are next with 15. They've got 1. The Seahawks have got 14. They've got 1. The Broncos have 14. They've got 1. The Rams have 13. They've got 1. The Giants have 11. They've got a couple. The Buccaneers have 11. They've got 2.
But you got
the Saints have 10. They've got 1.
Okay.
My point is, as you go down the list, everybody's got 1 until you get to the Panthers with 9 wins.
Yeah, so that's absurd, and that's where the frustration comes from.
I was playing off of Mahmoud
no,
right
but
there.
there's another way to look at that. So, okay, 49er fans, would you rather be a Colt fan right now?
Right now? Probably not.
You got your Super Bowl.
When was that? 2003? Long time ago.
Okay, fine. Give me another one. Would you rather be a Saint?
7.
You want to be a Saint fan?
Probably not.
You want to be a Buck fan?
Bucks win every 20 or so years now.
How long ago was the Bucks win? 3 years ago?
Yeah. And then we got one before that that had to be 03.
Like, I really think
Raiders.
I get the concept on your way in. I used to feel the same way as a Giants fan who grew up in the 80s and 90s where they were just largely, hey, 1989, I see you, 1993, but like largely the Giants stunk through my whole childhood. And I used to say that same thing. God, just give me one. Take it from someone who's now been around for 5 decades. That one doesn't last that long. The Giants, you have 3 in the last 14 years, and you're furious, and you've been furious for 5 years.
It's because of the way you're going about being the way you are.
Totally fair.
It's not just like, the fact that you haven't gotten it.
No,
it's the way you are.
But that's why I'm not
Joel.
That's why I'm not that frustrated right now as a Niner fan. It's super frustrating that they haven't won the whole thing, but I'm not like ready to turn in my wings.
Agreed, but the frustration stems from, and I can't believe how far I had to go down the list. You have to get through the top 14 in playoff wins since 94 to get to a team that doesn't have one.
That's
what makes it so crazy.
It's wild.
They all have them. And, the Ravens and, like you said, the Colts and even the Rams got one, picked one up. Tampa's got 2. The Giants have 2. It's crazy when you think. And then you get to the Cowboys with 9 playoff wins in 30 years, and they haven't even sniffed it.
Not even close. They barely won. How many? So 9 playoff wins?
They're 9-14 in the playoffs since 1994.
In the last 30 years.
Right. 9-14.
Okay. So they're averaging less than 1 playoff win every 3 years.
Correct. The Niners are 20-13 in the playoffs since then.
It's a lot of playoff wins without winning a Super Bowl.
That's what I'm saying.
Where are the Ravens on that list?
The Ravens are 17-13. They're number 4, tied with the Eagles. Actually, number 5, tied with the Eagles.
And they have Super Bowl wins in 2000 and 2012. Every 12 years. And it's now 2024.
Well, it's a great organization.
Yeah.
It's a great organization. No question. Rick in Fremont on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Rick. What's good?
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
So I'll preface this that, I'm a New York Giants fan, although I'm raising my 8-year-old and 4-year-old as 49ers fans because I want them to be connected to the community they're going to grow up in. And she's got a Kittle jersey and my younger one's got a Bosa jersey. I want the 49ers fans to be excited about this season. Take it from a Giants fan who's got his 2 rings in my lifetime, and I'm hanging on by a thread as far as my fandom is concerned for that team. It's just been abysmal. I cannot get excited about the team. I don't go on their website. I barely read their news. I cannot drag myself at 10 a.m. to a bar to go watch a hopeless game that they're going to play in. It is just abysmal on this side. Enjoy the year-in, year-out success that you guys are experiencing. I hope it continues. And at the end, I'll just end by saying, RELAX.
relax.
That's a great
That's a
payoff.
tremendous call.
It's a great payoff.
RELAX. Relax.
Yeah, although I don't really want to hear his voice right now until Tuesday when he
took his
leaves
time
town.
with it, though. The caller, that was great delivery.
No, that was really good.
Yeah.
And I think that he captured my overall point. Yes, the Niners not getting over the hump is frustrating, but there's no way in hell that it's worse than the feeling of arriving at week 1 and already knowing you out. Like, to me, no matter the sport, that's what I want to avoid. I never want my team on day 1 to be like, yeah, we got nothing.
Yeah, it's tough.
We got nothing for you. And that happens, to quite frankly, probably to most teams. The NFL is super fascinating because of its parity, the salary cap, all of that. But think about being a baseball fan where 60% of the teams aren't even trying. Being an NBA fan of a team in a smaller market. You're an Indiana Pacer fan. What are we doing for like ever? You're a Sacramento King fan. When is this ever going to actually be a thing where we're not just trying to make the playoffs? We actually have a shot to win the whole thing. That is not to be dismissed. And the 49ers offer that.
They do.
A great shot every year.
They got a shot. Yeah, but you don't have that sweet nectar of victory. And I thought Steiny's premise earlier today was flawed in that, the real, I think, measurement is you get a guaranteed title or you get 8 years of being in it, but guaranteed to not win it. So do you want 8 years of heartbreak or do you want the 1 year with the sweet nectar? It just depends on how you approach it. And I think about the 30 years since they last won, and there's been a mix of both. There have been years where you look at the team and you go, this team's got no shot. And then there are other years where you might make a run and then you do, and then you fall short. So equally painful, the two different scenarios, but something about the heartbreak, it's become too familiar around here.
We're going to go back to the phones in a sec, but I had a different question off of that of that call. Is that good parenting or bad parenting? You're a Giants fan. You live in the Bay Area. You got 2 kids. You're raising them as 49er fans so that they can feel connected to their community as opposed to connected to dad.
Yeah, I think that's great parenting.
You do?
Yeah, you connect to your community, your surroundings, and it's interesting that you put it that way because I raised my first 2 kids in Oakland, and so even though we weren't traditionally, my family, A's fans, we liked the A's. We'd go to A's games, but we weren't A's fans, but we raised our kids as A's fans because the community that surrounded us were A's fans. The Crawfords, the Whitakers, the Burrows, the Quintellas,
Of course.
went to a ton of games.
Remember them well.
We would posse up with them, roll down to the Collie, and so by proxy, we became A's fans. We tried to raise them as A's fans.
So
and when they became older, I forbid them to go to A's games based on the latest series of events.
Fair enough.
So we went full circle.
Well, I ask because if that's good parenting, I suck as a dad because I did the opposite, but word to the wise, because my kids were all born in L.A., and I told them 11 miles from Dodger Stadium, you bring that gear into my house, you find a new house. We're not doing that. I don't care where you live. You're a Giants fan if you want to be related to me. I didn't actually say it that way, but there's
adoption centers all over the Southland.
Well, it was also when they grew up. Like my oldest son was 3 when the Giants won their World Series. Steph Curry arrives. This guy thought championships just show up under the Christmas tree on an annual basis. So they got really into it. But then what happened, and this is my worry for a New York Giants fan who's raising Niner fans. What if you get a job in New York? What if you move your family to New York? Now what? Because that's what happened. I finally got to come back home, and now the family lives here, and they've been born, bred Niners, Giants, and Warriors fans.
Yeah, I don't think it doesn't come down to good parenting, bad parenting.
Okay, just checking.
It just depends on how you want to do it, and you clearly are the kind of parent where it's going to be, this is the team that we're going to support as a family, and you're on board. You're with me or you're against me. And other parents do things differently, and many people end up switching fandoms. And for me, it's okay if you want to switch it up. It's your choice. You get to decide what you want to watch, what you want to cheer for, what you want to support, etc. Nobody can put you in a box as a fan. That's ridiculous.
You call him GPD. I call him Tracy. Hey, Tracy.
You won't.
Is that you?
Yeah, you guessed it, Tracy Ansar Greenwell.
I had a feeling.
He sleuthed it out, GPD, because I was openly wondering if you actually had a name.
Hey, actually, Gibbs, you gave me the name.
Yeah.
Grandpa Daddy. That's for the record. And another for the record, Mark, please tell the lovely Chrissy I wasn't pawning my daughter off on her. Wait, hold on. You got to hear this out.
I'm okay.
Now, when we came up, my daughter and her just like, they were like girl power love. And I was just like, wow. Because my daughter, if she don't like you, I don't like you. Right? They can feel that aura. She has such a lovely aura. It's a compliment.
No, GPD.
So when we were sitting there.
Yeah. I was just I know, but
hear me out.
No, but I was poking fun. I know that you didn't do that. Okay. All right, go ahead.
But I want to explain it. So while we're sitting there, and you're right, my daughter can sit there for an hour, just give her some crayons and a scratched piece of paper, and you ain't got to worry about it. Boys are completely different. You're right, totally. Right. And then I was like, I'm going to open up a bank account. Dibbers, you really made me. I said, hey, local, free my bank. And I said, Chris, the lovely Chrissy, can you watch her real quick? I'm going to go open up an account. And then she was like, oh, well. And then Bonte brought her kid over. My kid was there first, and I didn't want to lose my seat. That's why. So, and I want to say, hey, I'm a 49er fan, and I became one after that Dwight. I used to be a Cowboys fan, and after that Dwight Clark catch, I converted, bro.
Whoa, this changes everything, Grandpa Daddy. I don't know whether to hug you or never take your call again. You used to be a Cowboy fan?
I'm sorry, but that's a long time ago, man. You got to come on, give me a break now.
All right,
that was what, 87? What was that?
The catch? No, that was 1982.
Was that 82?
1982. Yes, my God. They beat the. Are you ready to feel old? They beat the Bengals 26-21 on my 7th birthday.
Oh my God.
Yep. Grandpa Daddy brought his daughter over to lovely Christy, and she said, Fremont Bank, no compromises.
Wow.
Absolutely not. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. GPD, thank you for calling.
He's an original.
Michael in Palo Alto. Hi, Michael. We're asking what emotion. It's been 30 years. So that leads to the start of this season. How would you describe the emotion that you're feeling about the 49ers to start the year? Hey, Michael.
What's going on, guys, man? So this is my perspective. So I was born in 1995. I'm a 49ers, A Sharks, and Sacramento Kings fan. So I've never experienced a championship. So on one hand, a championship and 8 years of garbage. I mean, that sounds like a pretty even trade-off. But also, as a Kings fan who had, we had a 17-year playoff drought, and most recently the San Jose Sharks, who have just been god-awful the past 3 seasons. I would be pissed in rainbows if the Sharks had a first-round exit right now. So for me, it's just, I think it's about appreciating the moment, the greatness, the opportunity for my favorite teams to compete for a championship. But I mean, I would be lying to myself if I said I didn't feel a black hole of emptiness for my ringless fandom.
Michael, how old did you say you are? How old?
Just turned 29.
Just turned 29. Man. Okay, Michael, thank you. I have to admit our privilege. Not only the 3 teams I love the most have I watched them win a championship, I've watched all 3 have a dynasty.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's really good.
That's absurd.
Well, you're old enough to where, that could possibly happen. But if you think about all the dynasties since we were kids,
where else
we'll go back to 1980. Well,
give me another city that's had
in the last, let's call it 50 years.
Okay,
I'm in my mid 50s,
right.
and you're knocking on 50's door.
Stop it.
Knock, knock, knocking on 50's door.
Every day gets closer. By the way, that's Super Bowl. That's Super Bowl. I'll be 50 for it. If the Niners are in it, I'll be 50.
And that will have been 43 years since the Niners won their first Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So, you get there, Grandy. You can go ahead and stay out of this convo because we're going back to like 1980. But if you think about total dynasties since then in all sports, I don't know if any city had more than one. Because Boston has the Patriots.
Boston has the Patriots, and they had, I mean, you wouldn't call it a dynasty, but didn't the Red Sox win 2 in like 3 or 4 years?
Sounds right. The Yankees had one. The Yankees had a little run.
No, but I mean, dynasties since the 80s. What do we got? We got Lakers.
And you've got the Bulls and the Warriors and the Spurs.
And the Spurs.
Lakers, Spurs, and Warriors.
That's 4 different cities.
Yeah.
Do any of them, San Antonio does not have a corresponding team.
Nope.
Los Angeles did not have a corresponding team, nor have their football teams done anything since
Dodgers,
then.
Rams,
other than Rams have 1 Super Bowl. Dodgers have a plucky little third of a championship. That was fun. So that's a no.
Yep.
Boston is certainly the closest. The Celtics have had championship seasons, including this one. You've got the Patriots. The Sox have won a couple.
Yeah, but no dynasty.
No dynasty outside of the Patriots. And then scene. That's it, right?
Pretty much.
Warriors, Niners, Giants. I mean,
well, I mean, football, Kansas City, but they
Kansas
don't
City,
have,
yes.
the Royals have just, the Royals have the one.
And they don't have hoops.
Right. So, and, Niners, Giants, Warriors. Boom, boom, boom.
I'd argue
that's pretty special.
Yeah. And maybe that's why you hear me sound like I do sometimes. Like, oh my goodness.
Well, you sound like you do because that's you.
Yes, I know.
But I do think that you are tapped into that side of your fandom to where you have a greater perspective for the G. Willikers beef.
Yeah.
Things have been pretty swell around here.
Look, yes and no.
And I admire that because I default to the negative more often.
I have gratitude for where we've been. It doesn't stop me from come on, man. Is anybody like Bonte and Joe been running around with the Trey Lance video and replaying it throughout the summer all they could, which is fun because they're like, dude, we really wore the L. Has anybody worn a bigger L than me with Farhan Zaidi?
I would say their Trey Lance was a bigger L than yours and Farhan.
There was more bluster in the moment about it, but it was also like one camp. I did the Farhan dance for 4 years.
You did, and that's a big L, but I don't know. I don't want to compare L's.
But my point is like,
I know what your point is.
I can be thankful. I can be thankful for where we've been. The fact that I've seen multiple championships in the dynasty for all 3 of my teams. But I can sit here in a moment and tell you things aren't good right now.
Exactly. You're aware that things need to be better for that particular organization, but you also have great perspective of just how lucky we've been across 3 sports and, by the way, 3 different decades virtually.
888-957-9570. 30 years since they've won it all. That leads to what emotion that you're feeling right now as the season begins, which, by the way, 2 hours.
Yep. Let's go.
2 hours and 18 minutes.
Counting it down.
Presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More of your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, you want to be amazed? You ready to be amazed?
Let's do it.
You like being amazed? You like that?
You like that?
You want to know?
Like that?
I love this. You want to know who was cruising around on the practice field today with the 49ers?
I have no idea.
Ricky Pearsall.
That's awesome.
He's just out there.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't even appear to have, I mean, maybe he's got some bandages, I would imagine, or something under his T-shirt. Looks completely normal.
Wow.
Cruising around, hanging out with his teammates while they practice and get ready for Monday night. It is Thursday. He was shot in the chest on Saturday.
Yeah, 5 days ago. Just remarkable.
Wow.
I mean, wow.
Wow.
Power of healing and the luck of the draw in this case, that it was an entry wound and an exit wound that apparently didn't cause any internal damage other than, I don't know, being shot.
Yeah, like I would
I've never
imagine.
been shot.
I don't want to assume there's no emotional damage because that would
for sure
freak the bleep out.
Right. And let alone and Doc Pandia did such a good job on Tuesday of describing the internal stress and the energy that's given off when a bullet rips through your body. It's not just an entry wound and an exit wound, but it's I would imagine the heat and the energy of the bullet physically passing through tissue and vessels. And even if it doesn't hit arteries and organs, you still have tissue and blood and vessels and all the rest of it. And so there will be a significant amount of internal healing. And Doc Pandia also did say that a gunshot wound, you usually don't stitch it up. So I'd imagine he still has, ostensibly, Mark, somewhat of a hole in his body.
Yes.
If not two.
Yeah, no, I don't think that just closes up in 5 days.
No, so there's that too. But yeah, man, that's great news that he's cruising around.
Incredible. Is this quote true? I don't want to misquote Kyle Shanahan. I'm seeing this online.
I thought maybe we had the sound up there.
No, we do have some, but did he say that in talking to people Grandy, you'll probably know. Did he say in talking to people at the ER, usually out of 100 people, only 2 people survive that? That's an accurate quote. Did you hear that?
2 out of 100 survive.
Survive.
A chest wound.
Let alone go to practice 5 days later.
I mean,
2 out of 100 survive something like that, and dude's cruising around with a baseball cap and a T-shirt on in Santa Clara in the heat today.
It's incredible. I mean,
wow.
I would attribute that to not only a higher power, if you indulge, but also to being young and extremely physically fit. That's got to help the healing process.
I'm sure that the physical fitness absolutely helps. He's strong. Yes, whatever you want to call your spirituality,
sure,
you're just positive thinking, your belief in something, whatever. But there's a little bit of luck in there too.
Yeah,
there's a lot of luck in there. Good job. Good job, Grandy.
Well,
Grandy,
for the radio audience, we have a banner that hangs behind Mark Willard, and this banner has fallen.
What emotion are you feeling right now as you try to hang that sign, Grandy?
I feel like Sisyphus rolling the
rock up the hill. Yes, and
can't do it.
For the people who can't see it on YouTube, he's trying to hang a banner that hangs behind Mark for the YouTube and the Twitch audience. But what you also probably don't know is that this banner has now fallen 37 times since its inception. Yet we as a radio group have not come up with a different way to affix this in a more permanent fashion.
I really appreciate you bringing this up, because the definition of insanity is what?
Is to repeat yourself. And Grandy using the Sisyphus example, which is too highbrow for even me, let alone our audience.
Yeah, I don't even know what the hell he was just saying.
It's a Greek myth where the dude rolls the rock up the hill and it falls back down and he does it again.
Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result.
That's the definition of insanity I was looking for.
Yeah, your boy Sisyphus did that with his damn rock.
Okay, so I believe we've reached the level, because we've been here for what, about a year now?
A solid year, I think. It feels about right.
Yeah, so I would argue we've reached the point of insanity with the idea that this banner is going to stay here with 2 push pins.
Correct. Is that a push pin on your uniform?
Pins.
We're talking about thumbtacks. Not a thumbtack.
Do you know what I mean?
It's a push pin.
Like, it's the most Oakland A's mother bleeping thing I ever seen in my life, that we're running around here in the middle of Market 6 doing big time Warriors, home of the Warriors. Niners about to start. We're going to be there on Monday night. We're doing the darn thing. And what do we have to keep up the signage behind our heads? Push pins. Like nobody's even tried tape. We haven't even gotten to like Velcro or something crazy like that.
Velcro, I like that.
We got push pins.
Yeah, push pins.
And every day we're like, I bet this time they'll stay.
No, one side usually droops. There's some droopage. And it's, anyway, probably enough about banners.
That's probably enough. We move on.
Banners and push pins.
Yeah, glad you're with us. 888-957-9570 is the number.
I do want to hear more of the Shanahan quotes coming out. I know we talked a lot about Ricky Pearsall, and just this is the last Shanahan you're going to get until Monday. And I know there was a little bit of, I wouldn't call it McCaffrey news, but it was an eyebrow raise. I'm not forcing you to play it now because I know we have great callers on the line, but just hearing he was going to speak today, I was a little press conference excited.
Yep.
Everything right now is getting me excited about football.
Well, that's good.
Like even the silly stuff.
Well,
you know?
I really hope that as we sit here and hear people's emotions and we hear things like frustrated and anxiety and whatever, like feeling anxious, as we hear all that, I hope it's not ruining your excitement, is it? You're all excited, right?
Yeah. You have to be excited.
Push pins.
I'm not coming back in.
For those of you not on the YouTube feed, the banner has fallen. The banner has fallen. Tear down that banner.
The banner is on the field. The banner is on the field.
I'm trying to hold it together. I'm trying to talk about my NFL excitement, and right behind you, just the saddest little double drop, too. Anyway.
Don't worry. We still have fat heads of me, Steiny, and Goo behind my head, so you can look at those. And then there's fat heads of you and Bonte and Joe behind your head, and a 95.7 The Game branding that is not put together by push pins.
It's not. It's actually with two-way sticky tape. But you had me thinking, and this is a quick aside, and just give me 1 minute on this. It might be a fun social media like bit to do. Your team of fatheads versus my team of fatheads. Like, who would you rather tailgate with? Who would you rather go to a Warrior game with? Who would you rather eat nachos with?
We should have done that, actually.
Willard, Steiny, and Goo versus me, Bonte, and Joe.
We should have done that at the summit yesterday. Have all of us holding our own fatheads and, like, hold it up. Like, who's, I don't know, who's seen the Niners win a Super Bowl before? Hold up your head, like, there whatever. Yeah, everybody's old enough for that. But, all right, let's, we'll play some Kyle. We're going to have some fun with all of the primetime NFL games, musical interludes coming up here in a little bit less than an hour or so. But let's keep going with you. What emotion are you feeling? 30 years since the Niners have won a Super Bowl. And that has you feeling what as we get this one started? Dollar Bill, San Francisco, what's going on? Thank you for calling.
Happy first day of football season, boys.
Let's go. Yeah, Dollar. Let's go.
I am super, super excited. And I feel like I got 2 points. One, I feel like I haven't called since the end of last year, but it'll end of last season. But I feel like I have to call to talk the most privileged fan base off the ledge. Guys, this is the opening day of football. It's the greatest day of the year. We all have, for a Jets fan, the worst four-letter word, hope. Enjoy the game. You know, you could be a Jets fan. You could be a Browns fan. You guys are 49ers fans. Enjoy it. Embrace it. And Willard, one last thing. On you being down in L.A., teaching your kids to be a Giants fan, good on you. That is good parenting. My daughters, I've been here for 28 years now. My daughters, the first word they ever learned how to spell was Jets. Yes.
I mean,
Josie, season, boys.
You too, Dollar Bill. Maybe it's selfish, but I look at sports, especially when, everybody in the family loves it. I look at it as something that we're all going to do together. And if I had raised those people to be Dodgers and Lakers fans, we ain't doing nothing together.
That's a good point.
We're not doing this together.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It'd be a lot harder.
Yeah,
when the Dodgers are cuffing your Giants around and your kids are running around the living room high-fiving.
Really? Can you imagine the playoffs in 2021?
Oh, my God.
Cody Bellinger hits one into right center field, and my kids are like, hey! They're like, get
hugging each
the
other.
hell out of my house.
That would be wild.
Sheesh.
Dollar Bill's right, though, about...
He is.
And I'm still looking at this list of playoff teams and playoff wins since 94, and the list cuts off at 5. They want you to pay for the bottom 7. So I've been kind of going through in my mind, like, which teams aren't listed. He just mentioned the Browns. They have 5 or fewer playoff wins since then. The Raiders. The Raiders are another team. And as I'm going through in my mind, the Bears are a team that doesn't even have 5 playoff wins since 1994.
Not surprising.
As we talk about sports privilege, you do have to, keep that in mind about teams like that who haven't even sniffed a run.
For sure. And I don't think anybody's saying that they would trade places or that they don't have gratitude for being a 49er fan. What I think this is really from, the anxiety, the frustration, whatever you're all feeling, and hell, me too. I think it's not about any sort of hatred or disdain toward the 49ers. I think it's fear. The fear is that you're going to get through this period of good without one. So it's not about would you trade it for 10 years of bad, or do you think that Kyle Shanahan stinks, or Brock Purdy's not a good quarterback? I don't think it's really any of that. I think it's a fear of, dude, we had a great team and never got one. And that's why people, I think, say that the window's closing, because the window's not closing. The front office has shown that they know how to build a team, and you got a young quarterback you like.
The fear, I think, is that the window's closing. That's the fear part.
The fear is that players you love are going to get out this league without one. The fear is that George Kittle never going to get one.
Yes, but also the fear is that because they won't get one, then the window will close. It's kind of both things, I think,
But I mean, the window, like, to me, I have faith in John and Kyle and Parag and everybody that the window will just sort of like stay open because you're going to make good decisions and spend and do good things. But I think there's the fear is that maybe you won't find the right players to replace these guys. And so you have to make good when you have a team that's good enough to do it. You know, and that's where I'll agree with people, where just one kind of does cement a legacy sometimes.
And it relieves the pressure.
Yes.
Because even if you're Grandy's age, and Mark Grandy, our technical director, who's 28, so you go back to the Harbaugh run, that was Pete Grandy, 15, 16, 17 years old. Harbaugh goes 36-11 in the regular year. You make 2 Connies and you make a Super Bowl and you don't win any of the 3.
Yep.
And then, poof, it goes away. So it feels like already with Shanahan, you've had a longer crack at it than Harbaugh did, longer than Mariucci certainly, and yet you still haven't broken through.
But don't forget, though, when you have the best team, even if you get one, there will still be fans that go, only one? Like Bobby Cox's Braves.
Right.
With all those pitchers. You only got one? And in fact, sometimes it doesn't even stop there. This is super crazy, but I know tons of Laker fans who are like, I can't believe Shaq and Kobe only got 3. And then they got mad at each other and ruined what could have been at least 2 or 3 more. And they're still mad about it. So some of it's just your perspective.
And human nature. And also, if you want to talk about the most privileged fan bases in America, the Lakers and Yankees would be 1 and 2.
Oh, of course. Absolutely.
As far as privilege,
Absolutely.
the Cowboys have this false sense of privilege.
They're the most myopic.
Exactly.
Yes.
But even the Patriots, and I wonder, checking in on Patriot Sports Talk this year, now that they've had a season of reality and now another season where it looks like they're probably not going to be great again, 4th in the division seems very likely. I wonder how quickly they start to turn.
I don't know.
Because I'm looking, Mark, and since 94, they're 33-16 in the postseason with 6 rings. In that same 30 years we talked about.
Yep.
The Niners are 20-13 with 0 rings. I mean, 13 fewer rings, 13 fewer wins, but 6 fewer rings.
6 fewer rings. Yeah.
That's the part that stings.
That's how close they've been. And the Boston fan is just sobering up from the Celtics championship anyway.
Good call.
Just starting to sober up. Let's see. Jay in Castro Valley. Hey, Jay, thank you so much for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys. I'm an old retired guy, 72 years old. I've had a lot of wonderful sports experiences living here in the Bay Area where I've lived my whole life. I guess I'd say I start out every year hopeful. And I'm starting out hopeful this year because I'm a Niner fan. I started off a Raider fan. I got my first job when I was in high school to buy Raider season tickets. And I had Raider season tickets through the whole glory years of the 70s with Kenny Stabler. And then they moved to L.A. And I had a friend who had a condo up on D Street in Hayward. And his next door neighbor in the condo was Joe Montana.
Wow.
As a rookie. And Montana used to come over to his apartment. My friend had a huge record collection. And we'd be playing records and drinking beer and playing Atari football. And Montana would hang out with us.
But what?
So,
I was monster at Atari football, by the way. The old 3-on-3 with the one button and the joystick. I was tough to stop.
I mean, like, absolutely the same. How could you not be? There was only one button. Like, that's the whole problem generationally with, like, the Xbox now. And thank you very much, Jay.
Yeah, thanks,
That's the problem with it. You try to go play a teenager now,
dude.
There's 8 buttons, and they can seamlessly control all of them.
I mean, what does L1 do again?
I don't know. I pre-select my throw on every play. I'm like, I'm hitting A.
I need to go ahead.
I know where the A button is. We're doing the go route. All right, let's go to that guy in San Francisco. Hi, that guy. What are you doing?
Fellas, good afternoon. You guys are getting great show, by the way. Couple things. I got an emotional story. And I'll make it quick on the 30 years of the Niners. But just, hey, Willard, I heard you the other day, brother, on that call to the Odd Couple. Absolutely phenomenal. That was a great call.
Oh, thanks, man.
And Dibs, I've been rolling with you since day one back in the Rise Guys and KCVS. And I just wanted to know, and I'll give you my story here. I just wanted to know, Willard, when you pulled the money out of the Band-Aid box and called up pizza, Did Dibley deliver it to you? Because if he did, Dibs, you remember, you would take a slice and ease it together.
Yeah, it's called the pick and push is what it is. I was the one who created the pick and push, and thank you for the call back. I actually did the pick and push to David Faustino from Married with Children.
From Married with Children?
He was a victim of the pick and push.
How'd that go for you? Did anybody ever chase you down?
No chance.
I'd have chased you down.
You wouldn't have counted the slices.
I know exactly.
You take an extra large pie.
No chance.
And it's sliced into 12. If you remove the smallest of the 12 and you give it a little push around the edges,
there's
nobody ever counts the slices.
You never tried me.
I would pick and push you easy.
No, first of all, I didn't order an extra large. What do you think? I'm crazy? I'm there by myself.
You can't pick and push on a small because it's cut into 8 and the wedges are big.
Plus, I used to go to a pizza place that was right there in Foster City, and it was called Go Getter's Pizza, and it was thick. It was thick. And it would they would cut the slices really, really big, so that it would just be a small 6 slices.
Oh yeah,
and they were this kind of a triangle. You had no shot. There's no way if you'd even taken a bite of that thing.
Yeah, no chance.
I'd have chased you down the street.
And as a veteran pick and pusher, you have to pick your spots. Like with anything, you don't just go into every pizza you deliver, but you got an XL and you take a look inside the box. What's in the box? Not 12 slices. Might be 11. Might be 10 if your boy's hungry.
What kind of tipper was David Faustino?
That's pretty good.
Okay.
That was when I was delivering in the Valley.
I was going to say, where do you live?
Northridge. Yeah, I was in Northridge. That's when I was working for Pizzasaurus Rex.
That was what it was called?
Pizzasaurus Rex.
You got to be kidding me.
No, 2 mediums for $12 on a Wednesday. We were busy on Wednesday.
Still open?
I wonder.
Come on.
Just outside of Northridge.
Hang on. I'm going to, I'll Google it.
Oh, by the way. Under different ownership for sure.
Probably. You know what's on my Googler right now? I should answer this question because people on the text line asked it like an hour ago. And we never
geez.
Well, no, but they were asking. Remember we were talking about the new kickoff rule?
Right.
And people were like, hey, it doesn't sound like you could do an onside kick anymore.
You can't.
Do you know the new rule?
Yes, you have to send a formal request to Roger Goodell to execute an onside kick. It goes before a board of governors, and then I'm being a little sarcastic.
I was going to say, this is an exaggeration
You have
sensation.
to declare, hey, we're going to onside kick. Can you guys make sure you're ready for it?
Hold on.
Stupid.
Hold on. There's a second very important piece of the rule. You are right. You have to declare.
You have to be trailing, and it has to be the fourth quarter.
You have to be trailing?
You have to be, losing in the fourth quarter, and you have to declare that it's going to happen.
Fourth quarter I knew it needed to be the fourth quarter. I didn't know you had to be trailing. You do?
Yep.
Wow.
Hey, dear
Nice job.
Canada, this is the U.S. We're going to invade in about 3 weeks. We just wanted to give you proper notice. We're going to be lining up at the border here. We're coming to take your country.
Yeah.
Well, so that part really rankles me.
Yeah, the no surprise zone.
Because that was great. What was it? Sean Payton in the Super Bowl?
In the Super Bowl.
Came straight out of the locker room.
Yep.
Have I got a plan for you?
And he won that thing, too. He won a ring.
Yeah.
He won a ring. Yeah.
I don't know. It's just the robotic nature of our sport now. Everything's becoming so robotic.
I think that what we have to remember about this, whether you like it or not, is this is a television show. And onside kicks are boring as all hell. They don't work. Now, I don't know
Surprise onside kicks work more than just your garden variety.
I think that they kind of actually got ready for those too. If you think about it, when was the last time we got a surprise onside kick that worked?
I'd have to go back into the archives, but we're not going to ever see that again.
Yeah, because it wasn't working either, because people were ready for it once it happened on the biggest stage. And then the ones that you are ready for, you can still try it. I actually like the idea that I think they're moving toward, which is completely doing away with the onside kick. And I think the idea that got thrown out is like you go to your own 20 and it's 4th and 15.
Oh, that's your version of the onside kick.
And you get one play. You get one play. And the penalty is if you don't get it, the other team's already got the ball in the red zone.
Yeah.
But if you're trailing with 3 minutes to go, why the hell not?
That feels to me like the automatic runner at second in the 10th inning. It's just too contrived and too cockamamie for me. Well, it's not real football.
Yeah, but contrived and cockamamie becomes like reality real quick.
At times.
You got an extra inning baseball game and you're like, there goes Bob to second base. Contrived and cockamamie, but we're doing it.
But it's stupid.
But we're doing it.
We're doing it because what we thought, I wonder if they eventually go back because, they did that for time of game in many ways and also to not tax a poor pitching staff.
The players union loves it because they don't want to play 18 innings. You guys,
they get paid the same.
Was it you or FP? Someone had, I think, what is the absolute best solution here. I
think it was me.
Do that.
No, it was
what was
10th
it then?
inning, play it normal.
Yeah.
11th inning, runner at second. 12th inning, runner at second, third.
I was thinking
13th inning, they're loaded.
I was thinking 10th and 11th inning, play it regular. 12th inning, put the runner at second, and do that every inning after that. You don't need to keep slow.
I like the escalating it. But if 17th inning, you're pitching underhand, and I get to use a metal bat.
No,
let's get this thing over
17th inning, you just get a tee. We're done with no pitchers.
That's right.
There's a tee. Can you hit it over the fence? Just bring Bonds up. Gone. Yeah. Like, whatever. We're never going to see the 17th inning again. But the big tell is, and this is what I don't love, if you've got a sport that suddenly decides that when you get to the playoffs, they got to go back to their old rule, that's a tell. That's a tell that it's a bad rule.
Exactly.
And that's what baseball does. You're not going to put a runner at second in the playoffs. You just got to play it.
Yeah,
so
play baseball.
Yeah, that's the way it should be, I think. All right. We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. It's been 30 years since the 49ers have won the Super Bowl. So what is your emotion that you're feeling now as we move toward the start of this season? And I'm going to do this at every break. 1 hour and 53 minutes away. Chiefs, Ravens. What is the opening theme? Don't play it yet, Grandy. We'll play with that in a little bit as well on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Moderately quick aside.
Okay.
Because we're football. We're football.
We are.
Your brain has footballs in it right now.
I do feel a little bit of some ADD radio happening because there's so much going on. Like there's baseball and the season starting, and we still have Aaron Rodgers and Jets and Niners, and the summit was yesterday. It just there's a lot going on today.
What do you mean there's baseball? There's no baseball.
There's no
baseball ended.
Oh, I forgot about that. You did that whole obituary epitaph thing.
That's
Yet
right.
it still is on in the studio somehow.
I'm a Giants fan.
Yeah.
I put it on because I am a Giants fan.
That was crazy. We're here doing a show, and I'm like, why are the Giants still playing? I thought, is this some sort of exhibition or something?
Totally.
Some sort of postseason tryout thing? They're looking for new people? Anyway, they did. They walked off the Diamondbacks today, and they did it with Patrick Bailey's first hit since January.
That seems like an exaggeration.
Maybe a slight one. But anyway, yeah, he doubled.
He had 2 hits today, actually.
I know he did.
And 3 RBIs.
Yeah, which was all of the RBIs. That's all of the RBIs. Did he actually have 3 RBIs?
He did. It was a bloop single early in the game. I think it was with the bases loaded. That drove in 2.
That drove in the first 2. Yeah, they won 3-2. All right. So, but the big story is late last night, Jeff Passan with a Twitter bomb at what time was that? What time did that thing come through? The Jeff Passan thing.
10 o'clock, 9:30. It was too late.
It feels like it was past 10. It definitely feels like it was past 10. Yeah, I got to scroll back.
I saw you guys firing some late night tweets.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm half of, one eye. It was one eye mode. So
Matt Chapman is staying with the Giants long term.
I love it. I like the move.
You blow up the opt-out years and immediately launch into a 6-year deal at $25 million per year with $1 million kicker, little signing bonus in there. So it's a 6-year, $151 million deal. Matt Chapman is your Giants third baseman for a while now, all the way until he's 37 years old. And so the predictable stuff is all there, which is he was a really good player for the Giants this year, and he's a good leader. He's obviously a phenomenal third baseman. He's a plus hitter, not a great hitter. Don't want him hitting third or fourth, but definitely a net positive. You want him on your team. I think he clearly really feels comfortable with the Giants because don't forget, that's a Scott Boras client that just signed in September.
That's crazy.
That's nuts in and of itself for 6 years. So Chappie is clearly very comfortable, wants to stay, and in a press conference earlier today, let slip that he's talked to a bunch of people in free agency. I've already talked to free agents who really want to join the Giants. So there's that. There's that. And that's all fine. And I think there's a financial commitment there that feels good if you're a Giants fan. You may feel like this holds on to Chapman until he's too old. There's some risk there. No doubt about that. But again, all in all, him staying on the team as something you can count on as a Giants fan, I think is a good thing. Here's what I don't get. I have heard from so many people, this seems to be a lot of people's initial reaction to the Matt Chapman contract. Well, guess that means Farhan's staying. Why does it mean that? I'm not saying if he's staying or going. I have no idea if he's staying or going. But I'm curious as to why that seems to mean that to people. I heard Guru say it. Among many who feel like that is a sign that ownership is keeping Farhan Zaidi beyond this year. Why does signing one player have anything to do with that at all?
Because it feels like if a move this big is being made, it's being made by Farhan, and you wouldn't let a lame duck make a move like this unless you thought that you had faith that he was still doing a heck of a job and that you wanted to keep him around. That's what that thinking is. I can look a little bit beyond that relationship or that paradigm and see that it's a player who is probably worth $25 million a year, really good defensive player. He's a good Giant, and the manager I don't think's in trouble, and the manager loves having him, and the ownership is probably thrilled to have him be a Giant. So this move could have nothing to do with Farhan Zaidi, or it could have everything to do with Farhan Zaidi.
I think it's got nothing to do with Farhan Zaidi. Like, at what point does a general manager stay safe just because he signed a player? If that were the case, nobody would ever leave. Like, they're like Jung-Hoo Lee is signed for 4 more years. Well, we wouldn't move on from Farhan. Why?
This is a new deal, and that's what makes people think that this would indicate that Farhan is safe. But the other part of it too, Mark, is he's got. If you're going to fire Farhan, then if you're really that mad about having him in that job, you would have done it already, and you would have moved on. And if he still is in the job, then he's going to try to do his job, which is things like this. And if he wants to sign Matt Chapman to a 6-year, $151 million deal, he has to go to ownership anyway. So even if you are going to move on from Farhan Zaidi, you might as well have him continue to do his job.
Well, of course. And that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, first of all, you want to know what this is a sign of for people who all think this means Farhan is safe? It's a sign that he's not making all of these decisions by himself. He never has. Like, that's not the way any team works. Nobody's making decisions all by themselves. There's consultation, there's approval, there's money that moves, and they've been working on the Chapman thing for a while. And again, I'm not saying that Farhan is going to get let go. I'm not saying that. I don't know. I don't know if they know yet. What I'm saying is I don't think that last night's news suddenly means Greg Johnson's like, oh, God, I was totally going to let him go, and now he went and signed a player, so now I got to keep him. Or nor does it mean that Johnson and Farhan conspired to do this, and now that means that he's got some sort of vote of confidence. Like, I think that everybody there looked at what you just said and what I just said, which is that Matt Chapman really wants to stay. They really like him. They were able to find finances that they think worked. And so you do that. Yeah. And ownership very well may be looking at it going like, yeah, no matter what we do with our front office, we're going to want that guy playing third base.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you could look at the tea leaves on all of the things that you just said, and you could see Chapman going to Scott Boras and saying, "Hey, Scott, this is where I want to be. So why don't you go ahead and get this done for me? Because I don't want to wait until, I don't know, early March like other of your clients have had to do. So they want me. I want to stay." And I just looked at his deal. He had $55 million left in theory, 2 opt-ins and then a mutual, which would have accounted for $55 million. So he gets the stability of knowing he'll be here and getting a nice healthy raise too on top of that.
Absolutely. Look, I thought it was clear all year. He feels super comfy here, right? It's not just, there's Bo Mel, there's the Bay Area. He's been here before. He's here again. At times it looked a little wobbly. At times it looked really good. But in the end, the final analysis is the defense is phenomenal and the offense is good enough. I think you said like a half hour ago, love to have him as my 7th hitter.
Even your 6th.
Even 6th. Yep. And you can get away with a game or two where he's hitting 5th or whatever. I don't think he's your 3rd or 4th hitter. I don't think he's a top 4 in the lineup hitter. Strikes out a little bit too much. But the net of Matt Chapman is very positive. And I do think in terms of a leadership role, especially as you've got a baseball team that's going to start turning some of these positions over to young players, you're going to have a Ramos, you're going to have a Fitzgerald, and then Jung-Hoo Lee is going to come back. We'll see who else is a part of the young brigade that may or may not be a part of this next year. You got to have somebody in their 30s that's done all the stuff and kind of just holds it down. And he's that completely. So I don't know. It made all the sense in the world to me. And sure, Farhan may well be here beyond this year. That's absolutely a possibility. I just didn't see this contract as a sign of that at all.
I didn't see it as a sign of anything. And I've been saying for weeks that I think that Farhan Zaidi deserves to keep his job, because a lot of the things that unraveled, I don't necessarily put at his doorstep. You had players underperform, and the fact that the product is mostly dull. They've made some changes late here to bring up some young guys, and Fitzgerald popped, and McRae looks exciting, and so you do have some hope on the horizon, but I didn't see this move as connected at all. The one thing I did think about the move, though, with Chapman getting an extension is this makes sense for who they should try to be. You're not going to get sluggers in here who are free agents. You need to get back to pitching and defense. And this year, your team's been sloppy. You've been a sloppy ball club. Matt Chapman is not a sloppy third baseman. So pitching and defense, this cornerstone goes a long way toward ensuring that in the future.
Well, I think that's a very, very good point, which is that needs to be in this ballpark, the priority. But at the same time, also, I guess maybe you don't want to count Matt Chapman as a quote-unquote slugger. He's not going to hit 40, but he's going to hit 20. He's going to hit 25.
Yeah.
He could hit 30 if things go well for him. You know what I mean? And that's as a right-handed hitter. You're probably right. Like, let me be the 18th to say Juan Soto's not coming.
Yeah.
Juan Soto's not coming.
Right.
So, like,
Bryce Eldridge, maybe we can all hold our breath for Bryce in 2026.
And he represents what I wanted to respond to something you said, though, with regard to, like, this year's not Farhan's fault. Sort of like the point I made at the summit yesterday. Do you want to look at this in terms of macro, or do you want to do it in terms of micro? I think for Kyle Shanahan, macro works really well. Macro's like, dude,
you're always good.
You came in here and built a roster, and now this is awesome every year. Great job. Micro is, why did you take a knee with a minute to go before halftime instead of trying to drive down the field? Or why didn't you run the ball after the interception in the Super Bowl? Or this, that, the other. You can micro Kyle Shanahan. This is sort of the opposite. I think what you just did with Farhan. If you want to micro his last offseason, even the things that didn't work, the Jorge Solers, even those things, Blake Snell for the first half of the season, I can look at that last offseason and go, dude, I totally see what you're doing. I totally see what you're doing, and I don't really think that those areas that didn't go well were your fault. But the macro, yikes.
Yeah.
That's where Farhan's demerits are just all over the place. Plenty of good moves, plenty of good trades, plenty of diamonds in the rough.
Yeah.
But the macro of Your farm system went up, and then it turned around and went right back down through the floor.
Yep.
You've not been able to nail the free agents. This is your third 500 to sub 500 year in a row. Your prospect that we've been waiting on for 4 years got to the big leagues and suddenly realized he can't catch a baseball.
Yeah, that's tough.
Holy crap, Dibs.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's super embarrassing.
And all of the prospects we've been waiting on all got a chance to flash, and Elliot Ramos did, and he looks legit, but Matos, he looks like a 4A player more and more, and Casey Schmidt just can't. He can't do more than short-term rentals. He's still stuck in Airbnb mode. He can't even get a month-long lease up here.
And I'm not going to get overly excited yet about Bryce Eldridge. Like, I love it, too. The highlights on social media are a ton of fun. It's a great thing to watch before you go to bed. Makes you feel good about yourself. Off you go. It's been a AA for 3 days.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to now project that this guy's going to be a star in the big league someday soon? Sorry, we've done this already. I'm old enough to remember when Marco Luciano was a moment away, and he's going to be a star, going to take over this league. Actually, turns out he's not even a major leaguer, let alone a good one.
Yeah.
He can't pick up a ball.
It's tough.
Like,
you hate to see
what?
Ground ball, yeah.
This guy been at shortstop in the minor leagues for 5 years, and he gets here, and you just go, oh, my God, I never look to see if he can catch.
Maybe he's better on fly balls.
A baseball?
Put him on left. Let's give him a shot in the outfield. Let him track down some flies.
The macro ain't going well. And I think you have a hard time right now looking at the macro and feeling good about sort of that front office direction. Because what bothers me, because we're all out here, fans and media, we can all have our big opinions and have no consequence for them. What gets me about Farhan is not your opinion, not my opinion, not Grandy's opinion, not Bonte and Joe, not Sam Loveman on garlic fries and baseball. That doesn't get me. What gets me is that I know there are people in the building who are not cool with this. There was an Instagram post the other day about Farhan potentially losing his job. You know who liked it?
No.
You want to hit the heart.
Buster Posey?
Not Buster Posey. He's not that dumb. I don't think he's on Instagram that much either. Evan Longoria.
Liked it. Wow.
Whoop. He's like, yeah, whoop,
I'm going to give that a like.
Whoop. Yep, I'm going to push that button right there.
He's in Arizona, right?
Not anymore. He's done.
Oh, he's done.
Yeah.
I thought he was still playing this year.
I don't know if he got hurt or whatever. Okay. Yeah, whatever. No, but
Longo liked it.
Yeah.
Longo down on Farhan.
You like that? Longo liked that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like that.
Well, yeah, and I think that the prevailing sentiment is if this ends the way it looks like it's going to end, which is with a fizzle, not a sizzle, somebody's going to have to ultimately pay because that's the way it goes. And I think
it's not a rule.
Well, when you have a fan base as lethargic as they've become, and you're a great example, you steadfastly won't go and support this product unless they're in a pennant race. And well, that ship has sailed. So the last game you went to, I believe, was mid to late July after the All-Star break. And you're a guy who probably would have gone to 4 to 6 other games, let alone some of the last games if they were seriously in it. So, you are, I think, symbolic of exactly what's gone wrong. And so if they're trying to change and get fans excited again, that change may have to happen.
We want to let you hear what Kyle Shanahan said about Ricky Pearsall. So we'll do that in a sec. Last thing is this. I've said for a while, you want an indicator or something to watch with regard to the front office and the job safety and everything. Watch September attendance. So what do we get on Monday night? We got the lowest crowd of the year.
Yep.
What do we get on Tuesday night?
I think it's about the same, right?
Even lower.
Even lower?
And Birdie tells me that your
Hayden Birdsong?
No.
Okay.
Birdie tells me that your 22,000, which is what was announced last night, maybe a little bit more than half of that
showed up.
Was actually there.
That's usually about right.
Estimation sensation was about 12.
Oh boy.
Okay.
That's roomy.
That's
like the first season post-pandemic.
Yeah. And I have no idea what was out there today, but being in the middle of the day on a school day now in September, I got to think, probably not good, Bob.
Looked like more than 12 actually there. Okay. Just from what I was seeing.
Beautiful day, but
spectacular day.
Yeah. So anyway, we were talking about Pearsall back on the field today. just cruising. I mean, not in a helmet, but he's just out there in his T-shirt and sneaks, hanging out with his teammate. 5 days after being shot in the chest. It's Kyle Shanahan.
Kind of been amazing just watching him. I'm getting to see him Sunday, Monday, for him to be able to walk around and stuff with that happening. Talking to the people at the ER, saying out of like 100 people, 2 people have survived that. And to be able to see him the next day and just that he's able to walk, he's coming to meetings, he's doing all that. But, he wants to go a while, a week or so without trying to work up a sweat. And then after that, he'll start his rehab and progress again back.
Starting rehab. In a week. Just start rehab. I can't get over it. That's a breathtaking statement that he just made there. Talking to doctors, 2 out of 100 would survive that.
And that's just crazy. And not only because he's young and fit and healthy, but because of the way the bullet traveled through his body. To not hit any major artery in the neck and chest area is just a miracle when you think about it. And if you get hit below, the sternum all the way down to the waistline or from the breastplate down, you have so many organs in there. It's almost impossible for that to travel. And if it hits the rib cage, there's going to be some ricochet that happens. And so that bullet's going to go a different direction and it's going to wind up catching something. To get shot where he did is so incredibly lucky. On the right side, not the left, upper right, below the shoulder, below the neck, the carotid artery, above the aortas and the ventricles that come spilling off the heart through the rest of your body. It's a miracle.
It's insane. It's insane to even see the video of him walking around out there. It's really kind of breathtaking. Here's a little bit more on the Pearsall situation from Shanahan.
It was really tough. We didn't know exactly, we just knew that he got shot, and that was all we knew. And then it took us about an hour to figure out what the hospital was and things like that, because he just made a couple calls to people, so we had it from them, but none of us knew where he was or anything. And this was, it's like at 3:30. By the time that we got to him, it was good, because by the time we found out where he was, we got to him. It was real cool. He FaceTimed me. That was like the first time I knew he was all right. I got a call like 20 minutes before that saying he was conscious, he was talking, that he was going to survive and all that. But then he FaceTimed me right after from his bed. It was real upbeat. Like it was really amazing, because that hour, when you hear about a shooting, we didn't know where it was or anything. So you just assume the worst. Then to hear it was in the chest, you don't think that usually goes that well. And then actually to talk to him like 15 minutes after that and just talk to a guy that seems like he's okay. Obviously, he's got a bad, horrible injury, and there's a huge mental side that'll go to that he's got to work through for a while. But it was a lot of emotions.
Okay. I mean, that's how it went down.
A lot of emotions. Telling the police officer, I'm going to die. And she says, no, you're not. No, you're not. God's with us. Breathe through it. You're going to be okay. And then, okay, let's go out there and play football. No, it's going to take, I don't even know how long it takes, to get over something like that.
Yeah, I have no sense of what they've told him. But obviously, he was able to leave the hospital 24 hours later. And now he's hanging out in Santa Clara. I do want to answer this real quick. Someone from the 925 Xfinity Mobile text line was like, why didn't they give him an off week? Hold on a second. Niners didn't require anything of Ricky Pearsall.
Oh, he's going to get fined now. I mean, what are we doing? Imagine. All right, Ricky, failure to report. That's going to be $2,500.
Yeah, Ricky wants to be there. He's obviously been medically cleared to be there, but understand, he's not doing anything. He's just there. He's there. He's watching. I can tell you this. If I got shot and I was lucky enough to just be up and around a few days later, I would want to be as close to my people as possible. And so I'm sure that's the emotion that's driving this. Is Ricky wants to be around his teammates. He's still got that same brain, which was preparing to play a football game on Monday. His first ever NFL game. So he has to have a ton of excitement about this moment, and now he's not going to be around for a month, but I'm sure he wants to stay at least as close to it as he possibly can, and so that's what this represents.
Well, and I didn't even think about it in terms of those highs and lows where you come in, you get drafted first round, you're injured, you get better, you're injured again, you're starting to get better, you do an autograph signing, you're trying to buy luggage for your first road trip, and then bam, you get shot. So everything that was building toward the culmination of a life's hard work, you're going to get to play an NFL game for the 49ers. And then this happens. And then you go from the lowest of lows to the highest of highs of, oh my God, I'm going to be okay. Not only did I live, but I'm going to be all right to play in a month. It's what an emotional roller coaster.
It's absolutely crazy. So awesome. Just awesome to see him out there. Okay, speaking of awesome, so we're getting close, man. We're getting close. We've got 1 hour. Is it 5:15 or 5:20? Actual kick.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
I feel like the Thursday night games jump on me sometimes where I'm like, it's 5:20. And you turn it on at 5:20 and they're already
5:20.
Okay, 5:20, good. Because I'm like, sometimes I turn on at 5:20 and they're already on the opponent's 48-yard line. I'm like, what the hell happened?
Yeah.
All right, so 5:20. So we've got ourselves 1 hour and 24 minutes.
There you go.
Until the NFL season starts. And we are going to get you ready in all kinds of ways, including this. Our mutual friend from WFAN, Brandon Tierney, Tiki Tierney, all of that through the years.
Hey, yo.
Exactly. And obviously a veteran once upon a time of 95.7 The Game. And is he like a Jets honk or something like that?
He's a New York guy. I'm pretty sure he likes gangrene.
Yeah. So he's going to hop in here and have some fun with us. Coming up next, we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs.
And it's time to ask the question about the best way to deal with triple-digit and below.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, now this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun.
Wait.
First of all, it's our last hour of radio before the NFL season starts.
The last hour until everything goes south, right? The last hour of hope.
I think every hour of our show goes south. Thank you very much.
Wow.
But this is also going to be fun because, first of all, check this out. Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park tomorrow for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more, presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's local family-owned pest control company. Now, that's Harding Park, but let me bring you to the Presidio, which is where I was the last time I saw our next guest. And it had to have been, I don't know, Brandon, 114 years ago on the River Islands guest line from our Odyssey station in New York, WFAN. Brandon Tierney here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Brandon, what's cooking?
What's up, boys? Mark and Dibs, and I know Dibs is all over that golf outing tomorrow. What are you shooting, Dibs? 78, 79? What are you throwing up tomorrow?
Still in the high 80s, BT, but man, this afternoon drive gig is kind of bitten into my golf game a little bit. Doing mornings, I was playing 3 days a week, but afternoon drive, tough to get out there.
Well, there's this thing in life called responsibility, and until the kids are married and fully out of our roof and out of maybe off the payroll, you're going to have to sacrifice a little, Dan. We all live it, dude. We all live it.
Yeah, that one hit hard right there, Brandon. Yeah. So I saw you tweeting about how the Niners-Jets line is down to 3.5. We got breaking news. At least where I go find lines, it is up to 4. What gives? Yeah, up to 4. So what gives? What do you think's going on here, Brandon?
Well, I mean, there's been obviously a little fluctuation, and of course the Niners should be favored. And of course the Niners should be favored by more than 3. I think a lot of this, guys, I don't even really have a ton of concern, although there's great intrigue with Rodgers to see how he is physically. I think anytime the Jets are really doubted, I think it's a coaching thing. And, you guys don't have to worry about that. You sit down in front of your tube, you're at Levi Stadium. You guys know that you're a well-coached team. The Jets really have been the complete antithesis, where they gave Rodgers all the power. They brought in his OC. Rodgers goes down. It's an absolute circus. Saleh, your boy, and my boy, I like him, but I'm just going to call it the way it is. He is not proven to be a competent head coach yet. Just hasn't. The Jets aren't always prepared. The Jets aren't always disciplined. The Jets don't seem to be very adaptable. Forget about, series to series or half to half, week to week. You just don't see the quality adjustments. And I know that's a very nebulous term. Oh, adjustments. How do you quantify that? Well, I didn't play football in the NFL, but I know when I see a team that was doing something wrong and then suddenly they start doing something right. And then the Jets usually don't do that. So in a very long-winded way, I think it's back up to 4 because I think sensibility's kicking in. I think that people know the Niners are on the short list for the Super Bowl. The Jets can be based on their personnel, but they've got 50 years of sordid history that gives a lot of people pause. So I get it.
Yeah, no doubt. The history is something we talk about here with recent history and the Super Bowl failures. But for the Jets, it's been not even sniffing the bowl. But when you look at the things, BT, with this team, where's the area that gives you the most concern? Because I see a nasty defense and a pretty darn good offense as well.
Yeah, and special teams, Dibs, is actually really good. Now, I mean, are we going to really waste time on the radio talking about punting? Not really, but Morstead is really good, and that matters when you have, an elite defense like the Jets have. See, the Jets, they won 7 games last year, and even if Rodgers, and I don't expect him to be 40 touchdown, 6 interception MVP Rodgers. I'm not saying he couldn't be, but I don't expect that. But last year, they lost a lot of games by 3, 4, 5 points, a possession here. The concern really just Dibs, it kind of goes back to what I said before. Like, even though the Yankees aren't what they were with Torrey, there's this inherent belief that, when it's time to get to October, the Yankees will find a way, much like Bochy with the Giants for all those years. And certainly the Warriors now to a lesser extent recently, but, they've earned that equity. The Jets have no equity. So, when I look around and I say, all right, and I look at it pragmatically, and I take away the emotion and the torture and the pain and all the other stuff I've been subjected to for my entire life, really, I do see a really good defense. I do see a pretty improved offensive line. I see a Hall of Fame quarterback. I see an electric running back in Pearsall. I see a dynamic wide receiver in Garrett Wilson. I see weapons, but until I actually see it equate to wins, that's the hesitation.
Brandon Tierney, WFAN, with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. You know what I'm curious about, and I don't necessarily hear it in your voice, BT, but especially in New York, why is there not more skepticism about Aaron Rodgers? 40, Achilles, basically 2 years since the guy's played football. Why does everybody think he's just going to walk on the field and look like Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, it's a good point. Well, I have an answer, but just for a quick preface. He wasn't even great that last year with the Packers. Remember that last game against the Lions?
Exactly.
I hear you. The answer is this, and it's very simple. It's called blind faith. Honestly, when you look at the recent quarterbacks, whether it's Mark Sanchez or Zach Wilson or Sam Darnold or Tim Boyle or anybody else that didn't matter and didn't materialize, when somebody like Aaron Rodgers says, hey, I want to go play for that team, it's kind of like the geek finally getting some action in the backseat of the car. Let's call it for what it is.
Yeah, that's a little too close to home there, BT. That's a little too real for me.
Yeah, I hear you. So really, why is there less skepticism than one would probably think, given the and I ruptured my Achilles. I'm obviously not a pro athlete, but man, it is a bitch of a recovery. It is tough. So I think people gloss over it just because they're desperate. That's the bottom line. There's really nothing tangible, because if you look at the pluses and the minuses, there's probably more minuses at this point for Rodgers, given the age, given the injury, given the lack of success with this team and the overall team success. So, but, if you look at it that way, what the hell are you holding out hope for? There's two ways to be. And the Met fan is a little bit like this, and the Jet fan's like this. I'm not going to walk around like a loser. Now, I might look like an idiot, which I've done many times in my life, but I choose to enter each season, even with Zach and even with Sam Darnold and even with bad coaches who I know aren't the right guy. I look at it as, hey, clean slate, and rather than, this is just me, it doesn't work for everybody, but rather than illuminate all the negatives and lean on the history that's not good, I choose to select positives. And I will say this, and at least illuminate the good going in. Now, I'm going to call it the way it is once things start flying and once the season starts, and I'll rip them as hard as anybody. But objectively speaking, there are a lot more pluses for the Jets in totality than minuses, more than they've had in even Rex's two good teams. I think this team is more talented.
Yeah, it looks like it just in the roster and the two deep, and I'm excited to see him on Monday night. And it's funny you say it that way, BT, because we even have fans out here, as good as things have been, that look toward the negative, and a lot of it is around the quarterback. And is the quarterback good enough to be the franchise guy? Instead of fans just looking at this year, they're already trying to skip ahead a couple of years. When you look at Brock Purdy as a quarterback, what do you think of him, BT?
I think Brock Purdy is really good. I think Brock Purdy is really good. I think that there's always going to be the stigma of the draft spot. And as much as it should be a credit to his diligence and to just how erratic the scouting world can be and how subjective it is and how hit and miss it really has been for even Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, he was in the green room last one. I look at Purdy. I think he processes very well. I think he's tough. I think he's accurate. And I think he's good. Now, is he electric? Is he like Josh Allen? No, I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know. He's not Mahomes. He's not Allen. He's not Lamar. Not one of those guys. He's not even Joe Burrow. But, in today's NFL, if you have, an advanced scheme and good coaching and protection, and you got some weapons, and with Ayuk back in the mix, you got them, you got weapons, you deploy them properly, and you've got a guy who is smart and has earned, you can quantify speed and strength and height. And this is so interesting, but you can't quantify heart. I mean, this guy almost wasn't drafted, and if he wasn't drafted, he signs with somebody and he's probably cut, and nobody even knows who the hell he is. So those are the stories that I respect almost more than the guy who, when he's 10 years old, he's identified like Peyton Manning, the super, LeBron, Zion Williamson, even though it hasn't panned out. I love stories like Purdy. I'm not rooting for him on Monday.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for him to get his teeth kicked in and sacked 5 times and cough it up twice. But I like watching him play. And when I watch him, and it's not against the Jets, and it's not like, well, what have I said on the radio all week and what's most, centrally on my mind, I just see a good quarterback, period.
Brandon Tierney, WFAN, joining us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Hey, I want to ask you about a phrase, the window is closing. And I want to ask this with regard to both teams because I hear that with the Niners all the time. And my response is, you got a 24-year-old quarterback you like. If you think the window's closing, don't sign him. That doesn't even make sense to me. I look at the Jets and I go, I don't even know what the window is, but I know that it's short. How would you compare these two teams with that idea of their window?
Well, from a window perspective, and that's actually a really interesting question. From a window perspective, they're probably more similar, maybe, than some people would think. I think that's almost counterintuitive, but I kind of feel that way. From just an overall, wide-arching view, you couldn't be more opposite. I mean, the Jets are a joke, and the Niners are one of the platinum franchises. So I think that Robert Saleh, if the Jets don't make the playoffs, he is unequivocally gone, and he should be. The general manager is gone, and he should be. Depending upon if it got really bad, Rodgers got hurt again, God forbid, or he lost it, he hit the wall, I could see him retiring, and then I could see the Jets being in a world of hurt, and who knows where they go. The difference with you guys, even though the window, and Brock's a lot younger, clearly, but the window, it's not like, and I know I mentioned the Warriors before, but, when you're Jordan or you're, Popovich and then Duncan, your window in the NBA, 5, 6, 7 years if you're built right. In the end, for that. Like even, windows get a little tighter. Josh Allen lost Stephon Diggs, window get a little tighter. I think the difference is if the window slams shut on you guys this year and there's a deep recalibration, you've got smart men running the franchise. And up until now, the Jets haven't proven that they do. So, I would have faith in the Niners to hit, if they did hit the reset button, to hit it properly and to kind of truncate that curve of rebuild where the Jets might be another 14 years before they snip the playoffs. It is what it is. Like, you're not good by accident for so long, and you're not bad by accident for so long,
That's a great point. And, you look at the future at quarterback, and the Jets would have to reboot that, and the quarterback is just about everything when it comes to keeping that window open. And speaking of which, BT, and I know you already made your predictions today on your show. I didn't get a chance to hear it, but who wins the Super Bowl? Is it a three-peat for Mahomes, or someone going to get him this year?
Hang on, Dibbs, you cut up there that last thing.
Who wins the Super Bowl, BT?
I didn't give the prediction yet.
Oh, it's a shame.
Listen, I've been in radio 20-something years. I think I could come up with something on the fly. I know what I'm thinking. I just haven't said it. Well, listen, I think in the NFC, I don't like Dallas. I like them, but I don't like them on that level. I like you guys. I like the Eagles, even though they were a little fractured internally last year from a morale point of view. I think they're really good. I think it comes down to you guys. I think the Packers are going to be really good. From the AFC, see, I'm going to say it. I really think the Jets could get there. But, of course, my heart is saying, or at least my head's saying it won't happen. I don't think the Bills will get there. I like the Ravens. I don't think the Bengals will get there. Put me on the spot. I'm going to say the Eagles. No, I'm going to say you guys because you retained IU.
That's better.
I got you. I'm not just placating.
You are an alum of this very station, BT, so you still have a lot of fans out here in theory.
And I'm sure detractors, but thank you. I'm going to say the Niners. Dibbs, all I got to do is bust out the bell.
BT,
I got to see. Yeah,
you single-handedly drove the A's from this market. You realize that?
Oh, dude, come on. Oh, why? Hold on. My wife is calling. My wife is calling me. Let me hit ignore. Hold on one second. There you go. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm
tell your wife hi for me. She's a lovely woman.
Exactly. I'm talking football. Leave me alone. I'll be home in 30 minutes. I think that in the AFC, I don't think they three-peat. I'm going Niners Jets. Isn't that amazing?
Oh my
That's
God!
amazing.
Super Bowl
preview on Monday night, and like the way you like the bob and weave to arrive at that answer is something I'll never forget.
I know. Hey, can I say something real quick about the A's? I hate what's happened. I hate it. And I know I used to mess around with the bell and the ding and the A's fans, and I know they were all over me. I hate. Now it's not the most vibrant. Well, it is vibrant. It's not the biggest fan base, as you know. And I sincerely mean this. God, you guys deserve better. I feel terribly for what's going on. I hate that they're going to Sacramento for 2 years. I hate even more that they're going to. It is an absolute travesty what has happened to this franchise, man. I mean that. I hate it.
Yeah, no doubt, BT. And I was just kidding when I said you drove him from town. He used to, every time he'd mention the A's, he'd ring a bell. Hey, there you go, A's fans. We talked about your team. Now back to the Giants. You know. Anyway,
exactly.
It's a great bit, BT.
Well,
I miss you, brother.
If we ran that bit, we would never even ring the bell. Yeah, like
there is no bell.
There's no more bell.
Hey, by the way, Dibs, did you tell real quick? Speaking of golf, that's how we started. Did you ever tell the story? So
this guy.
I played lefty. Oh Jesus! I played lefty for lefty for like 15 years. Hurt my back, and I wound up having surgery. By the way, I tried to play righty. I go out with Dibs. I forget which. It may have been Presidio.
Metropolitan. We were playing Metro over in the East Bay.
Okay. Yeah, we were definitely in the East Bay, and I play righty. I think it was the second time. I actually went birdie on back-to-back holes at one point in the round. I swear to God, it's Dibs. He was with me.
Yeah, and we haven't spoken since because I'd play all the time, and I don't go birdie ever.
I don't want to ruin a good story, but how'd the other 16 holes go?
Not great.
107. Who the hell knows?
Birdie.
Oh,
True story.
Fun to hear your voice, BT. Thank you for doing it.
It is my pleasure. Hey, love to the Bay and respect to the Bay. And outside of Monday night, I'm pulling for you guys.
Thank you, BT. Hey, and you know what? Look at us 13 years later, and turns out this station's got some staying power, my brother.
Yes, it does. Yeah, and you were the first hire.
Yes.
You were the first hire, right?
Yeah.
You were the first hire.
He was the 28th hire and the 53rd hire and the 99th. We're tracking it.
They got me a couple times, BT. They done got me.
Oh, man, it's all good, dude. Yeah, Barrett started it, and you guys have taken it way beyond where it was. You guys are kicking ass, man.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Be well.
Brandon, thanks,
you guys,
man.
buddy. I'll talk to you.
All right.
Later, guys.
There he goes. Brandon Tierney, WFAN, New York.
Dude,
Jets Niners Super Bowl.
He is one of one, that guy.
Yes, he is.
And it's, we talk about the arrogance of Kyle Shanahan, and I love BT, but he'll tell you, he's as self-confident as they come.
Yeah, he's doing okay.
Yeah.
It's called a healthy ego.
Correct.
But in New York, it doesn't even stand out.
No, it
That's
doesn't
part
register.
of Kyle Shanahan's thing. People out here are like, oh, hey, this guy's arrogant.
And he came to town, and he from the opening moment he cracked the mic. The people knew that he was here.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
That's
he
the
hit
way
the
you
ground
want it.
running. Yep,
that's the way you want it.
Yeah.
All right. Look, we are now 58 minutes out.
Let's go.
And I'm so excited. I have to make a confession.
Ooh.
That while we were sitting there talking and listening to Brandon, I decided to do a 16-team parlay.
Get out of here.
Just
money
for fun.
line or with the spreads?
No, with the spreads. I just decided because I got nothing going tonight. I got Lamar in some fantasy leagues, whatever. But I have Jude. We were driving to school. He's like, "Who are you rooting for?" And I looked at him. I'm like, I don't know. And I want to be rooting for someone. You gotta have some sort of push pull when you sit down and watch this one tonight.
The first to 272.
So I decided to go ahead and just lay a little action on all 16 games that will play out between tonight and Monday. And then I put $2 American on it.
I thought that 2 would be the wager amount. So 2 probably gets you.
What are you thinking? That's actually what I was going to ask you now.
16-teamer.
A 16-teamer, $2, and I have the exact number that I will win come Monday night at Levi's. And by the way, if I do hit the first 15, you're going to be watching the most nervous man in the building.
Well, you hedge at that point. You hedge out of that, baby.
Well, sure. That's a good point.
So if you're a 16-teamer, you're betting 2 on it, the payout is probably about $5,400. That's my guess.
$5,400?
That'd be 2,700 to 1. I might be low.
$5,400?
Yeah, on a $2 bet.
54,000.
Okay,
bucks.
Doc.
Major bag alert. Yeah, major. Yeah.
Then you would hedge.
$53,819.
Okay.
And 91 cents.
So if you're going into the game and if you win, let's say you had the Niners, if the Niners cover, you win 53 grand, then you take at least 10 grand and you put it on the Jets, which means you lose the 10 grand if the Niners win, but you win 43 grand. If the Jets win, well, you win 10 grand.
You win 10 grand.
So,
that's, of course, what we'll do.
Of course.
I still would be very nervous because there's a difference between 10 grand and 43 grand.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
And I'm a Niner fan.
Exactly.
And I did pick the Niners.
Yes. I will bet that your 16-teamer is dead before we come back. Or before you even get to Saturday.
It might be dead tonight.
Might be.
Might be dead tonight.
And I'll give you my my official thoughts on the game. And also, we do have a little hoop to talk, just a touch of hoop.
We do?
As we get...
that's right.
As we get further down the road.
Well, we do. So first of all...
You've reminded me twice to not forget to remind you, so I'm reminding you.
Hang on. But I think we already, this is a huge moment. I want to make sure that I get this right. Thank you for bringing this up, because it was exactly 25 minutes ago. 25 minutes ago that tickets for all Warriors games are on sale to the general public, okay? So that happened 25 minutes ago.
Okay.
Tickets are on sale for the Warriors this season. All you have to do is go to warriors.com. That's the best place to go get them. So everything is now available to all people, because the Warriors did that whole, first it's season ticket holders.
Right.
And then it's people with, sweet tickets. And then it's people who, have an uncle named Bob. And there's a whole slanted.
Exactly.
At 4 o'clock today, no matter who you are, okay, come as you are welcome to purchase Warriors tickets.
Well, and I think you should get there right now, and I'll give you my top 5 games if you'd like.
Do it.
Right now, the top 5 home games.
Do you want to be rushed, or do you want a little space?
I'll rush it in there.
Okay, go.
Just we have so much to talk about.
Yeah, go.
You have the Bucks on March 20th. Giannis comes to town. That's game number 5. Game number 4, the Celtics on MLK Day, January 20th. That's a great game. Game number 3, the opener, October 27th. The Clippers are in town. Game number 2 in my top 5 power rankings, Christmas. You've got LeBron James. Game number 1, Clay returns. November 12th.
In-season tournament.
Dallas comes to town.
Right?
So
Isn't it in-season tournament?
I believe so. The IST, which only ratchets things up about 3 notches.
And not called the in-season tournament anymore.
It's called the something cup, right?
NBA Cup.
You're stupid.
The Emirates NBA Cup.
There you
that's
go.
Right, the Emirates.
Cha-ching!
There you go.
Emirates likes to pay.
All right. Speaking of LeBron James, coming up next, he has given his Super Bowl prediction. We'll share it with you. Also coming up next, there's only one way to get in the mood for games like this. We know exactly what it is, and we will do it. So you're going to want to be with us for that. And then also, don't miss the kickoff show Monday with us, live from the Hilton Santa Clara. Delicious food, great drinks, and as we know, the best pregame show in the Bay, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it happened. It happened apparently about 34 minutes ago. It happened. So everybody can breathe easy and get ready because here we go again. Ladies and gentlemen, arriving at Arrowhead Stadium 34 minutes ago. Taylor.
Oh, let's go.
Swift.
Big time.
Yeah, let's go. Another season of cutaways.
Yep. Hopefully she's in a suite because it looks like it's raining pretty hard there.
She looks fantastic.
There's a shock.
Yeah, she looks fantastic.
She hasn't let herself go.
No, she's not. No, but yeah, she looks great. I am pro Taylor Swift.
Is she wearing a Christian Juszczyk outfit?
No, she is wearing very high, above the knee boots, a denim skirt, and a denim sort of tank top.
Tank top.
She looks great. Okay. Yeah, she looks great. And I don't know this whole contract. They're actually supposed to break up on September 28th. Stupid. I
didn't see that.
Yeah, it's been buzzing all over the internet for the last 5 days.
You spend a lot of time on the internet.
Yeah, well, where else am I supposed to go?
I don't know. Talk to your kids.
I do that too, but they're on the internet.
Good point.
I got to go to the internet to say hi to them. Sometimes I'm looking for their LinkedIn account. I'm like looking for different ways I can send messages to them. DM them on Instagram.
Hey, it's dinner time.
Dinner time, dude. Put it down. Anyway, yeah. Taylor and Travis, 2024 version. Here we go.
All right.
Here we go. Okay, speaking of here we go. We were looking forward to this. I told you earlier today. Last 2 days, I've been driving around. I can't get all of the NFL primetime game themes out of my head. I love the music. And so Grandy, he put something together a little bit. And is that what you're going to do? Are you going to test us now? You test our knowledge of the different themes?
You better get most of them.
Most of them.
Yeah.
But like, I would imagine, because there are multiple tunes for each night. Maybe,
of course.
Maybe not Monday, but like when Thursday went from NBC to Amazon, the music changed, right?
And the Monday night itself has changed multiple times.
Sure.
And the Sundays changed. And so a lot of them, I'm sure, will be repeat answers based on multiple themes over the time.
I don't even care. I just want to hear them all. How many do you have?
Let's see. In total, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then there's kind of like not really a full ninth one. 8.5. We'll go 8.5.
Yes.
No, I'm with you because
I'm so excited.
Even when, like, if you're watching it and you hear the opening notes and it's like, okay, let's lock in on Sunday, especially because you watched the 10 o'clock games. You watch the 1 o'clock games, however you do it, red zone, or you focus on a team, and then you're like, okay, I got to work tomorrow. You're starting to settle into your Sunday night, and then you hear the theme. It's like, all right, we got one more of these babies.
I love that you just brought up red zone. My sons dance around the living room to the red zone music, which is basically just a blank screen, and it's like, bear out, bear. And they're like doing the gritty and freaking out like it's absolutely bananas. Absolutely. Okay, Grandy, take it away. What do you got?
All right, we're starting easy. Here we go.
I mean,
just inject it into my veins. Inject it into my veins.
We fast forward to Monday?
Monday. Yeah. Is it Monday yet?
I've
been waiting all summer for Monday night.
Pretty much, right?
Woo-wee.
And that's the newer of the Monday Night Football versions, but it's the same, like the opening 4 notes. And I was thinking about name that tune. I could name that tune in 3 notes.
One note. One note.
Totally.
Monday night.
That's a one-noter.
Okay.
You want to hear the beginning again just real quick?
One more time, please.
How many violins? So you just can't. You just can't play the beginning. You can't help but let that thing
Lay's
run.
potato chips. You can't just eat one.
Yeah, I was thinking of cutting it off, but I could not. That would be un-American.
It's so iconic.
Yeah,
it's so flippin' iconic. All right,
and it's iconic because that was it growing up. And like for me, the only time I ever got to leave the dinner table during dinner was Howard Cosell halftime highlights.
Did you guys call it the dinner table or the dimmer table?
The dinner table,
Okay.
yeah.
I just asked.
And it was funny, but
Thank you.
Yeah, they didn't run a lot of material at dinner. Mom and Dad either had a nice discussion or they fought. And I would keep score of the swear words.
Okay.
Mom's up 3-1, Dad. What you gonna do?
He's got a little ref jersey and a whiteboard.
That's out of bounds, Dad.
Halftime. Dad's up 3-2. Mom, we're gonna need you to come on. Let's go. All right. Perfect. 1 for 1. What else you got? Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
Damn.
I'm gonna say that is the newer Amazon Thursday night.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, what is that?
It's NFL on CBS.
NFL on CBS.
There you
okay.
go. You guys are NFC guys.
Well,
so.
maybe need to know what are the multiple choice possibilities? Because I thought so. There's the primetime ones. And then what do you have just the...
So for NFL on CBS, for Monday Night Football, for Sunday Night Football, for NFL on Fox, I just have singles.
Okay.
No old ones for any of those.
Okay.
I have a couple of Thursday Night Football ones.
Okay.
Including the current one.
And then you have some sort of half thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then a couple other special ones.
Like, are you going to play All My Rowdy Friends Are Here on Monday Night or something like that?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's a fun song, though.
Yeah, the CBS one, NFL on CBS, the new version of that. I didn't realize that it rocks so hard.
Yeah, it sure does.
And I mean, I turned into an instant conductor.
I feel like John Tesh out here running around just making music.
Yeah, Tesh probably rolled over in his bed at the rocking nature of that song.
Come on. No, John keeps up. Come on.
I know, but John likes it a little bit more on the piano and the synthesizer. He likes to tinkle a little bit more.
He likes to tinkle a little bit
on the
more.
piano.
Stay out of here in the middle of the night. He's an older man. Leave him alone.
No doubt.
All right. Okay, we're 1 for 2, but that was NFL on CBS?
That's correct.
All right, hit us with the next one. Bow!
Totally.
Bow! Yeah, that one I know. That's NFL on Fox.
You know what that makes me think of, unfortunately? Robots.
Huge fighting robots who also play football.
And I like the tune. The tune works on radio better than it does in the open because the tune comes on and some giant 9-foot robot is playing 3 technique. And I mean, what are we doing, Fox?
Okay, first of all,
I don't get it.
Give me a what are you doing? Just give it to me.
What are you doing?
Yeah, listen, I get so excited by this stuff. It's impossible for me to not just freak out when they come on, but I don't want to step on them. I want to let everybody else let this feed into their zone. Will you hit the start of this one again, Grandy, and I'll shut up, I promise. Just give it the first 8 seconds of it. All right, see?
Yeah. Robots.
Robots. It's rock'em sock'em robots.
It's whatever it is, it's weird. And then the robot charges through the goal line and explodes in the screen.
Yeah. And then shortly after this, Terry Bradshaw usually says something stupid.
Yeah.
That's fun.
That's a good tune.
That's Sunday.
The theme is better than the open, the animatronics and the
just
robot.
Close your eyes.
I don't need to. I enjoy the tune.
We're doing radio right now. You close
great.
your eyes.
I've never liked that theme more than I did right now.
All right, 2 for 3. What? Come on, Granny, give us more. All right.
Oh, yeah. All the pump and all the circumstance.
Are we in lockstep? What's your guess?
Oh, that's got to be Sunday Night Football.
I say Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
I'd also like to say this. That's the one that's been in my head since yesterday. Everywhere I drive. Yeah, Sunday Night Football. Yes. Yes.
That's probably my favorite, surpassing after, I mean, that held the top spot for 30 years, but something about the
well, I think it's also, and maybe this is organic, but like Sunday Night Football did pass Monday Night Football. Monday Night Football used to be the thing. And then Sunday became the biggest night in television, and that right there is the theme song for their #1 rated television show every single fall without fail.
Yeah, and there's something joyous and also sad about that because it is signifying the end of the weekend because, you know, you get the Sunday night game, and usually by about the third quarter, it's, you know, time for Milky and Story and Last Diaper and all the rest of it. And
maybe for you.
No, it's just, it signifies the end of the weekend for most of us.
I'm a super irresponsible parent when it comes to football season. Like, if it's 31 to 28, 5 minutes to go in the game, and Jude's looking at me and he's yawning, and I'm like, that kid's got school in the morning. And he looks at me and I look at him and I go, you can stay up. You want a snack? Let's watch the end of this game.
Go have an effing snack.
That's right. Go get yourself one. I'm watching the game. But I want to point out this. 216 just texted in Xfinity mobile text line, and I have not appreciated a text more all week long on this radio show because you just said exactly what I wanted the listeners to say, and I know that we were doing it for us too. And the text simply says, all of this is getting me, all caps, fired up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Same.
Inside an hour now.
Same.
Inside an hour. Set your fantasy lineups. Get your picks in, people.
You got to get them in.
You got to get them in now.
That's
I got Derrick Henry and the Kansas City defense. I'm going to be locked in on this one.
Oh, but then what are you going to do when the Chiefs have the ball?
I'm going to hope that they hurry up and fumble so that Derrick Henry can get the ball back.
By the way, we will get into the game a little bit here coming up right after the top of the hour, but we're not even close to done yet. All right, Grandy, what's next?
So we've done NFL on CBS, NFL on Fox, Monday Night Football, and Sunday Night Football. So now we got the big boys out of the way. Now we're going to some of the others, and obviously you know what's coming up. Here's the next one.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a drone carrying my package.
Exactly. It's Amazon Prime.
Exactly.
Like, that'd be my guess. Is that the current?
Has to
yes,
be.
that is the current. And you want to know why I know it?
Because I don't know it.
I don't want to be rude. The reason I know it is because this is the sucky one of the bunch. And the reason
You're reading my mind from over there.
It's not that like there's something wrong with that music, but it is not catchy or memorable. If I asked anyone on planet Earth, do it. Just do it. Like you're driving around. So like I was with Sunday night. Driving around. I'll like do that.
No.
Do that, and no one can do it. No one can do it.
Let's hear the beginning again.
Yeah, it's a little bit too intricate.
We make so much we don't care about a stupid theme song.
Big old drone camera coming down on Richard Sherman and Fitzmagic. And, okay, you want to know what my...
Carissa Thompson?
Carissa Thompson.
Look at me.
I think it's the same group still.
Yeah.
My greatest memory of the current Amazon Prime Thursday Night Football, I want to say it was a halftime show of one of these games a couple years ago when they announced the breaking news that the 49ers had acquired Christian McCaffrey in a trade. Still remember exactly where I was.
Okay.
Halftime, I had gone into the other room and I came running out and I'm like, what? Niners have acquired Christian McCaffrey in a trade. Came on a Thursday night. Okay, so we're doing pretty good. We've only missed one. Grandy, how many more do you have? 2?
I've got 1, 2, 3 more, and then 3.5. Another small one after
All right,
that.
let's hit us.
All right,
what do you
here
got?
we go.
That's old Thursday Night Football. That's when Thursday Night Football was on NBC. And I feel like a weirdo calling something old Thursday Night Football.
Exactly, but that's
because Thursday Night Football still feels kind of new to me.
Yeah. The use of, I don't know if it's a xylophone or a marimba, straight off the top.
Did you just say a marimba?
Yes.
A marimba.
I believe that's what it is. My nephew, I think that was one of his performing instruments when he graduated from Sonoma State a couple of years ago.
I don't know what a marimba is. It sounds like something I would really.
That's definitely an instrument.
It's an instrument. It sounds like a dance.
No, it is a marimba. It's like an oversized xylophone.
I'm not challenging you. I'm just telling you I've never heard of that before.
I'm just reflecting on the poll because when you get to be my age, sometimes you say something that's so wrong that you think is right.
Well, you might still be wrong. You don't know that is a marimba.
Oh, it's confirmed.
Oh, it is?
Marimba confirmed.
How?
I looked it up.
No, you didn't.
I just Googled marimba, and that's the sound that it makes. Play just the beginning of it, of my marimba. Just the beginning.
Oh, God.
Thank you. Marimba. It's a series of doorbells.
Wham!
There you go. All right.
Wham!
I'm pretty sure NFL Network still uses this for their special broadcasts,
That's what I was thinking,
including like Saturdays around the holidays or,
like
international games.
Yeah.
So you'll hear those this year.
Yeah, you get this at 4 a.m. You wake up and you're right. You're like, I got Tyreek Hill. He's in Germany. Yeah. I remember that. Perfect. All right. I feel like we're out of songs, but you're telling me there's 2 more.
Well, we got more.
Okay.
We got more.
All right.
Ha 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 ha.
All right, like it's completely familiar, but I don't know what it signifies. What's your guess?
I think it's the open to the red zone.
That's incorrect.
This is not the open to the red zone.
This is the old CBS Thursday Night Football Open.
That's a tough one.
I thought it was the theme music when Kristen Juszczyk put a jacket onto another celebrity, but I do. I remember that. Say it again. It's the old CBS theme.
CBS Thursday Night Football.
Oh, CBS.
Yeah.
I see. I forgot that Thursday is actually on their 3rd broadcast because it was right CBS, NBC, and then Amazon Prime Time.
Yeah.
Prime Time. Okay, so you said you have 1.5 more. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Let's go.
Here's the next one.
What the hell? Oh, I got it. This is it.
Yes, I was one guess too soon.
This is Scott Hansen.
Yes.
This is what my sons lose their cookies.
7 hours of commercial-free football.
Starts now. Yes. Oh, my gosh. They are.
But he starts off with like 3 divisional matchups in the morning window.
We've got the Octobox.
I love the Octobox +1.
Oh, gosh.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'm telling you, they do the gritty. I'm like, watch the coffee table. It's unbelievable.
Oh, it's so good.
That's the one. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, the red zone.
Okay. All right. I love it. That is only 3 days away.
And you got a half of one still, right?
Yeah, you want to hear it?
Let's hear the half.
All right, it's a quick one. Here we go.
Bum, bum, bum. There's like Tim's like dancing to the music with facial expressions.
Yeah, because
like his eyes and eyebrows are darting all over the place.
That's usually followed by this NFL special presentation was brought to
this
you
is
by.
like NFL Films or something.
It's like their copyright ID.
Yes.
This presentation of the National
That's
Football
what it
League.
is.
So is that like when the game ends?
Or they might do it at the beginning and at the end. Yeah, something like that.
See how that
the following is a presentation of the National Football League and cannot be duplicated, reproduced, or
That's
disseminated
exactly what it is.
in any other prospect.
Wow, that was crazy.
I know.
That was wild.
Yeah. It just came to me. It's like I was speaking in tongues.
You don't have the script in front of you. What the hell was that?
I'm auditioning for the gig.
You don't do your reads that well.
Good point.
Seriously. Oh, my gosh. This broadcast was brought to you by weightloss.com. We're Fremont Bank. Anyway.
Full service football, no compromises.
That was incredible.
No, but you got me in the space I needed to get to. It's go time, baby. Let's go.
Y'all ready to watch some football?
I think so.
Y'all ready to watch some football now? Oh, my God. What's your favorite one of all of those?
Probably
that's what's crazy.
Sunday Night Football.
It is. Hit it again, Granny. Give us a little Sunday night. Sunday night. I've been waiting all day for Sunday night. You know what they did really well? It's not just the tune. It feels like you're marching towards something.
Yeah.
Like that but at the beginning, like you're just marching toward the, greatest thing of all time.
I was just picturing myself slow motion on a horse jumping over a hedge outside of London.
Go have your weird dreams on your own time.
I know.
All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That might have been my favorite radio segment we've ever done in my entire life.
Pretty awesome.
That's it. Period. That's it. But coming up next, we got a little bit of a special way to usher in the start of the season. So here we go on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, we're here. In 18 minutes, the NFL season has started.
You sure?
Well, no. Actually...
Got you to backtrack pretty quick, didn't I?
Totally. Yeah. I guess we've got breaking news. You want to hit the little sounder thingamabob? It's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
We've spent the entire afternoon counting down the clock incorrectly.
Oh,
yeah, because the game time just changed. They're going to play it tomorrow now instead. No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
But apparently there was some lightning in the area. They have pushed kickoff back 20 minutes. 20 minutes. So that means you got more time to get home.
Yeah.
If you're like, it's 5:02. If you're hopping in the car after a long day at work, congrats, you did it, you made it. And now you got more time to work your way through Bay Area traffic to get home in time for the start of this game because they have moved it from 5:20 to 5:40. Although it also looks like whatever weather was causing problems has worked its way through. And Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes and the entire crew are on the field getting all warmed up right now.
Yeah, and I think that's where the delay came. The inclement weather was a while ago, which prevented them from going out and getting warmed up in time. I looked at the screen about an hour and a half ago, and it was dumping, and there was lightning in the area, so that's when they had to stop fans from coming in and the players from getting loose.
Well, they better have lightning in the area because I don't want any of this that was my first thought when they're like, oh, they're delaying the game because of weather. I'm like, since when do we delay games because of weather in the NFL?
Usually not.
Oh, it's raining? Well, so what? It was raining when Brock Purdy was trying to play Green Bay. They make you play. You got to play.
It was snowing a couple years ago.
Miami and the Chiefs. Playoff game last year. Whole thing was snowing.
Yep. But you play.
Yeah. You get
just
to play.
comes down to safety. If it's lightning, then, you're not going to make the players go out there. You keep the fans from going out there as well.
We're also watching everybody kind of run out onto the field for the first time. And this is that time of year where guys head out onto the field and you're like, oh my gosh, look at them. They're like completely different. I don't know if you've seen Travis Kelce, but Kelsey's got like a mustache and then hair, like floppy hair.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You know how like he's been wearing the shaved head. He's like heading toward, it's not long yet, but he's heading for Kittleville. He's got like hair.
Got hair?
Yeah, there's hair. Like when he runs, it bounces. That kind of hair.
Okay.
Travis Kelce.
The Taylor impact right there.
Taylor
probably said, I would like you to have a little bit more hair.
Nothing will change a dude's look faster than when his girl's like, I don't like that look. You shouldn't wear that shirt anymore. I'm like, that thing will go to Goodwill so fast. I could have bought it yesterday. If Christy looks at me and goes, oh, that's an interesting choice, I'm like, all right, we'll go to Goodwill right now.
True story. If I give you 30 seconds
Of
on
course you
yesterday,
can. Yeah.
I left the house in a shirt that the lovely Supper, my wife, she can't stand it. She told me as much last week. So I had it on, and I was going to the Summit, and I looked at the shirt, and I thought, you know what? I want to get a nicer shirt. So I went down to Dick's Sporting Goods and bought myself a golf shirt. Threw the golf shirt on. I thought it looked good yesterday. And wore it home. I was waiting for her to be like, it's a really nice
shirt, Dibs. Yeah.
Didn't say a word.
Uh-oh.
But at least I didn't come in with the shirt that I knew she hated.
But no.
To your point.
No words doesn't necessarily mean bad.
No, that's a thumbs up.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Because most of the stuff I wear, she's like, really? That with that?
Well, even worse is when you get the look, but no words.
Yeah.
Oh, you're wearing that? All right.
What I get is, so that's what we're going with? And usually it's only pertinent when I'm going to be out with her. Then the scrutiny is at a higher level.
What's the number right now? Are we still at 2.5?
I got it at 3 right here.
Is that what we're at? Let me get an update. What are you looking at? What site?
I'm just looking at ESPN, which populates from ESPN Bet.
Okay.
Bet.
Bet.
Opened at 3 and it sits at 3.
Let's see. But you're still seeing it at 3, huh?
I'm seeing 2.5.
Yeah,
I'm seeing the Ravens plus 3, but that's minus 120.
Yeah.
So that would tell me that it's about to tumble to 2.5.
Yeah, I'm seeing it at 2.5 and an over-under of 46.5.
Yeah, I'm seeing 45.5.
46.5.
And I'm seeing 46.
Okay, there you go.
Look at that.
And it's different shops have different numbers.
Sure.
We should probably, as a show, agree on a sauce. That way we don't get into these quibbling arguments over the next 272 games.
Well, I am on a very large and reputable overseas book.
Same. I'm just looking at the ESPN bet, which is populated by.
Well, you know where we should go. I'll tell you where we'll go, because there's a site called Vegas Insider.
Of course, and they have all of them.
Yeah, and so what they do is they just kind of like they gather it together. And
it's an amalgamation of all the lines.
It is. And so right now,
you know what that is.
Yeah, well, sure.
It's an amalgamation sensation.
Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah. Grandy gave me the look I had to.
Yeah, it opened at 3, but yeah, it is at most books right now is it at 2.5.
Yeah, BetMGM, Big Shop has it at 3. FanDuel has it at 3. ESPN Bet has it at 3. I see as many 3s as I do 2.5s, but it's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
It won't deter me from the lock that I'm about to give out. If you're so inclined to.
You have a lock?
Mark, do I have a lock? They don't call me Nostradamus by accident. I'm a man who sees the future.
I actually don't think they call you Nostradamus anymore. I don't think they call you that.
You obviously haven't been out on the streets of late.
Oh, I've been on the streets? I've been inside, outside, on the roof, on the ground floor, ear to the ground, feet on the ground.
Boots on the ground.
I've been everywhere, man. Then
you've heard it.
And no, what I've heard is, hey, Willard, what does Dibs like? Because I want to fade the Dibbers. So
what?
Well, I was ready for this. I knew you were going to do this.
Well, you knew I was going to do what?
I knew you were going to be like, I got a lock.
Well, dude, there's 272 games this year in the NFL. I'm probably going to go 272.
I knew you were going to think that you had a lock. And don't look surprised. You know this. Grandy and Lucas have actually been discussing purchasing a home together because they've been betting
That's
against everything that you've given them over the last 6 months.
It's false. I've been hot. I've been white hot. I've been like desert hot.
We were more ready for this than you think.
How so?
We conspired.
Against me?
Not really against you.
Feels like it.
We're with you, but against you.
That's nice.
People want to know your pick, just not for the reason that you think. So, we put this together for you.
It's time for Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain.
Nostradamus gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Thank you, Dibs.
Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
That
is from us to you.
Okay.
And so we are all
God.
With bated breath. We await this pick so that we can do the opposite.
Well, I'm just going to give it to you straight then before we get into that unbelievable sounder. You take the Ravens. You take the Ravens in the 3.
Yes!
Lock
I took
it
the
up.
Chiefs.
Oh, come on.
On my 16-team parlay, I already took the Chiefs minus the 2.5.
Well, then your parlay is dead by tomorrow morning. Lamar Jackson, they're out for revenge. It's a revenge game for Baltimore. And it doesn't matter that it's at Arrowhead. Kansas City starts slow. You lock it up with Baltimore, even if it's 2.5. If you can't get the 3, you get the 2.5. Baltimore's going to win the damn game. Lock it up.
In.
Yeah, thank you.
Lock it in. Baltimore plus 2.5.
Yes.
We will track this all year. You'll be
sorry.
I will be betting against you. Grandy's going to be betting against you.
I don't mind it.
Ken, do you have any money? You should bet against him.
Ken doesn't have the guts to go against Dibs.
I'll put something in.
Thank you. Lucas is off this week. He's still going to put something in.
He's in the Cayman Islands betting against me.
I think people driving home right now pulling over so that they can get on their app and bet the Chiefs. Ravens plus 2.5, huh?
Lock it in.
Okay.
And I can't wait until we get halfway through the year and your boy is like 14-6 and we'll see how squeamish you are when you're 6-14 betting against me and how quickly you come running back to Dibby.
We'll see about that.
Yeah, we will.
We will see about that.
And in that open is There's a Roxy Bernstein, please explain.
Did we ask him if that was okay, by the way? Did we check with Roxy to see if
it happened on our air, so it lives on our air.
I know.
The other piece, Joe Fortenbaugh. Thank you, Dibs.
Yep.
That was a Joe Fortenbaugh callback.
Yeah, I just was searching through a bunch of stuff and I found it and I figured it worked, so I dropped it in there.
Well done, Grandy. As much as I hate Mark Grandy, I respect him.
I mean, I hedged a little bit on tonight because
there you go.
No. I didn't hedge the bet. I'm talking about my own rooting interests.
Okay.
Because in 2 of my leagues, Lamar Jackson is the quarterback on my fantasy squad. So I will automatically be rooting for the Ravens to score some points. And in a way, you're sort of betting on your quarterback when you're betting against his team. I want Lamar to be hucking the ball around there in the fourth quarter.
Him trailing.
Yeah, like go chase those points, Lamar. I do think both of these defenses are really good, though. And it's week 1, which means you got to get all the kinks out and everything like that. And so this may not be, like the bet of the night might actually be the under 46.5, but we'll see. I do remember that Chiefs-Lions game last year on this very same night was pretty low scoring, wasn't it? Yep. I want to say it was like 17-16 or something like that in favor of the Lions. Now, part of that was Kadarius Toney was bouncing balls off of his face mask.
He dropped like 5 passes in that game.
21-20.
Such a hot mess.
Which was an under, I'm sure.
Yeah,
and there was a defensive touchdown in that game, too.
That's a good point. Yeah, exactly, for the Lions. So I don't think the offenses are necessarily going to come out and be going up and down the field, but wouldn't put them past them either. But I'm hedging a little bit on that so that, Lamar, you do your thing.
Yeah.
But the Chiefs, you come out on top. I'll give the Chiefs a, kind of a 27-23 type of a win.
For the sake of bookkeeping really quick, you're getting the 2.5 or we're giving you the 3 points?
Well, that's up to you guys. I mean, I'll take the 3.
That's his way of saying give him the 3.
We can give him the 3.
Yeah, give him the 3.
I mean, you guys are so confident to fade me, and you're going to quibble over 0.5 point.
Well, I just want to get the number right.
That's some real chicken salad right there.
No, it's not chicken salad. I just hate, I hate ties. We don't want any pushes. So, there's if the Chiefs win by...
Push is the way it goes.
Yeah, I know.
Push is a push. Niners are going to have a tie this year now. 11-5-1. I've already got that on the record. Thank you. And you can fade me on that all you want. Over under 11.5 wins. I'm taking the under on the Niners. So all you can rush on out, bet the over, fade the dippers. I'm not mad about it. I'll be honest. I'm not.
I have to remake the open with that soundbite in there now. Sorry.
You put in some tennis grunts too if you need them.
Absolutely need to do that.
He won't.
Oh, God.
Whatever.
That was funny.
Came in a good mood today,
You sounded like the voiceover guy from Big Thunder Mountain at Disneyland. Hold on there, have some glasses, fade the dibber.
That's pretty funny. You guys got me with that. All right.
Oh, gosh.
I'm going to do extra homework this year. I'm out to get... Yeah, I'm out to get you guys now. That's it. Show's turned against me. 25 years in the market.
Well,
can't catch a break.
I think you earned it.
I had a little cold streak in the summer. I ran a little cold.
It's been called 2024.
Okay.
Your cold streak.
Then that's out
There's
of bounds.
There's a name for it. It's this year.
Yeah, there's a reason why my betting app has been shuttered. It's hot in March, college basketball.
Dude, somebody texted this in twice at the Xfinity Mobile text line. Fade dibs locks always.
That's just, give me that phone number. I'll call that person. I'll find it. I see it.
925-321.
You're not giving out a phone number. Don't do that.
You can guess the last 4. Yes. By the way, speaking of predictions, we promised this to you. This is courtesy of DraftKings, and this is your boy, LeBron James.
I got Baltimore coming out of AFC. I'm not counting out Patty Mahomes like you'd never count out Tom Brady, obviously. But I just feel like this could be Baltimore's year. They got Derrick Henry, man, one of my favorite players in the NFL. They brought him in, and I got the Niners going back. I just think the Niners, man, they just, they're right there. They're right there. Another year under Brock Purdy's belt and the rest of those guys, because that's a hell of a 1-2 punch with Debo and Brandon Ayuk. I think it'll be a rematch of Niners and Baltimore. Final score, man, I don't know. I just want to see a great one. I want to see a great one. I love NFL guys. I don't want to be on somebody's bad terms. So,
man, if you're not going to give a final score, then don't cuss and then say nothing. Like, come on, man. If
you
you're
can't give a final score prediction for the Super Bowl in September. I mean, the two teams, yeah, cool, you did it.
Yeah, Ravens-Niners.
Okay.
Way to go out on a limb.
Yeah. I mean,
that's fine. Like, that's
right.
very, very viable. I thought that's what it was going to be last year.
It probably should have been there, the two number one seeds.
Yeah, once the playoffs started, I really thought that's what it was going to be last year.
It felt like it was the Ravens' year last year. And then,
especially on Christmas night.
Well, especially at home against Kansas City in the conference championship game.
Trying to enjoy my family and have some good food and look at all those presents that everybody's still excited about. And they ruined the whole thing. 4 interceptions. Good Lord. But yeah, I like the Ravens. Absolutely. And that's an interesting situation. Rashee Rice avoiding the commissioner's exempt list. But don't forget that, especially for anybody who has Rashee Rice on their fantasy squad this year, it's probably going to be something that gets dealt with after the year. That's my guess. But this one, for some reason, did not get that much attention. When people go into the fantasy, they're worried about Brandon Ayuk is holding out. And, did you see Jamar Chase threatened to not play this weekend? This guy is facing 8 charges for his street racing accident earlier this year.
Right.
8 charges.
I just can't believe that he's not facing any potential punishment from the league for this.
No, he might be.
But he's just not on the exempt list.
Not yet.
Gotcha.
Not yet.
I'm just looking at it. 6-car crash.
Yeah, going to let the system run its course.
And it's a potential 3rd-degree felony, which carries a possible sentence of 2 to 10 years in prison.
Yep. So yeah, that's sort of a ... TBD. But anyway, yeah, I me, we've talked about this a little bit. I'm trying to keep the Super Bowl out of my mind and out of my mouth for as long as possible. But it's the preseason, and this is what you do. You sort of predict the Super Bowl. I'm not even capable of picking someone else in the NFC. I know yesterday at the summit you picked the Lions to win the NFC.
To win the NFC.
To win the NFC, to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You're picking the Lions.
I guess. I mean, honestly, that was more of a reaction to sitting next to Troll Metz. And, when Troll Metz did his full 180-degree turn after infuriating the crowd and, we're going, and that whole thing, it kind of put me into a corner.
I will say this. Speaking of Steiny and Goo, so I'm driving around earlier today, and they had, now I'm going to suddenly forget his name. Who's my man on NFL Network who came on the show with them today?
Steve Weiss.
Steve Weiss, thank you. So Steve Weiss is on, and I really like Steve's work. And they asked him an interesting question, and it made him pause. And they go, okay, who's the most intriguing team in the NFL? And you can answer that however you want.
I loved his answer.
Whatever you're intrigued by. And he paused, and he goes, And right during that pause, I go, you're going to say the Houston Texans. And he goes, I'm going to say the Houston Texans. And I really, the reason my mind went there is that would have been my answer. I am so intrigued by that team. Now, he went on next to say they may have the best roster in the NFL. I think that's a little hot, a little quick.
Well, he was talking about 2 deep, not just
Correct.
And if you look at the Niners' first 22, all 11 on both sides, they might have the best 22, but when you get down to that 48 and the 53, do they have the depth of other teams? That's kind of the point he was making, and I buy it.
No, they're deep. They are good on both sides of the ball. They've added Stephon Diggs. I'm waiting to see how great or not great that is.
Voted team captain by his peers.
And that's fine. And normally he does take a couple years before he annoys everybody. So I'm sure they're in their honeymoon phase. But I also thought about it from a fantasy football perspective. People are drafting Texans wide receivers as if it's normal that 3 wide receivers can produce as fantasy starters all on the same team. And I would argue that's pretty rare. Give me the last football team that gave you 3 wide receivers that all produced points for you to put in your fantasy lineup in the same year. I can't think of who did that with 3.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about recent vintages. I thought about T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, but I can't come up with a third there. And, the Dolphins had Tyreek and Waddle, and they spread it around. But you'd have to have an offense that's going to be really throwing the ball a lot.
Totally.
And a team that probably doesn't have a very prolific tight end.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Go to the Rams, Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. Okay, the Niners with Brandon and Debo. For sure. You can tuck a tight end sometimes in there where the receivers and the tight end all produce. But a WR3? Is Tank Dell going to be a thing still? Is he going to be on the field enough? They've got a running back now that they added in Joe Mixon. I know C.J. Stroud's really good, but anyway, these are all reasons why I do find them intriguing because I don't know exactly how it's going to look. Everybody there is so young and new, even the coach who we love in D'Amico Ryans. It's also new, and now they have the burden of expectation for the first time. They didn't have that last year. They were everybody's darling. They only went 10-7. You know what I mean? So we'll see, but they are. This is a very, very good roster.
They got a quarterback that everybody's high on.
And a division that people think stinks that I don't think stinks.
Indianapolis should be better. And Jacksonville has been pretty good other than the second half of last year. They've been just fine.
I don't think the Titans are a bad football team. They got a new coach. Their wide receiver tandem is as good as anybody's, at least on paper. I think they're going to throw the ball more. Their defense has improved. They took L'Jarius Sneed from the Chiefs. Watch out, Tennessee Titans. Put it this way.
Depends on the quarterback play, if he can really be consistent.
For sure, but all 4 teams are viable. Put it that way. Those are viable to be pain in the rear opponents. There's no walkovers in that division, and last year there were.
And Houston's favored, right? Followed by Jacksonville and then Indy and Tennessee.
I think so.
I would think that the order.
I think so. But you look at the AFC is fascinating, man. Everybody could be okay. The Patriots are the only team that people are well, they stink. And I'm I don't know. Is Jacoby? I don't even know if Drake May is starting.
He's not. I don't think.
Well, no, not to start. Right. But is he? I would imagine he's going to get the gig by October, unless they come out and start winning all their games. They're a huge underdog.
Is Denver any good? The Raiders aren't great, but
Raiders and Denver, the next 2 question marks. But at least Denver. I don't know if you're going to be high on Chicago and Washington and. Why can't you be high on Denver?
You can. You're allowed to, but I'm not buying it.
They're in the division with the Chiefs.
Right. And the Chargers should be better with Harbaugh. So I think that, as far as divisions go, the AFC South is getting a little slept on. Everybody's so high on Houston, C.J. Stroud, and I'm going to be watching a ton of Houston this year because Stroud is my quarterback.
Beautiful.
Happy to
get him. In our league?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, I was happy to get him. It was in a spot where I probably had to pull the trigger on a quarterback, and so I'll be watching him very closely. And I have a hang in there big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead as well. Jared Goff.
As your backup.
Yeah.
He was one of my QBs last year when we won the championship.
Yeah.
We won the championship.
Yeah, you had to do it again.
Jared Goff.
Over Matt Steinmetz.
Jared Goff.
Totally.
Actually, if you ask me, outside of the whole, I'm a Niners fan and here we go, what am I most excited about with this football season? It is the fact that I don't think I need my second hand to count the number of teams that I'm I know they're going to be bad. There just aren't that many.
Yeah.
And maybe I'm being optimistic in spots, but I'm open to, I don't know what the Cardinals and Bears and Vikings and Commanders are going to look like. I know the Giants are going to be bad. I know the Panthers are going to be bad. I know that the Patriots are going to be bad. And when I say I know, air quotes. And I know that the Raiders aren't much of a threat. And that's simply because you didn't do anything big at quarterback. Doesn't mean that Pierce is a bad coach. Doesn't mean that some of their, I don't really like any of their running backs. I don't like their quarterback. I like their wide receiver.
They have a good defense, too.
We'll see. Yeah, they've got some players. I like the tight end that they drafted. We'll see what they do with him. But they're not a threat, especially in that division.
Right.
But I gave you 4 teams. That's it. But the rest could be interesting, could challenge people. So, man, Godspeed to your survivor pool. Try to find an easy pick.
Right, any week.
There isn't one.
Yeah.
I'm even scared of this Cincinnati game this weekend. 8.5-point favorite over the Patriots.
Yeah, you just never know, especially if Jacoby Brissett is, a veteran quarterback and somebody comes in, makes a couple plays, and one turnover can cost you.
He's pro now.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't as many, slam dunk teams either. If you wanted to, take your 5 best teams and have them be your picks 1 through 5 and then, try and ham and egg it after that, there aren't really that many slam dunk winners week in and week out.
You're probably right. Like in the NFC, Niners, Lions, Packers, and I know everybody wants us to say the Eagles and the Cowboys, but I'm not going to. I think it's funny how many people are just like the Eagles are going to be really good. Even though the last time we saw them, they couldn't even function. They couldn't tie their shoes by the end of last year.
Everybody's high on the Eagles in a bounce back.
I have no idea why. I get it. Their roster has a lot of talent. They added Saquon Barkley. Okay. But whatever was going on last year was something that was rotten from the inside. Have they fixed it? I don't know. Their Hall of Fame center left and just this week said Jalen Hurts needs to be a better leader publicly.
Yeah. That's awkward.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So
he's Team Sirianni then, because clearly those two are at odds, Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni.
And then the Cowboys, come on, give me a break. So I don't know that they're going to be good. I really don't. AFC, I know Kansas City's good. I know Houston's good. I know Baltimore's good. I'm pretty sure Buffalo's good. I think highly of Miami. I don't know about anything else. Even and I know some of the sexy ones. The Jets. Yeah, probably, but I got a healthy Aaron Rodgers skepticism, which, one of the things we'll be looking for the most on Monday night.
Right, and then it's Tyrod Taylor if he goes down, and I think your season, kind of plummets from there, as with most teams. But, you just named about 9 teams, 9 or 10 that you feel pretty confident in, and some of those were just, slightly confident. So for survivor pools, it just comes down to a lot of the things that I was running down earlier in the week for me, and that is looking at rest disadvantage. As you get deeper in the season, is this team coming off a Thursday game? Are you coming off a Monday? What's the travel spot like? What's the rest advantage or disadvantage like? I do think those little factors in close games become really big factors.
Want to share a couple other things with you. Interesting pieces of sound as we get ready for the NFL season to start. And if you're just joining us, yes, indeed, the game is delayed. It will start in 11 minutes. The NFL season is down to 11 minutes away. But a couple things that are a little bit of a primer for the 49ers getting started on Monday night. And now these are coming from high-level places, okay? When it comes to quarterbacking, the names do not get much bigger than this. Let's start with Tom Brady on Colin Cowherd's show talking about, through his eyes, the importance of Trent Williams being back in the fold.
I would be driving him to work every day if I was the quarterback. I'd be making sure Trent was with me every single place I went. There's no better protector in the NFL than Trent over the years. And I think the way they use him, and obviously I think San Francisco's run game is incredible, the way they scheme their run game up. But having Trent in there, it's just an entirely different offense because of his athleticism, his rare combination of size, of quickness, of power. I mean, when he gets out there on the field, he's a matchup advantage for the Niners every time that he takes a snap out there. So when they have him out there, they all feel confident. A lot of those plays are going to go to the left side of the line of scrimmage right behind him. They know that when he's in pass protection, he's going to hold up as well as anybody. It doesn't really matter who he goes against. He's a tremendous player, and it's Niners had, between the Ayuk signing and Trent. I mean, that was a little worrisome a few weeks ago. I actually did a practice game against the Saints up in Santa Clara a couple weeks ago, and everyone was a bit concerned, but I think now a lot of those concerns are eased when both those guys are back in the building.
I mean, I think Brock Purdy has handled this, and when I say this, I mean just sort of being the front-facing player now of the 49ers. He's handled this really, really well. But of all the things that have gone on with his offseason, I agree with Tom. This is absolutely the most important, because if you ask me what's one thing that I really, really want for the 49ers this year, it's a healthy season for their quarterback. And Trent Williams is directly tied to that.
Yes, and the healthy season for the quarterback is the single most important factor in any season. And I did this a couple of weeks ago as we were getting closer to the season. I ran down the list of quarterbacks who didn't miss games last year, and that was basically your playoff field. 14 teams make the playoffs, and of the 14 playoff teams last year, I believe only 2 of them sustained any injury at quarterback. One of them was Cleveland, and they turned to Joe Flacco, and he led them to the playoffs, and they lost. And I think there was one other team that had a quarterback miss at least 3 games. So, yes, quarterback health, number one most important thing. And Tom's right about Trent Williams and his importance not only in the pass game, but the run game. And watch this year, anytime it's 3rd and short and they're going to run it, or 4th and short and they really, really need it, they go Trent's way. And that's just how you make your money on this team.
Did you say there was one other playoff team that had a quarterback miss 3?
I thought so.
My guess is that would have been Miami and Tua. But I could be wrong. No, he played in all the games last year. Yeah, I don't know who else missed at least 3 games and still made the playoffs.
Might have just been the one team then.
C.J. Stroud missed a couple games. Maybe it was them.
Okay.
But I thought he only missed a couple. So anyway, be that as it may, there's also this, speaking of quarterbacking, and this is from, let's see, Omaha Productions and ESPN. This is Football with Kevin Clark. He sits down with Troy Aikman, and the subject of Brock Purdy came up.
I'm a big fan of Brock Purdy's, and if he had been a first-round pick, we'd all be talking about what an amazing player he is. But because he was the last player taken in the 7th round, he's had an uphill climb in terms of being appreciated for his abilities as opposed to just being a product of the offense. I've always believed that, I think a lot of people get enamored with arm strength. Can this guy run? Can he do all these things athletically? But ultimately, you have to be able to make good decisions and you have to throw the ball straight. And Brock Purdy is a great example of that for the most part, he makes really good decisions. He's accurate with the football. And then he leaves it up to the playmakers to create separation and get themselves open, and then he delivers the football. So I think he's playing the position at a really high level. I don't care where he was drafted. I don't care what people say about him. I think he's a terrific player.
You know what I noticed, and maybe I'm just making something up here because I don't want to, this is a very small sample, but I do think this is something that we do in life. No matter what we do for a living or who we are, we sort of identify with people who are similar. And so what the quarterbacks who really love Brock Purdy tend to be guys who sort of played a similar style. Tom Brady loves Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Troy Aikman loves Brock Purdy because Troy Aikman's sitting out here going, it's not all about running around and being fast and having a huge arm, because those aren't things that Troy Aikman had. But I could give you one example in another direction. Cam Newton has totally taken shots at Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Played a completely different style of football.
Interesting. I never thought about it that much as far as complete comps, but you're right, because Aikman was, kind of mobile, but not really, and an accuracy guy, not overwhelmingly powerful or athletic. Same thing with Tom Brady. And so they see, I'm sure, in Brock Purdy some of themselves and think, yeah, that's what I'd look like if I was playing nowadays.
Yeah, or just what you value because it's what you did.
Yeah.
Like if you're Troy Aikman or Tom Brady, this is probably a similar process you used to beat opponents. The idea was let's process, let's make unbelievable decisions. Let's do this from the pocket. Let's use our running back really well. Let's have a great offensive line in front of me. Like it just feels familiar to them, I think, when they watch Brock Purdy play. Now, Troy was a very high draft pick. There's that side to it too. And so I'm glad he's bringing that up because he's absolutely right. Like that's draftism 101, which started right here on this show.
Yeah.
For him to say that if Brock Purdy were drafted in the 1st round, the world would be completely sold. 100% sold. Not just on what he's done, but who he is now and where he's going next. This contractual conversation wouldn't be happening at all if he were a 1st-round pick.
It'd be a slam dunk. It would not be a question of if, it would be a question of how much. And that's unfortunate in terms of Brock Purdy having to deal with it. But honestly, if he plays as well as he has, it's not going to matter where he was drafted for the 49ers. They're going to pay him all the money, but it's all that outside scrutiny, Mark, and you're right. It's just the fact that he was drafted where he was drafted, and so there's always going to be skepticism because of that.
One of the things we wanted to play for you, because we were going to really actually dive into this today, and we haven't gotten to it yet. I thought this was really interesting if you want to zero in on just the local aspect, because there are not many names from a media standpoint more synonymous with a team than Matt Barrows and the 49ers. He's been doing it forever, now doing it with The Athletic, and he was on with Steiny and Goo yesterday, and take a listen to one of the comments he made.
You can take a magnifying glass and find a couple of cracks on this roster, but it's the best roster in the league. And it's the best one that, I've covered since I started covering this team in 2002. So this team has an excellent chance of winning the Super Bowl. Luck always is a huge factor in this. And maybe the 49ers will get lucky this year, and a team like Houston or somebody else in the AFC will knock off the Chiefs, knock Patrick Mahomes out of the running. To me, that's the difference in the two Super Bowls that they lost. The Chiefs have a once-in-a-lifetime player in Patrick Mahomes who excels in fourth quarters, who just puts the game on his shoulders and wins games, and nobody else does.
Okay, so what Matt Barrows just said there is that this is the best 49er roster in 22 years.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure last year fits in that window.
Yeah, it fits in the 22-year window.
He's saying this roster is better than last year's. Do you believe that?
It's always hard to compare roster to roster, and I do think that last year's roster was probably the best one they've had, even going back to the Alden and Cowboy Smith days and that defense, which was nasty. I think the jury's still out on this roster versus that one based on the defensive line, and you have to wait and see if the linebacking can step up and replace Dre Greenlaw or when he can come back, but on the surface, it looks like a very good roster. Is it the best roster in football? Maybe. And if he says it's the best roster he's seen in 22 years, I'll take him at his word.
I mean, the Greenlaw question is the one that comes up for me. I know we want more productivity out of the defensive line, but in theory, what they have should lead to pretty good results. I think the Malik Collins thing is going to quickly become the most underrated move of the offseason. Type of vibe for sure. But yeah, go to the other side of the ball and where are they not better?
Well, Dominic Pooney, you're asking a third-round rookie. Like, he's never played a snap in the NFL, and I think many of us, and I'm looking at you, and I'm looking at Grandy, and all the rest of the draft nicks, we're already putting this guy 17 games. He's got to be awesome. Well, I want to see it.
Yeah, you got to see it. There's
I apologize if I want to see it.
No, you have, of course. And there have been plenty of players who have been great with the lights off and then the lights come on.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look the same. But you do have people in the know who are looking at not just like practice, not even just looking at preseason games. They're looking at technique and whatnot. And they're
absolutely.
He won the job for a reason.
Right. He won the job because the guy who was there before him was not very good. I mean, that's honestly why he won the job. Now, is Dominic Pooney good? I hope so. But the job was available because the guy who had that job was not doing the job, Spencer Burford.
That is correct. That is correct. Some might even say that he lost the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't know who would say such a reckless thing.
We're sponsored by Robert Half, and the NFL season is about to begin on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, the two-time MVP is on the field. And then the other MVP is just waiting to come out on the field.
Gotcha.
So, Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens are on the field first. And one of our first reactions to the game, and I actually heard Bill Belichick say this the other day. He's actually, quick aside, he's doing so much media, and you're seeing that
he's out of control.
Well, you're seeing that guy you've been watching at the podium for the last handful of years, that's not him. He's actually a regular dude with a personality. He just never would give it to people before.
I'm sorry if I'm distracted, but we just had absolute football bliss for the first time this year.
What's that? Sean Hockley calling a penalty?
Oh, yeah. We got our first 5 of the year.
I hate referee Dibbs.
Oh, Sean Hockley came out. 5? You want 5? False start. Offense.
It was actually a legal formation.
Whatever.
You
it was
should
blissful.
know that. You should know that.
I'm trying to focus on the show, but I saw a yellow hanky in the air and I got goosebumps.
Sean Hockley is almost
Guns
as
Jr.
muscular as his dad, but not quite.
Yeah, Guns Jr.
But anyway, second play of the game is a penalty. But the very first action in this game was a kickoff. And Belichick said about a week ago, he goes, you watch. You're seeing in the preseason, everyone's experimenting with this. You're going to see a lot of people just kick it right out of the end zone again.
Yeah.
And we had guessed earlier in the show that you get the ball at the 35 when you do that. But no, you get it at the 30.
Yeah.
And he's like, I think teams are still going to kick it through the end zone because even if in theory you're stopping teams on average on the 26 or the 27, it's not worth it to take the risk of them running the ball back. Just give it to them at the 30, and that's exactly what the Chiefs did.
Yep. Yeah, I think the other risk is if you try to directionally kick it short and one hop it, you might kick it out of bounds and they get it at the 40. And yeah, you're very susceptible to the big return, especially early in the season. I think you want to kind of play it a little bit more conservatively at first.
888-957-9570. The NFL season is underway. What are your thoughts? Rich in Fremont. Hi, Rich. Thanks for calling. Good to see you yesterday.
Yeah, guys, thanks for taking my call. I'm still feeling the electricity from the Red and Gold Summit. What a great time I had. And one of the highlights, as always, I get to shake hands with you guys. Got to say hello to, the Morning Roast, Steiny and Guru. It was just a special time. I got to meet Evan Ginn's parents. That was really special. Just had a great time yesterday. That was just an amazing event. I'm glad you guys put it on. I had a great time.
Well, you know what, Rich? Before you go on, let us just say, whenever we do those, the biggest thing that touches us is how many people take time out of the middle of their week to come see us. So thank you so much for doing that.
Hey, man, it was a win-win. That's the way I saw it. But I will say this much. I believe that the Niners have the best chance to get to the Super Bowl. And I'll tell you why. Because the one thing that you have to consider is that experience is the best lesson, in sports. We saw this last season with Boston. Boston kept winning. So, the East Coast Conference, and it got to a point where because they kept trying, hey, they finally did. Okay, and I got a feeling this year is a year like that. Now, I was a little skeptical when they couldn't sign Trent and couldn't sign BA. After that, I'm just
Rich,
your phone is breaking up all over the place. We'd love to hear the rest of what you're saying, but I think we got the concept of what he's getting at, which is that he's feeling a lot of optimism about the 49ers this year. Why not?
You should feel optimistic. Vegas is optimistic. Yep. The over-under on wins is 11.5. Any prognosticator feels optimistic. And you've got the majority of your team back from last year, which turned out to be a really good team. So you got to be optimistic about that as well. And you've got the opener at home Monday against Aaron Rodgers on prime time. You've got, 5 primetime games?
I think it is.
You have the max.
I think it's 5.
So Vegas, the networks, and the experts all think that you're going to be good. So as a fan, if you're one of these fans that's wallowing in, Shanahan can't win the big one. well, then for me, you're kind of missing out on the joy of sports. You're a 49er fan, and you've got a team that everybody thinks is going to be really good. Sit back and watch them be really good. And if they're not, call us and rip them.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure people will do that anyway. Primetime games for the Niners this year. Obviously, Monday against the New York Jets. And then a little bit later on, you've got the Sunday night game against the Dallas Cowboys. I skipped one. They've got a Thursday night game in Seattle, October 10th. Sunday night game against Dallas is on October 27th. And my internet's getting funny, but you've also got the Thursday night game against the Rams, December 12th. And then Monday, December 30th, you've got another Monday nighter against the Detroit Lions.
6 primetime games. I misspoke. Yeah. 6 in prime time. And I don't think they can be flexed out to get a 7th. I thought that there was a max or a cap that you could have 6 primetime games. But, yeah, that's all you need to know about how the networks feel about you.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, they're feeling very optimistic. You know who's not feeling very optimistic? Derrick Henry fantasy owners.
Easy
oh my
there.
God, he looks.
Easy.
What has he got? 2 yards on 2 carries. He's
got 3 yards on 2 carries, and he was open on a little dump off pass. But Lamar, your guy, couldn't get it over the defensive player.
He's only been in on first downs.
Yeah, he doesn't catch passes. He never has.
He was in on second down last drive.
He looks absolutely cooked. There he goes again. All right, that time he got 6.
Yeah, get over it.
Yeah.
Just dial it back a little bit. That's my player you're talking about.
I don't know about you.
I'm doing great.
Okay.
I'm trying to do a radio show, and all I see is the side of your head.
Well, the football game is on. What do you want
from me? You give me a
me?
hard time when I'm watching tennis.
Yeah, because it's tennis.
Because I enjoy it. Thank you, Grant.
Sorry.
Perfect.
Sorry. It's not allowed. It's not allowed. If you're going to like something and have me look at the side of your head for the entire show, it has to be something that our listeners like too.
It has to be something that you like.
No, the listeners. The listeners, I said. The listeners. John Sally, the listeners. You can't be something that you
John Sally.
4 other people like. Okay? All right. Anyway, yeah, look, I tell you what. Monday can't get here soon enough. Thursday's already here. We get to do this again tomorrow night. And this thing is off to a pretty good start. I mean,
we're underway.
Fade the Dibbers is Ravens +3.
Yeah, and I love it. I'm looking good right now. Kansas City's defense cannot get off the field. Can't stop the Ravens. Can't stop, won't stop. In all seriousness, this is just so much fun to watch, knowing that it's the first of 272, and we get a weird Friday game tomorrow, which Guru's right about the Brazil field and the optics and the cash grab and all the rest of it, but it's going to be pretty fun having a game on Friday night. And I didn't know about the rules that you were laying out earlier, the broadcast and the league rules, where they're not allowed to do it unless it's overseas or before 5 o'clock.
Or streaming, You're not allowed to broadcast on a Friday night. I mean, this is a rule that is 60 years old.
And it's crazy that rule hasn't been just updated. Swept aside.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I feel no guilt about it. Look, that's where we're heading. There's going to be football every single night of the week pretty soon.
Yeah.
You can feel that. And that's great. That's where we're at in life. So, by the way, before we get out of here, I do want to remind everybody, and not just remind everybody, but also really invite everybody. I don't know how many of you are lucky enough to have tickets to this football game on Monday, but if you do, I give you 2 suggestions. 1, come see us. 2, leave early. And yes, they go hand in hand. We will be doing our show, so are Steiny and Goo.
Exactly.
So we as a station will be out there by 10 a.m.
At the Hilton.
At the Hilton, Santa Clara, and they've got their event with great food, great drinks, and then, of course, the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Hobbs Law. You've been wronged. Hobbs Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit HobbsLaw.com. Oh, touchdown, Derrick Henry. Good for you, Dibbers. Good for you. Ravens are on the board.
Yeah, how you like me now? Fade the Dibbers.
It's first quarter.
Anyway. Score to the Bizzord. I'm gonna walk out proud right now.
Go ahead and walk out. Yeah, but no, come see us.
I feel bad for the Derrick Henry owners.
No, he's cooked.
Leads the league in fantasy puntos.
He does. He does lead the league in touchdowns, and it has been confirmed. All right, Grandy, what you got? What you got coming up? What are you doing?
We're going to hear the Morning Roast talk about Niner fans' regrets from the last handful of years, and then we're going to run through the NFL theme songs that you guys did earlier.
Oh, that was fun.
Stuff.
That was really, really fun.
You did a good job with that, Grandy.
Yeah,
so did you. It was fun.
No, that was absolutely great. All right, so hang out. Enjoy it. We'll be back doing it again tomorrow. Rex Ryan is going to join us on that program. Oh, I forgot to ask. Do you want to do it? Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
I can't wait till tomorrow.
All right, here we go. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Ken, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.